Chapter 1. Which comes first, tomorrow or accident? Beep. A loud bang sounded on the playground of a middle school. Wang Ran looked at the sparsely rushing back students, and felt that he was a physical education teacher at this moment, not a patient in the words of major teachers. That's right, as in the TV series, Wang Ran, a physical education teacher, was told by other colleagues that he was sick within a few short intervals. This has resulted in him not having a few classes to attend after a semester, and sitting on a lot of time, leading him to cook, games, novels, music, etc. Everything is fine. Okay, classmates, we are here for this class. Remember to exercise regularly. Okay, goodbye classmates, goodbye teacher. When the students were all there, Wang Ran took out his mobile phone and found an unread message. Mr. Wang, this is the case. The students in class 4 have not yet taught their English test papers. Can I borrow your 4th class? Got him here to borrow lessons again. It's okay to lend it to you, the problem is that you never repay it. Wang Ran's face was dark. However, he didn't refuse the English teacher. After all, even if he didn't agree to this matter, he would go to the school, and the principal supported it. Ask yourself symbolically, it's enough to give yourself face. Okay, Teacher Lee. After sending the message, Wang Ran gave a free and easy smile. Children, I'm not a teacher, but I'm not in good health. It's because of the bad environment in which you live. Forget it, since it's okay. Let's go home and watch anime. It just happens that the finale of Hokage hasn't been finished yet. Wang Ran, who has been working for more than a year, does not yet have a girlfriend. As for why he is not reminded at home, it is not because he has a protagonist template. Since his childhood, his parents have died, and he has no father and no mother. He has inherited a large amount of inheritance, which is enough to support him through the rest of his life. As for being a physical education teacher, one is because of his professional counterpart, and the other is that he prefers to be a teacher. It's purely a personal hobby. After the result came, I realized that I was still too innocent, and thought that what was said on the internet was all false. It turned out that When he drove his car, Wang Ran rushed back home and couldn't wait to turn on Naruto, one of the migrant workers he had been chasing for several years, and watched it with relish. Tsuke Tuskegaya can't do it. How can she be confused by Naruto's seduction technique? Also, Emperor Kai is really handsome. Wang Ran finished watching the remaining episodes of anime in a short while. After reading it, he felt that his heart was empty, but it didn't matter. After all these years, this feeling was already familiar. Commenting casually on the characters in the anime, Wang Ran did not notice that the pointer on the wall suddenly stopped turning. Hey, the snowflakes that only appeared in the 1980s suddenly appeared on TV. Damn. What's the situation? I bought it for thousands of oceans. I won't buy fakes, right? Seeing this on TV, Wang Ran walked to the TV a little angrily and took a picture. He also wanted to watch it again and reminisce about it. This shot doesn't matter, although the TV is clear again, but the screen is not Naruto. The entire screen is deep black, and the big characters in the middle are particularly conspicuous. Do you want to preach to the heavens and be the teacher of all saints? Wang Ran was angry. He understood that he must have been hacked, and he was still playing such low-level pranks. What? You thought you were playing Infinite Horror? People want to know the meaning of living, and you are not professional in plagiarizing. Damn, whoever is so wicked. You say you are okay. What am I doing? I have nothing to worry about. If you have the ability, go to the black bank. It may be that Wang Ran didn't respond for too long. The font on the TV was enlarged a bit, accompanied by a buzzing, which scared Wang Ran, who was standing next to the TV. Hey, I said, you still got on the bar with me. I think. What? You have the ability to follow the network cable to find me? Wang Ran rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. But as soon as the voice fell, Wang Ran felt his brain dizzy. Oh, fucking. With only one spoken word, Wang Ran completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, the sky was already gloomy. It was not dark, but it was raining. The sun was covered by thick clouds. Wang Ran was also awakened by the rain, and got up from the ground. His body was already soaked by the rain. Wang Ran was soaked in silence by the rain and looked around vigilantly. It was not the living room he was familiar with, but a vast forest. What's going on? Why am I here? Ding. The system is activated. Just as Wang Ran was in shock, a clear sound rang in his mind. Wang Ran was taken aback. He was already very nervous. When he heard someone talking, he immediately looked around and asked vigilantly, Who is talking? Come out for me, I tell you. I have seen you. Ding. The host does not have to panic. I am the sect inheritance system, exclusively for the host. The host can meditate on what he wants to say in his heart, and then he can communicate with me. Wang Ran frowned. Is he hallucinating or dreaming? However, he still said silently in his heart, you said you are a system. I belong exclusively to me. Ding. Yes, I am the sect inheritance system, the exclusive host. Hearing this, Wang Ran's brow furrowed deeper. Then what's the situation with me now, or what? Ding. According to the host's understanding, you have now crossed into another world. Then what is your origin and what is your purpose? Wang Ran asked suspiciously. Ding. I was made by the previous Tibetan Gate Master, and I am responsible for selecting people who are predestined to become the new Gate Master, and let the Tibetan Gate, which has been silent for hundreds of millions of years, stand again on the top of the world. Oh, you are so tall. Wang Ran was startled. Then I am the person you selected by chance. Ding. That's right. Then what do you want me to do? Wang Ran asked. Ding. Traveling through the heavens and worlds, recruiting talented disciples, and reviving the reputation of Tibet. In that case, I still want to be a teacher. Wang Ran thought carefully. He does not reject the fact that he has passed through. After all, he is a person in the original world, so it doesn't really matter where he lives. The key is whether you can live to obey your own will. But it looks pretty good now. You said you let me travel through the heavens and the world to recruit disciples. Then what help can you provide me? Don't tell me everything depends on me. You are only responsible for telling me about this. Chapter 2. The sound of fighting from a distance. Wang Ran didn't ask why he was chosen, or whether he could go back, or what conspiracy was involved. He has had enough of his ordinary life before, but now he can travel through the heavens, see different landscapes, realize his dreams, and teach students. This kind of life seems pretty good. As for conspiracy theories, is there anything to be deceived? Anyway, I don't suffer, it's better to know less. Ding. According to the order of the former sect master, I will issue you some tasks that can increase the prestige or strength of the sect. After completion, I will immediately provide rewards to help you improve your cultivation. Then what if I want to go to the next one? Will you help me cross? Wang Ran asked again. Ding. My task is to help you grow. After you travel through the world, you need your own strength to reach a certain level, and then you can feel yourself to break through the barriers of the world. That's it. Wang Ran frowned tightly, and suddenly his brows loosened again. Yeah, it's too early to consider these. First determine where this is the most important thing. System, what world am I in now? Ding. According to the command of the suzerain, based on the principle of fairness and voluntariness, please confirm whether to join the Tibetan Gate and become the new sect owner. After confirmation, the system will be fully open to the host. Damn it! Exclamation mark. I can still refuse to co-author. The problem is that you have brought me into this world. What is the use of my decision? It is better to accept it. In Wang Ran's heart, 10,000 straw horses whizzed past and rolled his eyes. Of course I choose to join. Ding. The host confirmed to join the Tibetan Gate and become the second sect master. The sect inheritance system has been bound, the mission template is opened, the reward template is opened, and the sect template is opened. Wait. The second sect master? Wang Ran was shocked, and he ignored all the templates. Haven't countless epochs passed? How come you are here to be your second term? Ding. Yes. The master is the second sect master. According to my core database, the first sect master did not choose the disciple to inherit the position of the sect master, so you are the second. Him going to this sect master has a problem. I didn't choose an heir, and I worked hard to create a system. After countless epochs, I chose myself as the sect master. Does it mean that you are lucky, or does it mean that you have a peculiar mind when you take up the post? Ding. Do you want to check the world information? With such a system, what else can Wang Ran do? View. He felt that he should ask less, and understand the system first. As for the history of Tibet, let's learn more about it later. Ding. Analyzing the world laws and comparing the database. The analysis is complete. This world is a ninja world. Practicing chakra. Ninja world. Practice chakra? Naruto? This was Wang Ran's first reaction. Ding. After the analysis of the world is complete, the initial reward is issued. Do you receive it? Receive. Ding. Reward is being issued. Tibetan practice exercises. Dao Fa installation is completed. Chakra system understanding and installation is completed. World language installation is completed. The road to the future Euro Super 6 experience card has been formed. The host can experience 5 minutes. Clear the way forward. Boom! Exclamation mark. As thunder blasted in his mind, Wang Ran felt a lot of information appearing in his mind. Just like Daigo's initiation, the knowledge that he hadn't touched before, but now it is like instinct, imprinted in his mind. Sitting directly on the ground, running the Dao Fa and feeling yourself, spirit, body, and nature, Wang Ran felt 3 distinct energies. These 3 kinds of energy are mixed and interwoven, and slowly merge into a new soft and domineering energy. Under the traction of Tao Fa, this energy was slowly absorbed into his body and stored in his danshan. At this time, Wang Ran gave people a vague feeling of banishing immortals in the next life. What he still doesn't know is that this energy is called Xianzi Chakra in this world, and very few humans can practice because this world has an alias, Naruto world. It's just that Wang Ran is not sure yet. At this time, Wang Ran could clearly detect that he became stronger and stronger. Although the speed was slow, he could clearly detect it. It can only be said that his starting point is much higher than others. Wang Ran, who was practicing, completely forgot that the outside world was insecure, and was immersed in his own world. Little by little time passed, and suddenly, boom! Exclamation mark! Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark! A fierce explosion sounded in the distance, and Wang Ran, who was practicing, was awakened all at once. When Wang Ran woke up, he felt his soaked body, and the sports suit on his body had been tightly attached to him, but he ignored it. Because he had been soaring into the sky at this time and attracted by a flash of fire, he could feel the 4 powerful chakra fluctuations. 3 stocks do not want to go up and down, while the other one is obviously much stronger than the other 3 stocks. Wang Ran didn't mean to join in the fun in the past at this time, because no matter which chakra fluctuation there was, it was far beyond his ability to contend. Judging by the price given by the system, among the 4 people the weakest had already reached the shadow level, and he hadn't even reached the end of the day. In this case, do you want to be a cannon fodder? Unfortunately, just when Wang Ran wanted to turn around and leave, his unreliable system issued a task to him. Feel the fluctuations in the Battle of the Strong. Now we release a series of missions. You can feel the world of the strong at close range and reward the magical dragon and fire art. Wang Ran said he was panicked now because he chose to accept this task. After all, he who is proficient in games understands that the rewards for general serial tasks are very generous, especially difficult tasks. As the saying goes, wealth is sought in insurance. This Taoist dragon flame fire technique is tall and tall at first glance. However, thinking that he still has a Super 6 experience card, Wang Ran has a bottom in his heart. At least there is no danger, although it hurts a bit when he uses it. The hard-hearted Wang Ran lowered his footsteps and quickly moved in the direction of the 4 huge chakras. As Wang Ran got closer and closer to the center of the battle, the roar became louder, and Wang Ran slowly slowed down. Although he slowed down, he could vaguely see the 4 figures colliding continuously, and from time to time a ninjutsu was released. It's just that they are too far away to see the faces of the 4 people. As the distance got closer and closer, Wang Ran still did not receive the prompt to complete the mission. Does he have to enter the battlefield? Wang Ran felt that his system was very inhumane, and he did not consider his own feelings at all. It's really scary to be too close. Good or not. Chapter 3 Konoha Sanin Buthu said that the system is the foundation of his own body now. Although full of complaints, Wang Ran walked on the battlefield honestly. As Wang Ran slowly approached, Wang Ran also slowly saw the faces of the 4. Very familiar with his face, Wang Ran was already in excitement at this time. Why? Because it is not the famous Konoha trio from Naruto and the demigod Hanzo who wears a gas mask. And looking at the age of Sanin, from the current situation, Wang Ran can be sure that it is now the battle of fame among the 3. This shows that Wang Ran has a lot of time to plan his own development. Isn't this worth the excitement? The moment Wang Ran arrived, the 4 people who were fighting had already discovered him. It's just that Hanzo didn't care about him because of contempt. And Jiraiya, Osamaru and Tsunade also had no time to take care of the others because of the battle. Therefore, Wang Ran was in such a clever balance, watching the play unharmed. As soon as the serial quest is completed, the rewards for the Taoist Dragon and Fire Art have been issued. The second serial quest has not yet been opened. The voice of the system sounded in Wang Ran's mind, and suddenly a large number of methods for the use of the Dragon Fire Art appeared in Wang Ran's heart. Wang Ran did not meditate to experiment, because the war was underway. Before the battlefield, Tsunade suddenly rushed toward Hanzo at an accelerated speed and stepped on Hanzo. Tanshu feet. It is a pity that Hanzo reacted very quickly, and his whole body ejected at the back of him at a swift speed. Tsunade's defensive feet also missed and attacked the ground. Suddenly, the ground that had just been leveled cracked as if it had experienced an earthquake. Wang Ran, who was watching, was surprised. Before watching TV, he couldn't feel anything, but now he has experienced it personally and discovered the horror. Hanzo dodged easily, and did not exceed the expectations of the 3. After all, this was a man called a demigod. After Tsunade attacked, Osamaru followed closely behind him, and suddenly rushed out from behind Tsunade, snake hands in hidden shadows. I saw a large number of venomous snakes suddenly appeared in the sleeve of Dashimaru. Under the package of chakra, he stretched out quickly and attacked Hanzo in the distance. Hanzo, who had just landed, couldn't dodge for a while, so he waved his sickle and slashed towards the group of snakes. Although it easily cracked the offensive of Oshimaru, Jiraiya was also seized of the floor by the side looking for opportunities. Jiraiya also quickly printed. Although there was still drizzle in the sky, the temperature in the air rose rapidly. Kyodun, Da Yanbo, a huge fireball, with an incredible aura, struck towards Hanzo, and the moisture in the air was quickly evaporated. A piece of steam permeated, making it hard to see what happened. Call. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Oshimaru were all panting violently, and they were exhausted by the long and intense fighting. Have you hit? Tsunade looked straight at the steam in the distance, and asked without looking back. It's hit, but don't hope too much. Hanzo is not so easy to kill. Jiraiya looked at Hanzo and said with a serious expression. Near Oshimaru's mouth bends, and a wicked smile leaked out. It seems that we are not very lucky. We just ran into the existence of Hanzo when we first arrived. Ah, yes. As soon as Jiraiya's words fell, the water vapor in the distance began to dissipate, and the three of Jiraiya and Wang Ran who were watching the battle, their pupils shrank involuntarily. A huge figure slowly appeared, like a small building. When the water vapor dissipated, several people also thoroughly saw the appearance of this behemoth, a huge Sancho fish. Hanzo was standing on top of his head, looking down at Jiraiya and the three. You are really good. Together, the three of you can make a few moves with me, but you are the apprentice of Saruto Hizen. I recognize you. From today, I will give you the title of Konoha Sennin. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Osamaru glanced at each other. Although it was a shame to be given the nickname by the opponent, it was not the time to struggle with this. The three people who have cooperated since childhood are very tacit, and they understand each other's meaning without any need to communicate. Between the three people quickly seal, Haigzuyushin Y, forbearance, psychic art. Bang bang bang. With three soft sounds, three clouds of smoke appeared on the battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, huge toads, snakes and slugs emerged. The three ninjas are located on it. Wang Ran felt that he should be accompanied by a song to play out at this time. It is too burning, right? No matter how excited Wang Ran was at this time, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Oshimaru were extremely nervous, and their spirits were always tense. Earth Escape, Mud Spring Marsh. Daishiwan took the lead and wanted to take the lead. It's a pity that at the moment Dashwan shot, the Sancho jumped and dodged half hidden. When he missed his hand, Wanshi at the feet of Daishiwan turned around and swam towards the Sancho fish. Water Escape, the technique of water dragon bombing. The water dragon bullets released by Hanzo screamed towards Oshimaru, but Oshimaru didn't even look at it. Sure enough, the tacit understanding of Sennin was not built up. Kyodun, Fire Dragon Ball. Jiraiya released ninjutsu and directly blocked Hanzo's water dragon bomb. After Tsunade was unwilling to do so, the slug twisted his body and rushed towards the Sancho fish, spraying an acid liquid at it, but was easily avoided by Sancho fish. Water Escape, the Rain of Needles reveals thousands of dollars. Ninfa, Yin Seal, Solve. Opening the Yin Seal directly, a large number of chakras spewed out instantly. With the adept medical ninjutsu, Tsunade stubbornly resisted Hanzo's ninjutsu, but he was unharmed, or he was cured the moment he was injured. The time is too late, and the four have already fought several times in just a split second. At this time, Oshimaru and Tsunade had also approached Hanzo. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Weird Power Fist. The two rushed towards Hanzo. Looking at the attacking two, Hanzo didn't panic at all. Yai slash. Ha. A sword light flashed, and Tsunade and Oshimaru flew out. Tsunade was okay, because of the Yin Seal. Although he was injured, he soon recovered. On the contrary, Dashwan, a wound on his body, looked so miserable. Jiraiya in the distance, seeing his teammates injured and returning without success, quickly seals, and cooperates with the toad under his feet to release ninjutsu towards Hanzo to relieve the pressure of the two. In between, the toad spewed a viscous liquid from its mouth, and Jiraiya also performed fire ninjutsu, Kyodun, Frog Oil Bomb. It is more spectacular than the previous Kyodun. Of course this is because of the cooperation of toads under the feet. Hanzo, who just wanted to take advantage of the victory, felt the high temperature hit, and quickly stopped, quickly forming a seal in his hand. Water Escape, the technique of the Great Waterfall. Boom. One water and one fire, when they met in the air, they made a huge roar, and at the same time produced a strong vapor. After releasing ninjutsu, Jiraiya quickly stepped forward to catch Tsunade and Oshimaru who were flying backwards. How is it? Jiraiya asked with concern. It's okay, you can't die. She spit out a mouthful of blood and whispered, "It's okay, but chakra is running out." Tsunade also said, and while talking, he performed medical ninjutsu over and over again to help Oshimaru recover from his injuries. "You are an opponent worthy of my attention. Now, I have to do my best." The mist dissipated, and Hanzo's voice was clear in the ears of Preacher Sanin. Although recognized by the demigod, recognized by the ninja world, Sanin really couldn't be happy, and could only respond with a wry smile. They didn't want to know how terrifying the demigod who came with all his strength was. "Do you know why I wear a mask? Because no one can resist my Sancho fish poison, even if I can't. Now, you have to be careful." As he said, a large amount of poisonous mist was released from Hanzo's body. Tsunade's face changed drastically. "Hold your breath, use chakra to resist." And Wang Ran was also drunk at this time, and he was just a theater goer. "You guys beat you, what are you doing with the map cannon if it's okay?" Just as Wang Ran complained, the voice of the system rang again. Ding, the second serial mission. Rescue Konoha Sanin. Reward Daofaz sleeves. Please accept it. Chapter 4 Super 6 Powerful Wang Ran. Sure enough, I knew this task was not that simple! Exclamation mark. The moment he heard the system's voice, Wang Ran had this idea directly in his heart. Is the battle between Sanin and Hanzo that he can participate in now? Bang bang bang. After the three clear sounds, three clouds of smoke dispersed. The psychic beasts of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Oshimaru, the psychic time has come, and they have returned to their psychic world. Seeing this situation, Wang Ran outside the court also secretly cried out. Looking at the three people crumbling in the poisonous mist, Wang Ran had not been covered by the poisonous mist because he was a little far away. But whether it was because of the task of the system or his own safety, he knew that he could no longer delay. System, accept the task, and use the Super 6 experience cards at the same time. Ding, the host has accepted the task, and the Super 6 experience card has been successfully used. Exclamation mark. At the moment when the sound of the system sounded, Wang Ran suddenly burst into a vast chakra. At the same time, the body of Wang Ran's clothes that had been wetted by the rain was also dried at this moment. A supreme pressure struck, and the four people fighting in the field suddenly felt an unspeakable sense of oppression. Looking along the oppression, everyone found that it was the humble wandering ninja who had just mixed in. I saw Nine Taoist Jade quickly appeared behind Wang Ran, the whole person floating in the air as if violating gravity, the natural chakra that should have been invisible. But at this time, it was as dense as the substance, condensed by Wang Ran's side. This made Jai Lai, who had experienced Xianzu, especially surprised. He knew how terrifying natural energy was. A little carelessness would lead to death. But the man in front of him is like taking a bath in a hot spring where natural energy condenses. Be careful. I underestimated this man just now. Jiraiya spoke in a low voice to Tsunade and Ozemaru beside him. Ang first hit Hanzo. Now there is a strange strong man. It seems that this time is really bad luck. Cut. Tsunade's voice was a little annoyed, but there was not much fear. As a ninja, she had long thought about the moment when she died on the battlefield. As for Wang Ran helping them, Tsunade has passed the naive stage long ago. A strong man who doesn't know him, why should he help you because of his ridiculous sense of justice? But is he really justice? Don't worry, before I die, there will never be anything wrong with you. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jai Lai also turned his head, and let out a big smile at her, as if full of confidence. Tsunade was moved a little, and his heart seemed to touch. But then, yes, Oshimaru. Well, Jai Lai also successfully dug a hole and buried himself. Stupid. Tsunade cursed in a low voice, but his voice was too small for anyone to hear, except Wang Ran. As for Oshimaru, he didn't speak, but the determination in his eyes could be seen by anyone. Feeling the chakra surging inside, Wang Ran felt like he stood up. What Sanin? What demigod? I'm sorry, I don't care about it. With a wave of his hand, chakra broke out, and Hanzo's poison was forcibly decomposed into nature. Enough, stop. I save these three young people. Wang Ran's words easily spread to the ears of the four, making Sanin suddenly a little confused. You know. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Oshimaru together, who made him not say a word just now, the most suspicious. Oshimaru cast a faint glance at the two of them. Idiot. You. Unlike Sanin, who was still thinking about fighting, Hanzo's forehead burst into cold sweats at the moment he felt Wang Ran's eruption. When Wang Ran used chakra to forcibly resolve his poison, he became very wary. No one has ever been able to dissolve his poison, especially Wang Ran still in such a rough way. Sure enough, Wang Ran spoke to save Konoha Sanin, who had just been named by himself. However, Even though Hanzo wanted to retreat in his heart, for the sake of the title of demigod and for the preservation of Urinin village, he still forcibly suppressed his inner fear and asked, "I don't know who your excellency is, the strong man in Shinobu village. Why didn't you intervene in my Uin village?" Upon hearing Hanzo's question, the three of Gylias also looked at Wang Ran curiously, and they were also curious about this question. Shaking his head, Wang Ran said, "I am not a ninja from Ninja Village. I am the master of the contemporary Tibetan gate. You can understand that I am a wandering ninja." Wandering ninja? At this time, whether it was Hanzo or Sanin, they were full of question marks, and felt deeply insulted. Not in strength, but in IQ. Your strength tells us that you are a wandering ninja. Those rookies whose average strength is not good enough, regardless of the mental activities of the four, Wang Ran continued to speak. As for why we saved the three of them, I think they are destined to me, and their talents are pretty good. We should give young people more opportunities. Wang Ran's indifferent tone spread to the ears of the four, causing them to feel a strange feeling. When did Konoha Sanin also become a junior who needs to be supported by seniors? This feeling has never been felt since they were promoted to Shinobu. Hanzo feels very entangled at this time. Agree to it, he will no longer have the slightest prestige in the ninja world in the future, and Yunin village will inevitably become a meal for others again. Who would be in awe of someone who ran away because of someone else's words? Although that person is indeed very strong, he has no reputation in the ninja world, and no one else knows it. As for asking him to refuse, he couldn't even think of it. Wang Ran was really terrible at this moment. If he didn't face him face to face, he couldn't understand Hanzo's powerlessness at this time. Wang Ran also saw Hanzo's entanglement, and Wang Yu, who was familiar with the situation in Hokage, of course also understood that Hanzo could not make a decision just because of a single sentence. He decided to give Hanzo a step down, and by the way, he could experiment with the reward he had just received. Well, I just intervened for no reason. If you can pick me up, I will retreat and stop intervening. Of course, if you can't handle it, I don't need to say more. Hearing that, Hanzo was suddenly shocked, and it was enough to have a step down. As for the result, he doesn't care. After all, he didn't want Sanin's fate. Sarutobi Hizaki still had to give his face, and they couldn't afford it either. Fighting against Sanin is to show your strength, so that the leaders of the ninja village who want to take a shot at Yunin village can weigh it up. Therefore, winning or losing really doesn't matter to Hanzo. Okay, thank you for your understanding of the difficulties. My Sancho fish Hanzo is here to swear that if I can't handle your move, I will retreat immediately. There is no difference. In addition, in the future, wherever I belong to Yurin village, I will treat you with respect. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Wang Ran smiled heartily. Okay, you are ready. I'm going to shoot. Hanzo suddenly said with a solemn expression, "Please enlighten me." Defer. The Art of Dragon Fire. Chapter 5. Hanzo retreated. First met Sanin. The air in the sky heated up rapidly, and the rain that was falling in the sky was strangely stopped. A dragon-shaped flame appeared in the sky, but unlike the red flames of ordinary fire escape, the dragon-shaped flames condensed by the dragon fire art were purple. It gives people a mysterious, untouchable feeling. As soon as Wang Ran shot, Hanzo's hands quickly sealed, and he used a lot of ninjutsu. Water escape. The art of a big waterfall. Water escape. The technique of water dragon bombs. Water escape. The art of shark bullets. The three ways of ninjutsu turned into a torrent and rushed towards the fire of the dragon, forming a sharp contrast between one water and one fire. Water escape ninjutsu is like a waterfall, and Wang Yu's Taoism fire technique is like an ancient rocket rushing towards the waterfall. The strong contrast made people feel as if Wang Ran would be defeated in the next second. However, will it be that simple? Naturally it will not. Water has been the nemesis of fire since ancient times, but if the quality of fire is abnormally high, water can be restrained in turn. Is the level of Heolong Yanhuo high? Naturally it is high. To put it bluntly, the level of Heolong Yanhuo is like the fire of Amaterasu in a kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Coupled with Wang Ranko's 6-level power supply, the quality of the dragon fire at this time is simply terrifying. Therefore, at the moment of the collision, Hanzo's ninjutsu evaporates instantly, and the powerful dragon flame technique rushed towards Hanzo without any reduction in power. It was almost impossible for Hanzo to dodge. And in a critical situation, Hanzo, a strong man known as the demigod of the ninja world, could only close his eyes and wait for death to come. However, after a few seconds, Hanzo just felt a little hot in front of him. When I opened my eyes, a touch of purple came into view. Hanzo couldn't help but sigh with Wang Ran's strength. With such a powerful ninjutsu, he could keep his breath and send and receive freely. The three people on the side had also been dumbfounded. They knew Wang Ran was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Who is Hanzo? That is a strong man in the ninja world, and there is no resistance under Wang Ran. The three of them all secretly swallowed. Where did the strong come out of this? Why didn't he have any information about him before? Wang Ran slowly dissipated to chakra, and the inverted fire dragon in front of Half Hidden also slowly dissipated, and it rained again in the sky. Wang Ran didn't kill Hanzo, first because Hanzo's existence was needed for the stability of the ninja world in the future. If Hanzo was killed and some uncontrollable changes occurred in the future, it would not be conducive to Wang Ran's plan. The second is because Wang Ran has never killed anyone, nor is he ready to kill. This is the most important thing. Hanzo, you lost. Wang Ran said just this, and then looked at Hanzo quietly. Hanzo simply bowed to Wang Ran. Thank you for not killing Im Sancho Fish. Hanzo, I will do what I say, and when I go back, I will send Ling Yuran village, and I will see your excellency in the future as if I was here in person. After speaking, Hanzo didn't say much, turned around and withdrew towards the distance. Ding, the task is complete. The magic of the universe has been released. As Hanzo went farther and farther, Wang Ran also looked back. He didn't pay attention to the three people who were almost exhausted by chakra. There was still some time for his experience card, and he had to take advantage of this time to get a sense of it. Closing his eyes by size, Wang Ran felt his body silently. Konoha-sanin on the side saw that Wang Ran did not speak, and did not dare to urge, so he could only wait patiently. 2 minutes later, Wang Yu opened his eyes, and the unobtrusive aura on his body disappeared. He was like an ordinary person who had just cultivated. The clothes that had been dried on his body were instantly wetted again. Of course, Konoha-sanin wouldn't think so. After all, they just saw Wang Ran's strength. Wang Ran, who opened his eyes, felt very comfortable. In just a few minutes, he could see the future clearly. There will not be any bottlenecks on the road in the future to block his cultivation path. I believe that as long as he practices slowly and step by step, within a few years, he will be able to compete with the shadow-level powerhouse and wander the ninja world. Konoha-sanin? That's a good name. Looking at the embarrassed Juya, Tsunade and Oshimaru, Wang Ran complimented. The three of them just gave a wry smile. Senior said and laughed. Just the one who was defeated. Well, you are considered to be rare geniuses in the entire ninja world. If you hadn't had a teacher, I would all like to bring you to Zangman. Wang Ran waved his hand and said indifferently, is it shameful to lose to Hanzo? The three people under the age of 20 have joined forces to make Hanzo have to go all out, which is already amazing. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, the three of them didn't know what to say for a while. However, it is no loss that Kono has orthodox heir, the next 5 generations of Hokage. Tsunade directly invited. We feel very sorry for not being able to join Zangman. Senior said that you do not belong to any Shinobu village. I wonder if Senior is interested in coming to Konoha? He touched his chin. Konoha, the largest ninja village in the ninja world. I will check it out if I have time in the future, but let's just join in. I'm used to being free and loose. You said that if I go, I won't be able to be Hokage. It's still very annoying to be subject to others. Besides, it's too much trouble for me to give me Hokage. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Tsunade and the three were not surprised. If Wang Ran had to agree without saying anything, it is estimated that the three would still feel conspiracy. That's really a shame. If the seniors come to Konoha in the future, they must let us do our best as a landlord. The three said regretfully. Don't worry, if I go to Konoha in the future, I will look for you. Then you just don't shirk off. Wang Ran joked. Seeing that Wang Ran is so talkative, Sanin's originally nervous mood relaxed. Don't worry, as long as we are still in Konoha, I will definitely show you the characteristics of Konoha. Jai Lai said with a laugh, but Wang Ran still heard a hint of wretchedness in his voice. What is Konoha? Is it pornographic? Wang Ran thought a little evil. He naturally wouldn't say it. In case Jildo accidentally gave himself a bit of a nerve, wouldn't his image of being a man be exposed? Then I am looking forward to it. Okay, I won't waste your time. It is estimated that you are also very busy in the Ninja World War, so hurry up. Wang Ran waved his hand, and said no more. So in a short period of time, he still shouldn't be in contact with these strong men for a long time. When Sanran heard Wang Ran's words, naturally they wouldn't refuse. They already had the task, and they had to return to the village to submit the task. Besides, staying beside Wang Ran is very stressful. Then we will leave. Thank seniors for their life-saving grace. Please feel free to give orders if necessary in the future. Speaking of people, the three bowed, and rushed to the west. It looks like it's back to Konoha. Wang Ran didn't look at them, but cast his gaze to the east, as if there was something there. Chapter 6 Systematic Apprenticeship Task. Boom. There was a thunder, and the three small figures in the forest shivered. Yahiko, don't forget it, we were so far apart just now, maybe they would have left when we arrived. Among the three children, the only blue-haired girl said to the leader. The boy called Yahiko did not turn his head back, and simply replied, no, it's hard to run into a powerful ninja. You've seen the power that opened up the world just now. Besides, we are all here now, how can we give up lightly? Say yes, Nagato. Okay. The child called Nagato only responded with one word. He has bright red hair, but strangely he covers his eyes. Needless to say who the three are. That's right, these are the founders of Mirai Akatsuki. It's just that the three little ones who were supposed to worship in Yemen are now, and it seems that because of Wang Ran's appearance, there has been some deviation in fate. Xiaonan looked at the two helplessly, sighed, and said, hey, that's all right, but we have to hurry up, otherwise we really can't make it. Haha, Xiaonan, I know you will support us. Don't worry, when we learn ninjutsu, it will definitely bring light to this country. Yahiko smiled heartily. His sunshine couldn't even cover up the rainy fire. Xiaonan and Nagato looked at him quietly, as if they could get countless warmth from him. This positive and optimistic attitude is the Yahiko they know, isn't it? The appearance of the three little animals was naturally discovered by Wang Ran. In other words, when Wang Ran used the Super 6 experience card, he discovered three little ones who were not too far away. Of course, with the disappearance of the experience card effect, he immediately lost the position of the three little ones. However, this did not prevent Wang Ran from entanglement at this time. He knew that the three little ones would definitely come here. This is the trajectory of fate and it is difficult to change. So he was in a dilemma whether to accept the three of them as disciples, or leave them to Jailia. You know, Nagato is the person that Lord Ban has booked, and Lord Ban is not dead yet. What's more, even if Lord Ban is dead, Haiju is not a vegetarian. As a 1,000-year-old Yinbi in the ninja world, what can he do to save his mother? Thinking that he might be targeted by Haiju, Wang Ran felt a chill. Wang Ran, who was entangled, was silently calculating the consequences of his various choices. If Haiju is looking at him now, will he kill himself directly or ignore him? Wang Ran is entangled now, but entanglement is useless, because he will face reality soon. Because Wang Ran didn't move, the three little ones who were not far away arrived here soon. Seeing the mess all over the floor, the three little ones opened their mouths in surprise. Although I saw all kinds of magnificent sights just now, I discovered the power of ninjutsu only when I looked at the ground. The bumpy ground, the burning trees, all showed how tragic the battle just now was. Ninjas are so scary! Exclamation mark. San Xili was amazed in his heart, and then looked at Wang Ran, who was standing on the battlefield in a dress that did not match the battlefield. At the moment when the three miners appeared, a suitable candidate for accepting disciples was detected. Long-term missions were released to accept disciples. Disciples with talents of at least level B or above were recruited as direct disciples, and the host would be rewarded according to their qualification. Come on, now Wang Ran doesn't need to entangle, as he is seeking wealth in the so-called risk. There are a few people in the ninja realm who have better talents than the three little ones. It's not obvious how to choose. As for Lord Ban and Haiju, they probably wouldn't bother Wang Ran because of this appearance. The main reason is that Wang Ran is too weak now. It is really not worthy of the two. Boys, don't you know that the battlefield is a very dangerous place? It's not a good habit to break in so recklessly. Wang Ran pretended to be indifferent and said to the third little boy, Gudong. The three little only swallowed in fright. Although they had made a decision, they were still very scared to face the ninja directly. Feeling his trembling legs, Yahiko gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, My lord, are you a ninja? As soon as Yahiko spoke, Xiaonan and Nagato hurriedly pulled him behind him for fear of annoying Wang Ran. Watching the little actions of the three little ones, Wang Ran suddenly became playful. Hey, kid, don't you know how to be polite? Before asking others questions, you have to say honorifics. And let's add another question. It was pulled by Xiaonan and Nagato, and Wang Ran's words were added. Yahiko also realized his recklessness and quickly apologized. Sorry, I was too reckless. Excuse me. Are you a ninja? Wang Ran pretended to be satisfied and nodded, and said, Yes, I am a ninja. What's wrong? Hearing Wang Ran confessing that he was a ninja, the three little ones were overjoyed and happily ran to Wang Ran and bowed. Great, Lord Ninja, we hope to learn ninjutsu from you. Several black lines leaked from Wang Ran's forehead. This time he was not pretending, but he really felt speechless. I didn't feel anything wrong with watching anime before, but when it was his turn to experience it personally, he suddenly wanted to complain about the three little ones. Come on, kids. Do you know who I am? Just say you want to learn ninjutsu from me. I'm really curious. How did you survive the troubled times when you are so naive? Hey, kids. Do you know who I am and learn ninjutsu from me? What if I am a bad guy? Yahiko raised his head and said, we don't know who the adults are, but this is our only chance to learn ninjutsu, so I implore adults to teach us. If the Lord does not intend to teach us, please let my 2 companions go, and I will leave it at the disposal of the Lord. Yahiko said decisively, causing Xiaonan and Nagato behind him to shout out sadly. Wang Ran looked at the 3 innocent little ones, and suddenly felt sad for their past. He had seen too many children before, and although they all retained their innocence, they were only retained under the protection of a beautiful family. But the 3 little ones, they have lived in the chaos of war since they were young, and they are helpless. It is very rare to retain such innocence. Suddenly, Wang Ran unexpectedly felt pity. System, can you check the talents of the 3 of you? Ding. According to the host's cognition, distinguish the characters. After the characters are distinguished, the talents are being tested, and the talents are tested. Xiaonan, talent A grade, talent bias, creation. Yahiko, talent level B, talent bias, water system Dao Fa. Nagato, sleevel talent, talent bias, 5 elements Taoism. Hearing the talents of the 3, Wang Ran said that he still obeyed his own wishes. After all, these 3 children were not easy. As for Haju, he is considered a green onion, and one day the ashes will be raised to him. Chapter 7 Wang Ran gave the 3 little ones a test. Yahiko looked at Wang Ran with a strange expression on his face nervously, and asked nervously, Master Ninja, I wonder if you would accept us as a disciple? Hearing Yayan's voice, Wang Ran came back to his senses. He chuckled. Boy, you have to know that there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to get it, you have to pay. The eyes of the 3 little ones lit up. Of course they knew that there was no free lunch, and even if they had won, they would be beaten. As orphans, they know this very well, so they are not afraid of paying the price. As long as they can learn ninjutsu, they can tolerate whatever they give. Don't worry, we are ready. As long as you teach us ninjutsu, we will repay you if we work hard in the future. Yahiko said loudly, although Xiaonan and Nagato behind him were a little shy and did not speak, but their expressions were also very firm. Wang Ran smiled and shook his head. What's the use if I want your life? Let me think about it. I can't give you ninjutsu for nothing. As he said, Wang Ran touched his chin, thinking about what apprenticeship test should be given to the 3 little guys. Guru. Thinking about it, the belly of the 3 little ghosts suddenly screamed. Wang Ran was taken aback, and suddenly laughed. This made San Xiao, who was still a little nervous, flushed with embarrassment in an instant. Wang Ran touched his body and found 2 candies all over his body. This is because there was a physical education class before the crossing, and he was afraid of having children with low blood sugar in case he accidentally brought it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Wang Ran might not even have a single candy on his body. Although it has been raining in the sky, because the candy is in the sealed bag, there is no moisture. He took out those 2 candies and looked at the familiar Chinese characters on them. Wang Ran couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is estimated that he will not hear Chinese for a long time. However, Wang Ran didn't care too much, and found that if it went well, there would definitely be a chance to go back in the future. Give. Wang Ran threw the candies in his hand to Xiao Nan, so scared that Xiao Nan hurriedly caught it with his hands, and then found 2 candies. Although many of the characters above were different, the difference between Chinese and Japanese, Xiaonan still recognized the word sugar. Chinese and Japanese are very similar. This was given to her by her mother when she was young. I still have 2 candies on my body, so you can give them to the girl. You 2 boys don't eat them. It just so happens that I am also a little hungry. Let's give you a task of apprenticeship. Go 3 miles east. There is a small river, to catch some fish for our dinner. If I do, I promise to accept you as disciples. After throwing the candy to Xiao Nan, Wang Ran spoke to San Xiozi. The river was shot by Wang Ran with his spiritual consciousness before, and there were indeed many fish in it. As for such a simple task, it just takes a form. Don't worry, we will definitely complete the task. Yahiko said loudly. As for saying that only Xiaonan got the candy, he didn't care at all. Xiao Nan is like his sister to Nagato. Even if it is given to him, he will give it to Xiao Nan again. Nagato didn't speak. Obviously, Yahiko's thoughts were his thoughts. And Xiao Nan, who received the candy, looked at the candy in his hand tangledly. One is that she is a little embarrassed because she is alone. The second is because he doesn't know how to open it. The candy Wang Ran gave him was sealed in plastic, which was a little different from the one wrapped in greased paper in this world. Hearing Yayan's assurance, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction, and then he noticed Xiao Nan's strangeness. For a moment, he understood Xiao Nan's situation. It's nothing more than reluctance, not open, and want to share with peers. Wang Ran walked to Xiao Nan's body, knelt down, took a piece of candy, tore it open, and delivered it to Xiao Nan's mouth. Open your mouth. Xiao Nan looked at this big brother with deep eyes, somewhat silly, and opened her mouth strangely. Wang Ran directly delivered the sugar cubes to Xiao Nan's mouth, making her shout in surprise. Immediately, Xiao Nan's face blushed, and this feeling of being cared for is really good. And this candy is so sweet. It's sweeter than what my mother fed me when I was young. After finishing everything, Wang Ran stood up and clapped his hands. Hurry up, the distance is not close. Hi! Yahiko exclaimed excitedly, and then rushed out without letting it go. Seeing this, Nagato quickly followed. Only Xiao Nan silently picked up the candy bag that Wang Ran had just thrown on the ground, wiped off the mud stains on it, and put it in his pocket cherished. After doing all of this, Xiao Nan quickly followed Yahiko and Nagato, but the smile on her face was brighter than before. Of course Wang Ran also discovered Xiao Nan's behavior, but she didn't stop it either. The candy packaging can be regarded as Xiao Nan's precious memory. A smile leaked from the corner of Wang Ran's mouth as he watched the three little ghosts running. This feeling is pretty good. Quickly keep up, and the benefits after practicing will soon be reflected. Although the third elementary school only wandered around since childhood, their physical strength was quickly exhausted due to running too fast. On the other hand, Wang Ran could still easily keep up with the three of them without a trace of fatigue. Of course, that is, Wang Ran, who is assisted by the system, was replaced by someone else, but he didn't have this state of cultivation just now. The three little ones with a lot of physical exertion slowly slowed down. Wang Ran naturally followed the three slowly, and the four of them ran for more than 10 minutes in just 3 miles. Haha, finally here. Nagato, Xiao, let's go down and catch fish. Yahiko smiled heartily, his voice full of optimism. Perhaps he was infected by his positive and optimistic attitude. The continuous rain stopped at this time, and the sky slowly cleared. Okay. Nagato and Conan happily agreed, and then Yahiko rolled up his trouser legs and jumped directly into the river. As a result, the river was too deep, and it directly flooded Yahiko, making Nan and Nagato scream in fright. However, Yahiko spit out his head and spit, shouting at the two of them, Xiao, Nagato, don't come down. The water is a bit deep. You can catch fish by the river and I will catch it. Seeing that Yahiko was safe and sound, Xiao and Nagato were relieved. Following Yahiko's words, he obediently waited by the river. Yahiko plunged into the water with a fierce sun, and took a few dozen seconds before he came up to take a breath, and then continued. Almost every time he came up 4 times, Yahiko could catch a fish, which made Conan and Nagato on the shore smile. Even Wang Ran smiled. Although you have the worst talent, you are still good at catching fish. Chapter 8 First admission. Probably because of the abundance of supplies in Naruto world, Yahiko quickly caught a few fish, which was enough for 4 people. But Yahiko was still a little worried and wanted to grab a few more. Wang Ran hurriedly stopped and said, enough, come on the kid, more is a waste. Hearing this, Yahiko came ashore with confidence. As soon as he got ashore, he couldn't wait to ask, how about, have we completed the task? Hearing that, the 3 little ones looked at Wang Ran expectantly, laughed, and Wang Ran nodded, it's done. Yay! The 3 little ones shouted excitedly. They felt that this dark world had never been like this moment, and the future was full of light. Suddenly, Wang Ran looked down and put away his smile. I can accept you as disciples. But, hearing the turn of Wang Ran's voice, the 3 little ones looked at him nervously. However, since you have entered my door, you naturally have to abide by the rules of the school. 1. Don't deceive the teacher and destroy the ancestor. 2. Don't do evil for evil. 3. Don't bully the weak. 4. Don't kill each other. Wang Ran finished speaking, but the 3 of Yan were still looking at him in a daze, which made Wang Ran frown. What? Can't this be done? No, it's not. The 3 hurriedly remedied. Then why are you dumbfounded? Wang Ran asked suspiciously. Look at me between the 3 little ones. I look at you. Yahiko, who is the eldest brother of the 3, stepped forward and asked tentatively, are these only these? That's it. Wang Ran smiled relieved and said, otherwise, how many rules do you want? No. Yahiko waved his hand quickly. Isn't it said that there are a lot of rules in Dainin village? I'm just curious. Of course there are many rules in Daran village. But Wang Ran is not from Daran village. He is the master of a sect. And this sect is currently the only one, so why do you need so many rules? He is not going to stay forever. 4 rules are enough. If there are disciples who open the mountain in the future, let them make their own rules, and be an ancestor with peace of mind. It would be too much trouble to open the mountain to manage the sect. Haha, I'm not a ninja from Dear Ninja Village. To be precise, I don't even have a ninja village. By the way, my sect is called Zangman. You can also understand it as an organization. It's almost the same anyway. I am the contemporary master of Zangman, and you will be my disciples in the future. Wang Ran only explained to the 3 little ones, and the 3 little ones didn't care too much after hearing the words. They only cared about Wang Ran saying that they would be Wang Ran's disciples in the future. The 3 of them couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. They bowed quickly and shouted, "Teacher." Wang Ran shook his head. "Kneel down and knock your head 3 times. Huh? Obviously, Sang Xiao was a little confused. This is the rule, our Zangman rule of apprenticeship. Wang Ran did not explain that this is China's rule of apprenticeship, although it has been simplified, only that it is Zangman rule. Snapped. When the 3 little ones heard it, their knees were directly destroyed on the ground, and they knocked their heads 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the Bleeville talent Yahiko, rewarding the chakra refining method Daofa revised version. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the A-Level talent Xiao Nan, for rewarding the basic ninjutsu master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the Sleevel talent Nagato, rewards the Bleeville ninjutsu encyclopedia, and the advanced level of ninja. Boom! The 3 young men who hadn't cultivated could not feel it, but Wang Ran could easily feel that the energy around him instantly became rich. Then, these energies quickly enter their body and transform quickly. In an instant, it was equivalent to months of hard practice, and there was no sign of unstable foundation. The main reason is that I have experienced the stronger ones. By accepting an apprentice, you can save a few months of time. This sale is really cost-effective. Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Okay, get up." According to the rules of the ninja world, let's introduce yourself first and talk about your dreams. Wang Ran really remembered that when he read the original works of Naruto before, every time a new class was formed, there was such a self-introduction session. It can be regarded as a commemorative original work. After all, he has his own estimate that the future may be completely different. Hearing Wang Ran introducing himself, Yahiko raised his hands in excitement and shouted, "You'll come first, you'll come first." Wang Ran smiled. After all, they are still children. No matter how mature they pretended to be, they still have a child's disposition. "My name is Yahiko. I like to have a full meal with Nagato and Conan. I hate war and have a hungry stomach. My dream is to bring peace to this crying country." Peace, a great dream. But this is not so easy to achieve. You have to work hard in the future. Wang Ran smiled and closed his eyes, nodding to encourage Yahiko. Unlike the past, except for Nagato and Koku, Yahiko received ridicule. And this time, he was recognized and encouraged. And he was still from his own teacher, which made Yahiko very excited. "Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely work hard. Sooner or later, I will bring peace to this country." "Well, I believe you." After saying this, Wang Ran looked at Nagato. "My name is Nagato. I like to stand behind Yahiko. I hate being alone. My dream is to help Yahiko fulfill his dream." Nagato's voice is very weak, and it sounds elegant. It's hard to imagine how much Yahiko's death in the original book affected him, and he became so crazy. Yahiko was not happy this time. Without waiting for Wang Ran to speak, "I said, Nagato, you are a man, how can you follow me behind? You have to have your own dream." Listening to Yahiko's loud shout, Nagato still smiled softly. "Really? Then my dream is to bring peace to the country of rain." "What?" "It's the same as before." Yahiko yelled a little unwillingly. Okay. The support of your companions is indispensable on the road to realize your dreams. Yahiko, you are very lucky. Wang Ran interrupted Yahiko's complaint and agreed with Nagato's dream, which made Yahiko calm down. "My name is Xionan, and I like to be with Yahiko, Nagato, and sweets. I hate wandering alone. My dream is to watch Yahiko and the others succeed, and then get the teacher's approval." Xionan's eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile, and he looked very lively. After hearing the words of the 3, Wang Ran also felt a little emotional about the past of the 3. Hate hungry, hate wandering alone, hate war. This is hard to imagine for a modern man who grew up under the red flag. Although he is also an orphan, he has a large inheritance, and he is not worried about food and clothing. The 3 people who had introduced themselves all looked at Wang Ran excitedly. "Teacher, what about you?" Chapter 9 A misstep becomes an eternal hate. Sang Xiao is really curious about his teacher. although he has already been apprentice. But he is really mysterious. He is not a ninja from Dear Ninja Village, but he has powerful strength. The key is that he still doesn't know his name. Me. Wang Ran raised his head and looked at the sun that broke through the dark clouds. It was the first time he thought about himself seriously. Yes. What is my dream? It seemed that from the first time I bowed my head and gave up under the pressure of the principal, I seemed to be getting farther and farther away from my dream. My name is Wang Ran. I come from a far away place. I like a lot of things. I won't give you examples one by one. I hate things. I should bow my head to others. As for dreams, teach a few students well and revitalize Zangman. Although the name Wang Ran is a bit strange, Yahiko, who is very nervous, is obviously not paying attention here. What? Teacher Wang Ran, your dream is too low level. Of course, you have to realize your dream by yourself. How can it be entrusted to the disciple? Although I am a genius, you put me under a lot of pressure. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yahiko's narcissism, Wang Ran narrowed his eyes in disgust. Who gave you the courage of this evil talent residue? Dare to say such a thing? Liang Jingru? However, there is still a need to look like a teacher. You don't understand it now. Sometimes inheritance is more important than being strong. There is nothing wrong with this sentence. Otherwise, with the ability of the previous sect master to create a system, it would not even be passed on to the second generation. No matter how unsuccessful Kintu was, he was also an emperor. As a result, Zangman had passed countless epochs and arrived at Wang Ran himself. And he was the second. Does this still make sense? This shows what? This shows that it's okay not to be suspected. Train a few more disciples and let them go. Obviously Yahiko didn't care about Wang Ran's words. Instead, Xiaonan looked at Wang Ran with an admiring expression, and felt that Wang Ran, who was serious and devoted to education, was particularly attractive. Okay, quickly grill the fish and prepare to eat. Wang Ran didn't accompany the three little guys anymore. He was a little hungry now and wanted to eat something. The three little ones heard the words, and their stomachs rang out again. Wang Ran smiled helplessly. You get the fish out. He'll cut some firewood. After hearing Wang Ran's words, San Xiao obediently went to kill the fish. Wang Ran wandered in the woods by himself for a while, cut a few branches, and saw another tree as lumber. The most important thing is that he happened to bump into a hare. In the choice not to waste, he caught it easily. He held the rabbit in his arms, wrapped it in chakra behind him, and dragged a pile of timber. Wang ran back to the river. The three little ones had already cleaned up the fish, and Wang ran threw the rabbit to Yahiko again, and asked him to clean up. As for why you give it to him, nonsense. It's just that you are lively, and the talent is not good. Who will you not do the work for? This is the professional response of being a teacher. It is very popular with teachers who are good at learning and behaved. Yahiko didn't care. He was used to work, so he didn't care about it at all. He took out a small knife that he didn't know when he touched it, and Yahiko broke the rabbit's belly with 3 strokes, peeled and bled, and washed it in the river by the way. When he was finished, Wang Ran just arranged the firewood and stringed the fish with branches. Then, Yahiko's attention was attracted by Wang Ran. I didn't see Wang Ran in either, but simply pinched a handprint and shouted, Dao Fa, the art of dragon and fire. In an instant, a little purple fire dragon was formed out of thin air. Unlike ordinary fire escape from the mouth, this technique is completely condensed out of thin air, just like earth escape. Moreover, this purple flame is very advanced at first glance. Very handsome. Yahiko stared blankly at the purple fire dragon floating in the sky. From the mouth of the dragon, a burst of flame protruded toward the firewood pile, and it disappeared instantly. And the pile of firewood, like fuel from a fire, burned instantly. Don't ask why Wang you just got so many ninjutsu. Those fire escape ninjutsu, one by one, is just like that. But the art of the dragon fire is different. The dragon fire art is so handsome, don't worry. Besides, with this ninjutsu, where can you build a powerful influence from the 3 little ones? You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Teacher Wang Ran, I want to learn your skill, please. I want to learn this. Sure enough, Yahiko instantly turned into a little fan, and the rabbit in his hand no longer fragrant in an instant. He looked at Wang Ran eagerly. Xiaonan and Nagato are no exception. Both eyes are like stars, looking at Wang Ran gleamingly. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Wang Ran shook his head pretentiously. You still can't learn now. You haven't learned how to crawl, so you just want to fly. Then when can we learn? Yan did not give up, still staring at Wang Ran blankly. Wang Ran pretended to think for a while. When you have the strength of Shinin, you should be almost ready to learn. Of course, with your 3 talents, it is estimated that Nagato can use it. As for Yahiko and Xiaonan, even if they learn to consume them, they will increase, but their power will only decrease. Of course, Wang Yu didn't say this. After all, he couldn't discourage students' enthusiasm. Besides, at that time, it is estimated that he will have a Taoism suitable for the two, and there is no need to worry about their future. But when Wang Ran said that they could only learn when they reached the upper level of ninjutsu, Yahiko didn't lose at race. The stronger the ninjutsu, the stronger the ability to learn. He still understands this. Now, he was attracted by another thing. Teacher Wang Ran, do you mean you are already above the ninja level? Yahiko's eyes beamed, looking at Wang Ran expectantly. Nagato and Xionan, who heard Yahiko's words, also opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, really? Teacher Wang Ran, what is Shangnin? That is the upper-level combat power of the entire ninja world, the elite class of every ninja village. Although I know that Wang Ran is very strong, I haven't seen the three ninjas, and I don't know the specific division of ninjas' strength. And hearing what Wang Ran meant, ninjutsu was the basic condition for learning that ninjutsu. In other words, Wang Ran may be stronger. But Wang Ran looked at the three little ones in a little astonishment. He was a little guilty now. Although he will definitely be a strong group in the future, he is really tolerant of riding a horse now. How does this make him answer? Say yes, a little embarrassed? This is not a lie to the children. As for saying no, how round was your previous words? Will the influence of his own superiors be maintained? It's really a misstep and a hatred of the ages! Exclamation mark. Chapter 10 Construction of Temporary Housing. However, the sky is big and the earth is big, the food is the biggest, the sky is heavy and the face is the heaviest. In order to save his face, Wang Ran had no choice but to stop being ashamed and let go. Shangran, what is that? To be precise, I should be better than you, Ying. And when I used the experience card just now, I was indeed the strongest in the ninja world, stronger than the 6 immortals, which is not considered bragging. Yes, this is not bragging. How can Master's affairs be considered bragging? This is appropriate packaging. Wang Ran, who originally planned to comfort him with a few words, became more and more reasonable as he thought about it. At the end, Wang Ran's confidence came up without a trace of guilty conscience. Wow, that's amazing. The three little ones looked at Wang Ran in admiration. Although I don't know how strong the 5 shadows are, it is definitely outrageous to be able to become a shadow of the great ninja village. And Wang Ran said that he is better than 5 shadows. Doesn't it need to be worshipped? This is a great blessing for myself. The hearts of the 3 little ones were beating wildly, secretly feeling that his life was good. Nagato also settled down. Wang Ran is so strong, he shouldn't have bad thoughts about himself. That's right, Nagato's spirit has been tense. He is afraid that Wang Ran has noticed an abnormality in his eyes, and greed will arise. You know, when he just awakened, but with these eyes, he easily killed 2 ninjas. He was afraid of being discovered by Wang Ran and then attacking himself. He was also afraid that he would get everything suddenly. If Wang Ran knew Nagato's thoughts, he would probably laugh happily. Would he envy Nagato's reincarnation eyes? Just kidding. He who practices Taoism can use any ninjutsu, even if it is Mudun or other blood heirs such as reincarnation eyes, as long as it is within the scope of the spell. There is nothing he cannot use. And because of his practice and physique, his chakra volume is still very abundant. What he is worried about is that Nagato has been guarding himself, and the nervous life. You know, the difference between an ensleeved talented disciple who is dedicated to practicing and ensleeved talented disciple who has been nervous and unable to practice seriously is not so big. Moreover, looking at the urinary properties of the system, it is estimated that Nagato and the others will become stronger to a certain extent, and they will be rewarded. Therefore, regardless of public or private, Wang Ran will only help Nagato, not harm him. Ahem, hurry up and grill the fish. You still have to lay the foundation. Don't think about the mess. Although Wang Ran's psychological quality is very strong, he is still a bit embarrassed when the 3 little ghosts have been deceived by himself and watched with admiration. Oh, although still wanting to know more, the 3 little ones still threatened the fire team to sit down honestly. The body is still wet, although it is not cold at night, but it is good to prevent cold by roasting. Wang Ran showed his superb and unlearned skills at this moment. Wang Ran, who is proficient in many skills, easily baked a few attractive grilled fish and a grilled rabbit that was soaked in oil. The 3 little ones who haven't eaten meat for a long time eat very fragrantly, especially when Wang Ran's roasting temperature is just right. But Wang Ran's mood is not so wonderful, because the barbecue has no seasoning. As a modern stinking young man who is not tired of eating fine food, is barbecue without seasoning called barbecue? If you say that you don't have cumin pepper, you don't even have a salt, which makes Wang Ran a little bit disgusted. Although the wild fish and rabbit meat are very good, they are not salty, so Wang Ran really can't eat it. Wang Ran's loss of appetite also made Sang Xiaofang cast a puzzled look, but Wang Ran didn't tell the truth, only that he was not very hungry. To be honest, it was a bit of a shock to the three little ones. Wang Ran couldn't swallow the precious food in their eyes. Wang Ran is not so cruel, let the three little guys remain naive. However, tomorrow I must go get some money and buy the seasonings, or else I won't be able to pass this day. Wang Ran thought silently in his heart. After Sang Xiao had eaten and drank enough, Wang Ran got up and cleared the surrounding area with a soil escape ninjutsu, leaking out the flat ground. This made the three little guys stare again, but they didn't yell. Wang Ran glanced with satisfaction at the flat bottom that had been sorted out with ninjutsu. Well, the environment here is pretty good, and it's remote enough. We have to prepare some wood to build a house, and we will live here now and teach you ninjutsu. Great. When Wang Ran said that he wanted to build a house and then taught himself ninjutsu, the three little ones couldn't help but cheered. After cheering, Xiaonan and Nagato waited eagerly for Wang Ran's next instructions. However, he was already very nervous, coupled with his excitement at this time. Yahiko ran into the woods aggressively. As a result, he turned around and found him alone. A little anxious, he shouted at the three of Wang Ran, "Teacher Wang Ran, Nagato, Xiaonan, come here quickly." Xiaonan looked at Yan with a smile, and shook his head helplessly and said, "Yahiko, we don't have tools, what's the use of your anxiety?" Nagato didn't speak, but he obviously meant the same. Wang Ran looked at Yan interestingly, and he felt that Yan's rough nerves were somewhat similar to Uzumaki Naruto. Haha. Yahiko touched his head awkwardly, and smiled embarrassedly. Well, you three small bodies just look at it. Wang Ran smiled and shook his head. After speaking, he walked to Yahiko and urged chakra inside his body, and his hands quickly sealed. Feng Dun, Feng Qi. Using superb control of chakra, Wang Ran cut the C-level ninjutsu, using it like a machete. With the use of ninjutsu, a large number of trees became bare in an instant. Wang Ran repeated the old method again, and after another wind cut, the rolling trees fell to the ground instantly. After going back and forth like this, within a few minutes, a large amount of construction materials appeared on the ground. Wang Ran used these woods and soil to escape, and a wooden house was slowly built. During the period, the three little ones were also helping. Although they didn't know how to perform ninjutsu, they were also trying their best to help Wang Ran fix the wood. This gives them a sense of involvement. Of course, anyone who knows how to build a house is difficult to build a house with only wood and soil. However, it's okay to cheat and deceive the three and other people who don't know how to do it. The success in building a rain-proof house is because Wang Ran secretly used the wooden escape to bond the wood together. Otherwise, relying on Wang Ran and 4 laymen in addition to 3 miners, it would not be easy to build it and keep it intact. Chapter 11 Teach 3 Elementary School. Of course, Wang Ran can also use Mudan directly to build a luxurious wooden house. In the original book, Yamato also used Mudan to build a house, but Wang Ran didn't dare. At this time, it didn't take long for the first generation of Naruto Senju to die, and Mudan's reputation still remained in people's hearts. Coupled with Zuza, who may be secretly observing, and Uchiha Madara, who is not dead. To avoid their gaze, Wang Ran was still very careful. Although I can definitely rub these people together in the future, I have to say that Wang Ran is still a younger brother at this time. In order to prevent someone from thinking that he was too threatening, they were going to kill him. Wang Ran thinks it's better to keep a low profile. Done? Perfect. Wang Ran patted the non-existent soil with satisfaction. The 3 little eyes were looking at the brand new cabin in front of them. Although they didn't participate much, they still had a sense of accomplishment. Master, will we live in it in the future? Xiaonan excitedly circled the wooden house, jumped onto the steps, and shouted excitedly. Nagato and Yahiko are also excited to touch here and look there. The 3 of them have not lived in the house for a long time. For safety, they usually sleep in caves. Yeah. But time is too tight today. Tomorrow I will go to a nearby city to buy bedding and food. I will just take it out today. When Wang Ran saw the excited look of the 3 little ones, the corners of his mouth showed a smile unconsciously. It's okay, Master, this is already very good. Yeah, we are going in. The 3 little ones didn't care if there was any bedding, they were still excited. Okay, go in, and I will teach you to refine chakras after you calm down. Wang Ran shook his head helplessly. This is what the child still looks like. Long live. The 3 little ones rushed into the newly built house cheering in unison, and Wang Ran followed in with a smile. However, because he was going to teach his disciples, Wang Ran still took this matter very seriously. The first step in cultivation is to have a good cultivation method. Wang Ran has Dao Fa, and when Yahiko received his disciple, the system also rewarded a Dao Fa version of the chakra refining method. Wang Ran didn't quite understand what the situation was, but if you have any questions, just ask the system. System. Ding, I am the host. I ask you, what is the state of the chakra refinement of the Taoist version? Ding, because the host is currently in a world rule. Natural energy contains a violent factor, and the host's disciples cannot safely absorb natural energy without system assistance. The Dao Fa version of the chakra extraction method. The host can be understood as a simplified version of Dao Fa. Without the absorption of natural energy, chakra is refined only in the body and spirit, which conforms to the laws of this world. After the system explained this way, Wang Ran understood. When watching anime before, Wang Ran knew that only the practice of immortality can absorb natural energy. Moreover, this process is extremely dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will die. For example, the petrification of Miyama Mountain, and after practicing immortality, there will still be obvious ethnic changes. In the anime, Naruto is already a perfect fairy model, but still leaves a pair of orange eyeshadow. Not to mention that Jai also went to the pharmacist. It was another species. If you say that, what I am practicing now is immortality, then why has my appearance not changed? Ding, according to the rules of this world, what the host is practicing is indeed called immortality. As for the host's appearance, it is because Taoism is the most suitable practice for human form. This world, that is to say, there are different names in other worlds. Wang Ran raised his eyebrows. It seems that different worlds still have something in common. Ding, the host's current strength is insufficient. Please improve your strength and explore by yourself. Okay, got it. You don't know how to work around this system. What if you tell me? Wang Ran murmured inwardly. The attention returned to reality, and the excitement of the three little ones had almost passed. Well, come over and sit down cross-legged. Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, the three little ones also knew that Wang Ran would start teaching them to practice. He couldn't help becoming serious, and sat cross-legged in front of Wang Ran obediently, looking at him eagerly. First of all, you have to know that if you want to be a ninja, you must first be able to extract chakras. This is a kind of talent. The number of people who can successfully extract chakras is only 1% or less of human beings. As soon as Wang Ran said this, San Xiaozi instantly became nervous. Can they refine chakras? Of course. Wang Ran also noticed the tension of the three little ones, and comforted, but you don't have to worry about this. I've already seen it, and your talents are pretty good. Who? The three little ones sighed obviously. Wang Ran continued, of course, refining chakra is only the first step to becoming a ninja. You have to learn how to use chakra, how to use ninjutsu, physique, illusion, etc. But you have to remember that the tall buildings rise on the ground. You have already missed the golden age of cultivation. Generally, children in Ninja Village begin to refine chakras and learn ninjutsu at the age of 6. And you are now in your teens. So you must strengthen your training base. Seeing Wang Ran's serious expression, the three little ones shouted in unison, it's the master. Very good. Wang Ran nodded and continued. Now, let me tell you what chakra is, and the method of chakra refinement given to you at Zangman. You must bear in mind that you must never teach this method to others easily. Welcome. The chakra refining method of our Zangman can be said to be the strongest in the entire ninja world. This is not Wang Ran's big talk, but this chakra refined method, which is a simplified version of Taoism, absolutely incomparable to any method in the entire ninja realm. This is not just to keep the sect in secret. The most important thing is that you are too weak now, you know. Everyone is innocent. Hearing Wang Ran's teaching, the three little boys nodded firmly. Master, don't worry. Even if we kill us in the future, we won't teach others the exercises. Wang Ran shook his head. If someone really wants to kill you in order to get the exercise, just give it to them. In addition, if you also accept disciples in the future, you can also teach them. But you must be cautious, and you must never weaken my Tibetan reputation. Yes, the three little ones are very touched now, and it is so warm to get the master's care. Okay, I will teach you now. Chakra is the energy extracted from the 1.3 billion trillion cells of the human body and your own spirit. Now, concentrate. I will always take you to feel the root of exercise. Chapter 12 Eyes in the Dark. After teaching the three juniors practice exercises, Wang Ran collected his skills and watched quietly trying to extract the third juniors of chakra. 10 minutes later, Nagato opened his eyes first. Wang Ran nodded, not losing his sleevel talent. Is it refined? Yeah. Nagato nodded faintly, although his expression was calm. Nagato was still very excited. Yes, no loss is the owner of the Eye of Reincarnation, and the talent is indeed the top in the ninja world. Wang Ran nodded with emotion, and Nagato's body tightened instantly when the 3 words in the reincarnation eye came out of Wang Ran's mouth. Although he knew that it was impossible to hide Wang Ran, Nagato didn't know how to face this problem. Wang Ran also noticed his strangeness, looked at Nagato in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong?" Nagato was silent. He hesitated to speak, but didn't know how to express it. "Master, you." Seeing Nagato hesitating, Wang Ran understood what was going on. "What? Afraid of me coveting your reincarnation eyes?" "No, Master, I didn't mean that." Mainly, hearing what Wang Ran said, Nagato became anxious and quickly denied it. "I know what you are thinking, don't worry." Wang Ran smiled comfortingly at Nagato. "Go out and sit down. Let's talk together." Hearing the master's proposal, Nagato did not refuse, and got up and walked out after Wang Ran. The night gradually darkened, and there was already a bright moon in the sky. Wang Ran was by the river now, feeling the breeze gently caressing his face. Nagato, with red hair, bowed his head and was now behind Wang Ran. "Nagato, do you think it is good or bad for you to have the eyes of reincarnation?" Nagato was puzzled by Wang Ran's question and didn't know how to answer. After thinking about it for a long time, it just gave an unknowing answer. Wang Ran looked at Nagato, stretched out his hand, and gently touched his head. "In my opinion, you are relatively unfortunate. Although you have such a powerful bloodline boundary, it must have been painful at the beginning. Although I don't know what happened to you, you should be the blood heir who wakes up after being stimulated." Listening to Wang Ran's words, the scene of childhood came to Nagato's mind again. Thinking of the last helplessness and pain of his parents, Nagato twitched. Tears fell down. "Master. Master, Nagato choked up and wanted to explain to Wang Ran, but Wang Ran stopped him. Kneeling down, Wang Ran wiped away the tears that Nagato shed. "Don't tell me, it's painful to see your appearance in retrospect." Woo wow! Feeling Wang Ran's tenderness and concern, Nagato couldn't help it anymore and threw himself into Wang Ran's arms and started crying. Although he has been wandering for a long time, he has become strong. However, when encountering a safe haven, Nagato still removed his disguise. Wang Ran gently patted the back of Nagato with his hands. "Although I don't know how you awakened from the blood succession boundary, but now your eyes are no longer carrying you alone. Treasure yours, what you cherish, and their expectations are carried on you. Therefore, you have to take a good look at the world. You don't need to worry anymore. Although the power of the reincarnation eye is very strong, the teacher will not fight for it. What's more, you are my personal disciple. Am I like such a poor teacher?" In order to ease the atmosphere, Wang Ran deliberately told a joke. Sure enough, Nagato stopped crying, shook his head and said, "How come? Master is the best person to us." Nagato really thinks so. Although he didn't know him for just a short day, Wang Ran knew them clearly. "So, live a little easier in the future. Don't always pretend to be an adult, just a kid. Also, there is no need to be afraid in the future. The sky is falling and there is a high support. If someone hits your idea in the future, you teacher and I are not to display." After speaking, Wang Ran bounced directly on Nagato's forehead, and walked into the room without looking back. Ouch! After being bounced, Nagato rubbed his forehead in pain, but his face was full of smiles. "Master, wait for me." Seeing Wang Ran had already gone far, Nagato hurriedly shouted, and quickly followed. The two who left didn't know it. Just after they left, a white head suddenly appeared on the ground. TSK, this person is quite interesting. A mere Zongren, who can't even look at Samsara. What to do with him? Forget it. Let the master decide. The white head said a few words to himself, and then floated to the ground. In an unknown hole in the ground, a withered old man sat on a chair. The scary thing is that several pipes protruded from him and connected to the huge horrible statue behind him. That's right, this is the man called Jiryukiha Madara. At this time Madara was closing his eyes and resting, and the whole space was quiet. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "What's the matter?" Never. A dark figure emerged from the ground. It was the filial son of the ninja world, Hokage. Master, Hokage, who is in charge of monitoring the eyes of reincarnation, sent a message back. It said that Nagato had worshipped Zongren as a teacher. "Oh, that kid in Nagato worshipped Anakinan as a teacher? Are you sure?" Madara felt a little surprised. "I'm sure. Although the amount of chakra in Zongren is relatively abundant, it is indeed a Zongren." Look. What can this person do? Hokage asked tentatively. Madara waved his hand. The three-gui writing wheel in his eyes turned. What does Zongren think about Samsara I? The news from Beige said that this Zongren is quite interesting. The strength is weak, but he has no greed for reincarnation. And he said that he wanted to shelter the little devil in Nagato. Haju answered honestly. TSK tut interesting. Madara showed a funny expression. After thinking about it, Madara said to Haju, well, if there is nothing wrong with Nagato, don't care about them. It just so happens that the kid in my eyes should be able to adapt to it, and it's time for him to start practicing. Zongren's words are enough to guide that little devil. GGG Hige let out a strange laugh. Yes, master. That Zongren is really lucky to be the teacher of the Eye of Reincarnation. From another perspective, he is your teacher. Madara glanced at the idiot Hige speechlessly. Sometimes he wondered if it was the incarnation of his will. Why do you feel that this guy's brain is a bit awkward? So awkward, not like himself at all. Well, you go down. Frowning, Madara didn't say anything, and after dismissing Haju, he closed his eyes. In the narrow space, once again fell into silence. Chapter 13 Xian's hidden wooden house. Wang Ran naturally didn't know the conversation between Uchiha Madara and Kurosu in the small underground cave. But the facts proved that his previous caution was not wrong. Wang Ran, who had just returned to the log cabin after comforting Nagato, found that Xiaonan had woken up. At this time, he was standing by the door guarding Yahiko and looking at the door from time to time. Obviously he was curious about where Wang Ran and Nagato had gone, but because Yahiko hadn't woke up yet, he didn't dare to leave at will. As soon as Wang Ran came back, Xiaonan stood up happily, but was afraid to disturb Yahiko, and did not dare to ask aloud. This lovely appearance made Wang Ran's heart melt a bit. Wang Ran, a 30-year-old man, felt like an old father. Sure enough, the daughters are all Dad's little padded jackets. Although Xiaonan is not Wang Ran's daughter, she is Wang Ran's apprentice, and she is also Wang Ran's daughter. As a result, before Wang Ran could speak and experience the feeling of caring for his daughter, Nagato rushed in outside the door. The fiery look caused Xiaonan to focus on him. You know, Nagato is never so reckless. As a result, Xiaonan was even more surprised. Because he ran too fast, Nagato's hair that had covered his eyes was blown up by the wind. Naturally, the red and swollen eyes that he had cried naturally couldn't hide. To tell the truth, Xiaonan has known Nagato for so many years and hasn't seen him cry before, so how could he not be surprised? Nagato was also aware of his situation, and his embarrassed face was flushed, and his hair color was compared. He quickly dyed his hair with his hands and covered his eyes again, pretending to be nothing. But his face couldn't deceive people, it was too red. Looking at Nagato, who insisted on saving face, Wang Ran couldn't help laughing. Rubbing his hair with both hands, he messed up his freshly groomed hair again. You kid, you obviously have partners, but you have to keep things in your heart. Master. Nagato struggled to get rid of it, but it was a pity that he couldn't resist, so he could only complain in words. Seeing Nagato's embarrassed appearance, Xiaonan also covered his mouth and laughed. Xiaonan's smile made Nagato feel even more embarrassing. Fortunately, Nagato's embarrassment did not last long, because each team always has a laugh. Obviously, their team is Yahiko. Ha ha ha. I'm the number one. I really am a genius, and I have extracted chakra in just such a little time. Yahiko, who jumped up from the ground, didn't open his eyes, but he raised his head and laughed wildly. Wang Ran didn't interrupt him either, just watched Yayan. As for Nagato and Konan, the corners of their mouths twitched, embarrassing for Yahiko. When Yahiko smiled enough, he opened his eyes and looked in front of him. As a result, he discovered the three people who were watching him, and Yahiko's smile instantly solidified. Master. And Nagato, Xiaonan. You all extracted chakra, and you woke up. Hee. Looking at Yahiko with a stiff smile, he tried to make the last struggle, but Wang Ran decisively gave him no hope. Yes, Nagato woke up the earliest, only 10 minutes later. As for Xiaonan, it was a little bit slower, but not too slow. As soon as Wang Ran spoke, Yayan instantly turned into a crying face. Lowering his head, Wang Ran seemed to be able to see the crow flying over his head. What a shame! Yahiko didn't feel discouraged, but felt ashamed in front of his companions. And Nagato and Kokosu saw Yahiko's low look, and looked at each other, wanting to comfort him. Yahiko, actually, Zai. Without saying anything, Nagato and Konan were interrupted by Yahiko's roar. Very good. No loss is my Yahiko's partner. I have decided, and I will work harder in the future and strive to surpass you. Seeing Yahiko's fighting spirit on Nan and Nagato's expressions, what they just wanted to say disappeared. Squinting his eyes and leaking a big smile, Xiaonan said to Yahiko softly, with Yahiko, I believe you will succeed." Nagato nodded in agreement and silently supported Yahiko. Encouraged by his companion, Yahiko extended his palm to the two. "Then we can cheer up together in the future." Nagato and Xionan also folded their palms on Yahiko's and shouted in unison, "Well, come on." With a small smile on Wang Ran's face, looking at the three hopeful children, he felt that his life began to be full of value at this moment. "Okay, don't be sensational here. You must know that hard work is not made by words." "Of course, we will start practicing now." The three small voices shouted to Wang Ran in unison, their voices full of hope. Wang Ran smiled, did not stop them, just said, "You can practice, but you must pay attention to your body. You are still growing, and your nutrition has not kept up. Be careful not to damage your foundation." "Don't worry, Master. We practice pulling." After speaking, the three little ones went back to their rooms to refine the chakra. And Wang Ran, who had experienced too many things in one day, felt a little tired at this time. It's a long story. It's about fighting Hanzo and taking disciples to build small wooden houses. However, Wang Ran only came to this world for one day. But he didn't mean to rest, but walked outside the house. Looking at the wooden house in front of him, Wang Ran's hands were sealed, and the chakra inside his body was surging quickly. Xianfa, concealed circle. In an instant, a large number of black runes swam out of Wang Ran's palm, like a living thing, quickly entangled the whole small wooden house, and then disappeared. After performing a ninjutsu, Wang Ran continued to seal his hands before stopping. Xianfa, protective barrier. A large number of runes gushing out from the palm of the hand. Unlike last time, these runes are not hidden in the wooden house. These runes are like shields, forming a ball, enclosing the wooden house. Under Wang Ran's large supply of chakras, it turned into a translucent appearance, and then slowly disappeared into the air. After casting two sealing techniques in a row, especially the enchantment type, even if it was Wang Ran's existence with chakra power comparable to human pillar power, he couldn't help but breathe heavily. The consumption is large, and the effect is naturally obvious. Now if an ordinary person walked by outside, because of the existence of the hidden magic circle, there would be absolutely nothing to see. Even if it was a normal Zongren, he could only vaguely detect something wrong. As for Shangnin, even if it is discovered, there is an outer protective barrier that can block it for a while. Don't think that Wang Ran is only Zongren now, but that is also Zongren using Xianzu. Especially this ninjutsu is also a bug ninjutsu such as seal technique. Chapter 14 Yerline U Ninja Village. Don't even think that Wang Ran is only at the middle level, but because of Xianzu chakra, in fact, the power of his ninjutsu is comparable to that of Shangren. Moreover, the ninjutsu he is currently using is still the buggy ninjutsu in the entire ninjutsu world. Seal. Although these two sealing techniques were only rewards for Wang Rantuo ninjutsu in the Believable ninjutsu mastery, but under the catalysis of Xianzu chakra, it is no worse than the average A-level ninjutsu. Therefore, under the circumstances where the two are added together, the safety of the cabin has been initially guaranteed. If you consider the current time point, it can almost be said that the chalet is now peace of mind. After taking a couple of breaths, Wang Ran looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, give the handprints in and out to the third elementary school. Wang Ran thought silently in his heart. After feeling the excessive consumption of chakra in his body, Wang Ran shook his head helplessly. Hey, the strength is still not good. Wang Ran didn't go back to the room, because there was still something to do in a while, so as not to affect the rest of the third minor cultivation. Sitting cross-legged at the door of the log cabin, Wang Ran calmly exercised Tao Fa, restoring the chakra inside. In less than half an hour, Wang Ran opened his eyes again. Feeling the rejuvenating chakra in his body, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction, and his strength improved a bit. Although not a lot, just a little bit, but such a short time was enough to satisfy him. Boom! Suddenly a thunder sounded, and there was a moment of light in the sky. Wang Ran looked up at the sky again covered with dark clouds, and it would rain at any time, and shook his head helplessly. Hey, a penny really stumps heroes. Originally, Wang Ran didn't want to do this, but for a while, did he have a channel to get money, plus the three little ones still need a lot of resources. Wang Ran shook his head helplessly. Hey, he originally had an invincible card, but in the end life told him to do a big flick. Life. With emotion in his heart, Wang Ran got up and rushed to the west. After becoming a ninja, especially after experiencing over 6 levels, Wang Ran reacted very quickly. In the dense forest, Wang Ran leapt on the branches like an ape. Under the explosive blessing of chakra, the speed is no less than that of a moving car. No wonder there are no cars in the ninja world. and the ninjas can still perform missions all over the world. I thought that the Naruto world was too small, but it seems that the ninja is too fast. As Wang Ran continued to shuttle, heavy rain began to fall in the sky. The clothes that Wang Ran had just dried were wet again. Wang Ran was also very helpless. Today, he was soaked in the rain over the past few decades, and soaked again. Fortunately, a village soon appeared in Wang Ran's sight. As he approached, the appearance of the village became clearer and clearer. The towering houses and industrial drainage pipes all show that this is the Uran village led by the demigod of the ninja world. As his body got closer and closer to Uran village, Wang Ran's speed slowly dropped. When Wang Ran was about to reach the gate of Uran village, he had changed from sprinting to strolling. I was anxious at first, but it turned out to be unhurried. This thing is uncomfortable. As Wang Ran slowly approached, two Uran suddenly jumped out of the dark. Standing in front of Wang Ran, the two Uran took an offensive posture and asked, "Over there, who are you? What are your attempts to approach our Uran village?" As long as Wang Ran is wrong, the two Uran will attack. Unfortunately, Wang Ran didn't want to do anything with them. After all, he came to borrow money. I can't say that before I can't say it, I beat up my younger brother. You go back and report to Hanzo, saying that Randolph from Zangman is here. Wang Ran ordered the two Uran. Hearing Wang Ran's tone, both Uran were taken aback. "Are you telling us?" One of the more grumpy Uran, without even thinking about it, said, "I've never heard of any Randao people from the Tibetan Gate. Who do you think you are?" "I'll tell you, we." Quiet. Before he could ask any questions, the other Uran quickly stopped him and said in a low voice, "Brother, don't say anything. You are out of the village this afternoon. You are out of the village. Master Hanzo has spoken. Anyone who meets Zangman in the future will be courteous." The more irritable Uran was obviously taken aback. "Is there really a Tibetan gate? What's the background?" "How do I know?" "But you'd better apologize quickly. Anyway, no matter what the beginning is, it's not something you or I can provoke." Yes. The irritable Uran brother, obviously frightened, quickly bowed and apologized to Wang Ran. "I'm very sorry, sir. It's the villain who doesn't know Chan. Please don't blame it, sir." Wang Ran waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay, just keep a good memory in the future. Hurry up and report to your leader, so the Taoist is here." "Yes, but I have to bother you for a while," the irritable old man said embarrassedly. "It's okay, it should be." Wang Ran didn't care. Seeing that Wang Ran was so easy to talk, that irritable old man was also relieved. After negotiating with his companions, he quickly ran towards the highest tower in the center of the village, leaving another Uran with him. Or it is surveillance. Wang Ran didn't care. His heart by Kex.co was thinking about how to flick Hanzo for a while. Uran, who was left to monitor Wang Ran, was also very entangled at this time. He knew that Wang Ran was a big man, and he wanted to talk about it, but he was afraid that Wang Ran would not like it. The two were dressed in their own minds, letting the rain fall on them. Just when Uran was still struggling whether to talk to him or not, shocking chakra fluctuations suddenly broke out in Uran village. Both Wang Ran and Uran looked at him. Both of them knew that the chakra fluctuations belonged to Hanzo. Can make Hanzo-sama burst into such a strong chakra fluctuation. This Randao is indeed an incredible person. It's a pity that I didn't get on the relationship. Otherwise, I would be able to fight for decades less. Uran sighed inwardly, thinking with emotion. As for Wang Ran, he was a little dazed at this time. What's the matter with this little Hanzo brother? Why am I so excited to come here and want to fight with me? It shouldn't. I have already arranged for him last time. That's not the case. Is that exciting? Nervous? Exciting? It seems that the impression left on him last time is deep enough. It seems that the start is fairly smooth, and there is no need to think of messy reasons to bluff the opponent. It is also good news. Wang Ran thought quietly in his heart, and his appearance was indeed a calm expression. Chapter 15 Big Hugh Iu Wang Ran. Within a moment, Wang Ran saw Hanzo rushing from Uran in village. The Uran who stayed behind had already opened his mouth in surprise. Who is Hanzo? That was the leader of Yunin village, a man called a demigod by the ninja world. It can be said that few people in the entire ninja world are stronger than him. It's such a character, who is so disregarded for his image because of Wang Ran's arrival. What is the origin of this man? I don't know the arrival of the Zangman sect master. It is really a loss to welcome. As soon as they met, Hanzo bowed and said to Wang Ran, although Wang Ran doesn't feel very strong right now, Hanzo will not capsize your boat twice in a gutter. Last time Wang Ran felt weaker than he is now, and he was almost beaten to death. If it weren't for the harmlessness of others, he could go to Minta for tea now. From the moment Hanzo appeared, Wang Ran began to play drums in his heart. Ahem, it's okay. I'm here this time mainly because there is something I want to trouble you. Pretending to be calm, Wang Ran said that he is not proficient in this kind of business. Although I have experimented with the three little ones before, if the game fails, my life is in danger. Oh, Han Zhang raised his brow. Wang Ran still needs his own help. What is your trouble? Why don't we go into the village and talk slowly? There was a three-point smile in Hanzo's voice. Although he didn't know what trouble Wang Ran had encountered, with Wang Ran's strength, it was definitely not because of the enemy. Then Hanzo doesn't worry at all. As long as he can solve it, he must help. This is a way to get a relationship with Wang Ran, to get Wang Ran's kindness. It can be said to be beneficial and harmless to Yuren. Upon hearing this, Wang Ran also understood that Hanzo would not doubt him, so he arched his hands and said, "Then nag your lord." It's okay, it's okay. The two walked to Yuren village in tandem. Han hiding led the way, and Wang Ran pretended to follow unhurriedly from behind. As for the more clever Yunin, Hanzo sent away a few words. Although it is uncomfortable to be in the rain, the image must be shaped. Wang Ran, is such a gentleman. Sure enough, when Hanzo saw Wang Ran's posture, his thoughts of friendship with Wang Ran grew stronger. However, despite Wang Ran's unhappy departure, the two arrived at Hanzo's office soon. Wang Ran originally said that his clothes were all wet, so he stopped going in. As a result, Hanzo didn't care that his office was getting wet. To be precise, he didn't care that Wang Ran got his office wet and invited him to visit. Wang Ran didn't refuse either. Since they didn't mind, he went in openly. Unlike Hokage's office in the comics, Hanzo's office is a banquet room combined together, which looks more luxurious. Wang Ran didn't say anything. If you want to talk about luxury, in your own world, why is it not more luxury than here? No need to make a fuss. Your Excellency, sit down first. If you have anything you want to say, we, Yuren village, will do our best to help you. Seeing Wang Ran's performance in such a way, he was not amazed at the office of Yuren village. Naturally, Hanzo would not be boring to show off, and directly expressed his attitude. Wang Ran didn't shirk either, and he didn't ask for a major event. That's it. I just accepted 3 disciples today, and I plan to teach them for a while in the Kingdom of Rain. But because I have just joined the WTO and the resources in hand are limited, I want to borrow a batch of supplies from your Excellency. Han Zhang suddenly realized what he said, and sure enough, besides such common things, Wang Ran had something else to trouble himself. But this is a good thing. There are not many things. It can still get Wang Ran's kindness, which is great value for money. Don't worry, sir. Although our Yuren village is poor, this is not a problem. Hanzo directly patted his chest and agreed. Come on, go and prepare a batch of training materials, and prepare a few sets of bedding and clothes, and some food, and then send it to me. Hanzo directly summoned his men and ordered him to prepare supplies. Wait. Wang Ran was quite satisfied at first, but found that there was one thing he wanted, and quickly organized Yuren who wanted to go down and prepare supplies. Seeing Hanzo and that Yuren both looking at themselves with doubts, Wang Ran straightened his face, then said without blushing and his heart beat, by the way, help me prepare some seasonings. I am a person who eats finely. Hanzo slapped his forehead and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, I was negligent. Wang Ran waved his hand. How can you blame Hanzo? I originally wanted you. 2 compliments. The Yuren went down to prepare supplies. Hanzo and Wang Ran were sitting on the benches, chatting casually. Of course, it was mainly Hanzo's side to inquire about Wang Ran's origin. Wang Ran was so mysterious that Hanzo became curious. Your Excellency said that you have just joined the World Trade Organization not long ago. Have you been cultivating in seclusion before? Yes, I have been practicing with my master since I was a child, and I didn't go out to practice until a while ago, and I found the next generation by the way. Wang Ran, who had already thought about his excuses, answered without panic. It seems that your Excellency also has a long inheritance. In recent decades, there have been frequent wars, and you can still practice safely. Wang Ran nodded in agreement, and began to make up again. I have gone through several times in the Tibetan sect. I can have the leisurely life now, and it is all up to the sect seniors. Several eras! Hanzo was shocked. What concept is this? Much longer than ninjas. Hanzo had guessed, but he never expected the fact to be so amazing. As for Wang Ran lying to him, he would not think so. The strong deceive the weak. Is this interesting? In this way, Wang Ran's importance must be taken one step closer. Want to know what is the most precious in ninja world? Ninjutsu. What is ninjutsu? That is knowledge. And how much knowledge will exist in a sect that has existed for several times? It's unimaginable. No wonder they are called Zongmen instead of Ninja Village. It turned out to be a few times ago. At this moment, Hanzo had almost made up for the history of Zangmen, and all that was left was a deeper and deeper shock. Your sect is really a long history. Not knowing what to say, Hanzo can only sigh with his long history. However, Wang Ran shook his head indifferently, and continued to check the omissions for himself and make up the vacancies. Now it is far worse than before. After one time change after another, few people in our Tibetan gate have been born in the last 1,000 years. This has caused our Zangmen to almost disappear quietly. No, I just took over as the sect master, so I asked my master to kick it out and accept the apprentice. Chapter 16 The background of the sect. Hearing Wang Ran's slightly helpless words, Hanzo's doubts about why the Tibetan men borrowed from the name were also solved. Where Zangmen still has such a powerful presence as you, indicating that the background is still very deep. Wang Ran's expression of humility quickly said that he was nothing but that. The dialogue was going on in such a harmonious and friendly environment. In general, Hanzo got the information he wanted. As for Wang Ran, he not only succeeded in taking Hanzo to fudge, but he also arranged his birth background. The two hit it off. They talked very happily, contented, embarrassed. Master Hanzo, things are ready. Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside the door, and Yuren's voice also came into the ears of the two who talked happily. Coming. Hanzo ordered outside the door. Yes. Click. The door opened. A few Yuren walked in with a big box alone. It's not that they don't want to use seal scrolls, it's mainly because the current seal scrolls are too difficult to make, and Yuren village is still a small village and can't stand the consumption at all. Using a large amount of resources to make the seal scroll is completely out of value for the little Yuren in village. Therefore, the materials given to Wang Ran were all packed in big boxes. Wang Ran silently calculated these materials. The food was enough for the four of their masters and apprentices to consume for a month, and the training resources could be used for 3 months. Hanzo nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Wang Ran nodded, Hanzo asked several of his subordinates to put down their supplies and go out. Your Excellency, I don't know how you can bring these things back. If it's inconvenient, I will let the people give them away. Hanzo leaked his kindness and wanted to send Wang Ran back. Can Wang Ran answer? Of course not. Such a small thing can't be done well. What I just pretended to be ... The power of the lie I just told was instantly reduced by half. No, I have a little ninjutsu to solve it. After that, Wang Ran was not polite. Chakra moves in the body. Dao Fa, the art of the universe in the sleeve. It was the reward given by the system when Hanzo was defeated and Sanin was rescued today. I saw the large boxes of supplies instantly disappearing weakly and entering Wang Ran's sleeves. Space ninjutsu. Hanzo cried out in surprise. This is the rarest ninjutsu in the ninja world. In the entire ninja world, there is only the deceased second generation Hokage. The art of the thunder god in the thousands of hands belongs to space ninjutsu. Hanzo has lived for so long, and has never seen other time-space ninjutsu. As a result, he saw it today, and it was Muji ninjutsu. The most important thing is that this ninjutsu is not yet used for combat. How can this make him not surprised? But astonishment was astonishment. But Hanzo didn't find it incredible. Zangman is an old antique that has been passed down for several generations. No matter what it shows, he can accept it. Instead, Wang Ran glanced at Hanzo in disgust. What are you doing all this fuss about? What's wrong with time-space ninjutsu? Not to mention how much inventory there is in the system that I haven't dug out. Even decades later, there are many space-time ninjutsu, especially the darkened young man with the soil, who used time and space ninjutsu to pretend to be cruel. Sure enough, although he is not as strong as you now, his knowledge and IQ are higher than you. Wang Ran's contemptuous eyes were put away in an instant, but Hanzo clearly sensed it, which made his old black face with a gas mask blush. That's right, but it's not very useful. That is, it's convenient to bring things with you. I heard that it was in the time when 100 schools of thought were contending. The ancestors of Zangman developed it to transport grain and grass. Later, other families used gourd paintings and developed their own storage ninjutsu. There is no use in this sleeve up. Wang Ran flickered Hanzo silently and quietly improved his compelling status. In the era of contending 100 schools of thought, it feels like nothing happens when these words come out. Sure enough, Hanzo was bluffed. Time and space ninjutsu. What do you say about development? Don't you also develop one of them? Why didn't I know that space-time ninjutsu is so well developed? For so many years, except for the second generation of Naruto. I haven't seen any space-time ninjutsu in that ninja village. Also, if you think it is meaningless, I have to have it. During the war, for fear of being attacked by the food truck, it would not be much more convenient. Hanzo didn't know how to evaluate this mysterious sect. He could dig out the treasures casually. Your Excellency was joking. Time-space ninjutsu is a ninjutsu that the entire ninjutsu world is hard to find. Wang Ran squinted at Hanzang, then shook his head. You will see more when you have the opportunity. Wang Ran meant that in the future, what kind of golden glitter, dirt, Kakashi and other urban space ninjutsu, Hanzo should have a chance to see if he can live. But Hanzo obviously thinks too much. He thought Wang Ran would have a lot of time-space ninjutsu, and he would still have a chance to see Wang Ran realize it in the future. Then he'll wait and see, Hanzo said with a hand, and then took out a small box from the safe in the office, making Wang Ran a little unsure. Since you have just joined the world, you can't help but worry about things outside of your body. There are 10,000 too, although not many, but it is a little bit of ire and kun. Wang Ran frowned. Oh, are there any windfalls? Although I don't know the purchasing power of 10 million in the ninja world, as long as one is 35 million in the future, it is obviously not too small in this war period. Wang Ran didn't refuse either. He owed someone a small favor, but now that the favor becomes a little bit bigger, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that Wang Ran is really short of money now, and some of the easier ways to get money are obviously not suitable for Wang Ran now. That would be too troublesome for your Excellency Hanzo. For today's matter, if I take advantage of your favor, I will repay you if I have a chance in the future. Hearing this, Hanzo was very satisfied with a smile on his face. Isn't he trying to help Wang Ran so hard to get his kindness? Now Wang Ran personally said that he took advantage of his own favor, which was enough. It's okay, as long as it can help you, Hanzo said modestly, although he was very happy, but he couldn't show it. Wang Ran curled his lips secretly. You politicians, the most troublesome, all day pretending, tired. Of course, Hanzo is not a pure politician, but as the leader of Uranen village, he is also considered half a politician. Okay, just say that. By the way, where is the nearest black market to us? Wang Ran waved his hand, stopped Hanzo's nonsense, and asked about the black market. Seeing this, Hanzo was no longer entangled with the question just now. Anyway, his goal was achieved. The nearest black market to us is. Chapter 17 Practice kicks off. Boom. A flash of lightning flashed in the night sky from time to time, and icy rain hit the land in the country of rain. In the forest, Wang Ran walked quickly towards the cabin. He had just gotten out of Uran village, and he had already got enough supplies, and now he was thinking about 3 small cultivation problems. In the original book, Jai Lai also taught the 3 of them for 3 years, and the 3 of them can stand alone. Even if my own teaching ability is not as good as my own, with the help of the system, it should not be much worse. Thinking these things silently in his mind, Wang Ran quickly returned to the cabin. Of course, it is impossible to see the existence of the cabin with the naked eye. I saw Wang Ran forming a knot in his hands, and a brilliance flashed past, and Wang Ran walked into it. After entering the protective barrier, the figure of the cabin was revealed. Wang Ran opened the door gently, and Sang Xiao was now asleep. Wang Ran didn't wake them up, but put the things in the living room and went back to his room. To be honest, although Wang Ran performed well, he was still tired after receiving such a huge amount of information in one day. As soon as he lay down, he fell asleep. So many things. Early in the morning, Wang Ran was awakened by a scream. After feeling the surging chakra inside, Wang Ran was sure that it was not a dream yesterday. Rubbing his head, Wang Ran walked out of the room. As soon as he left the house, he saw the 3 little boys circle around the supplies he brought back yesterday. Touching this and seeing that strangely, seeing the 3 little ones making a fuss, Wang Ran couldn't help but smile. Haha, don't be curious, it's all for you. The apprentices quickly take their bedding back to clean up the house. Listening to Wang Ran's exaggerated laughter, Yahiko asked Wang Ran in surprise, Master, where did you get the things? Didn't they have them yesterday? Yes. Xiaonan looked at the big boxes with surprise on his face. Although Nagato can't speak well, the satisfaction on his face can still be easily seen at this time. Now, when you fell asleep yesterday, I went to Unan village to find Hanzo. Wang Ran said lightly, without any ostentation in his tone. Nonsense. Go and fool others by yourself. Where's your face to show off? But the 3 little ones didn't know. They all looked at their master with admiration. What is pretending to escape? This is it, and it's still invisible. Hurry up and divide the bedding by yourself. By the way, you can cook, right? Wang Ran didn't want to worry about supplies. He was very hungry now. Well, master, I can cook. Xiao Nan raised his hand. Yes, yes, you don't know, master. Xiaonan's cooking is delicious. Yahiko nodded with approval. Nagato also nodded to the side, and he could see that he recognized Xiaonan's cooking. Very well, you will make some breakfast after finishing Xiaonan later. It's not that Wang Ran can't do it, it's mainly because he is lazy. What's more, it's natural and righteous for a disciple to take care of it. Good master, I will come out soon. After finishing talking, Xiaonan hugged her bedding and went back to the room. However, in a few seconds, she came out again. No need to guess, she must have not cleaned up, and she was ready to cook directly in the house. Wang Ran didn't stop him, letting Xiaonan set up the stove and light the fire to cook. But after a while, the smell of porridge filled the room. Wang Ran asked Xiaonan to stir-fry some fresh vegetables prepared by Hanzo, and a hearty breakfast was out. Yahiko and Nagato, when they smelled the scent, they had waited eagerly around the table from time to time, and even glanced at Xiaonan. He looked greedy. The warm atmosphere permeated the room, making Wang Ran, who had always been alone, feel infatuated. At the end of a breakfast, the three little ones lay on the floor rubbing their stomachs indifferently. In this war-torn country, vegetables are really more precious than meat, which causes the three small animals to eat too much. Wang Ran looked at the three little ones helplessly, afraid that he had not accepted 3-second seniors. Get up and do activities quickly, digest food, and practice in a while. Master, I really don't want to move. Yahiko grumbled reluctantly when he heard Wang Ran's urging, but he got up from the ground honestly. In contrast, Xiaonan and Nagato are much better behaved and don't talk back to Wang Ran at all. Wang Ran kicked Yahiko angrily to let him lift his spirits. Now, go out to practice physical skills, come with me. Wang Ran didn't give Yayan a chance to complain. He turned around after kicking, and the three little ones followed him obediently. As soon as he stepped out of the protective barrier, Nagato, the best talent, developed in amazement and felt a little different from what he had just now. Looking back, the cabin that developed them has disappeared. Nagato thought I was mistaken, so he rubbed my eyes quickly. The development was really invisible, and Nagato hurriedly stopped Wang Ran in fright. Master. Wang Ran paused and turned around in confusion. Huh? What's wrong? Yahiko and Xiaonan also looked back at Nagato at the end of the team in doubt. Master. Master. Yahiko and Xiaonan also cried out in surprise. Our house has disappeared. Yahiko ran back even more exaggeratedly, and the three little faces were full of panic. Stop. Yahiko, come back for me. Wang Ran patted his forehead helplessly, and smiled helplessly on his face. I forgot to tell you. Yesterday I laid 2 barriers. You can use the Dao Fa, and you can enter the knot seal with both hands. That's it. Xiaonan shouted in surprise. Yahiko was experimenting in surprise, knotting his hands and going in and out. The black line on Wang Ran's forehead directly gave Yahiko a thud. Master hurts. What are you doing? Be serious. Go to practice. Is it so fun? Wang Ran glanced at Yayan anger. Xiaonan and Nagato, who watched by the side, both covered their mouths and snickered, but Yahiko covered their heads and muttered quietly in their mouths, I think it's fun. How amazing. What did you say? It's okay, you heard me wrong, master. I want to say let's go and practice, I can't wait. Facing Wang Ran's threat, Yahiko confessed decisively and ran forward with strides, making Wang Ran amused directly. He shook his head helplessly. Well, you two don't laugh, and prepare. We will start to practice after digestion. Yes. Xiaonan and Nagato straightened their expressions immediately, and said seriously. Looking at the lively Sang Xiao, Wang Ran gave a thief in his heart. Hey, please be happy, you will know what is in a while. I didn't suffer less when I practiced sports, but now I finally have the opportunity to practice the next generation. Hey. Chapter 18. The first stage of training. Thanks for the reward for leaving. Thanks. Well, Yahiko, Xiaonan, Nagato, the three of you, come here, I will tell you about the cultivation plan. After moving for a while, Wang Ran called the three little ones in front of him. As for me, I have temporarily set a 3-hour training plan for you. Master, is 3 years too long? I think with our talents, 1 year is enough. Before Wang Ran finished speaking, he was interrupted carelessly by Yayan. This made Wang Ran very helpless, but he was not angry either. If Yahiko didn't have this kind of temperament similar to the protagonist, he would not be trusted by everyone. Well, don't just think about running before you learn to crawl. Wang Ran gave a light lesson. Yahiko didn't refute, he was just like that, and he was quite satisfied without being beaten. Wang Ran glanced at the three little serious expressions, and said faintly, "For the time being, I divided the 3-hour training plan into 4 stages. The first stage is physical training. You will not be allowed to learn anything else for the first 2 months, specifically to improve your physical fitness. Of course, this is just a plan. If you reach my expected goal in advance, we will move on to the next stage. On the contrary, we will extend the time. Then, now prepare for physical training. Wait for the master. Haven't you mentioned the remaining 3 stages?" Xiao Nan asked suspiciously as soon as Wang Ran's voice fell. Wang Ran touched Xiao Nan's head. "The rest will be known when you complete the first stage. Don't be too far-sighted." "Oh," Xiao Nan nodded obediently. "All right?" Wang Ran asked. "There is no master." ×3. "Very well, then start practicing. First, run 10 kilometers around the river." "Chakra is not allowed," Wang Ran said. As soon as he heard 10 kilometers, chakra was not allowed, Yahiko shouted in despair, "Master, it's too far. Can you be less?" "Stop talking nonsense. Run quickly, it'll be with you. Don't want to be lazy and cheating." Wang Ran was not shaken by Yahiko's complaint. Yahiko nodded helplessly when he heard that Wang Ran was going to run with them. Yahiko, Xiaonan, and Nagato ran in front, and Wang Ran followed. Do you have to urge it? At first, the 3 primary school was very easy, talking and laughing. But after a long time, San Xiao slowly gasped. After all, because the per capita physique of Naruto world is relatively strong, Wang Ran urged him tightly. It was not a long distance, because the speed was too fast, and San Xiao also felt tired. Gritting his teeth, San Xiaoqiang endured exhaustion and ran 10 kilometers. "I thought I would have a good rest for a while, but as soon as I lay on the ground, I was called by Wang Ran. 'Don't lie down, now quickly refine the chakra.'" What? Although very tired, San Xiao still obediently refined chakra. Not to mention, although the amount of extraction of each cell is small because of fatigue, there are more cells that can be controlled. When they recover, the chakra volume will definitely increase a little. The 3 of them were awakened by Wang Ran after not cultivating for a long time, and then something was devastated. What super double version push-ups? What super double version squats? Anyway, all kinds of training that are extremely inhumane in the eyes of the people on Earth. The 3 juniors have all received it. The tired San Xiao was miserable, and Yahiko even called Wang Ran cruel. Wang Ran was completely unmoved. "Just kidding, we are the same. My master hasn't said anything yet. Do you dare to jump? This is the first time for everyone. Now you dare to say that the master is cruel. You kid is afraid that you don't want to fry the pan." As a result, with Yahiko's hard work, the training volume of the 3 small schools increased. Wang Ran pointed out that this was because Yahiko was too energetic, and it seemed that the amount of training was still not in place, so he opened a small stove for the 3. This made Yahiko greeted the other 2 complaining eyes, and he dared not speak anymore. Looking at San Xiao's tired look, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. "Well, you go back to your room to practice chakra first." Oh, it was originally a vigorous 3rd elementary school, but after a whole morning of devastation, he successfully became listless, and even his words were weak. Slowly returning to the cabin, San Xiao began to meditate and practice on the spot to resume chakra. On the other hand, Wang Ran caught a few hares in the forest and roasted them for San Xiao when he came back. Then sprinkle the seasoning from urine, and the aroma will diffuse in an instant. The 3 little noses who were meditating moved in unison, and opened their eyes with one brush. Seeing a few roasted rabbits and dry food on the table, my stomach rang unanimously. Wang Ran laughed at the look of 3 small eyes. "You are hungry. Wash your hands and eat quickly." "Yes." "I'm going." Wang Ran was chewing food in his mouth, and saw the 3 little ones gorging on the roast rabbit. "Sifu, really good times." "Gudong, it's better than Xiaonan's." "Yes, this is the best barbecue I have ever eaten." "Although I don't want to admit it, the master's cooking is really delicious." Hearing this, Wang Ran smiled with satisfaction. Although it may be because the 3rd child is too hungry, his craftsmanship is beyond doubt. After eating, Xiaonan cleaned out the dishes and chopsticks very well. Yahiko and Nagato were lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, Yahiko sat up and asked, "Master, what shall we practice in the afternoon?" "Wouldn't it be so tired?" Wang Ran shook his head. "You can practice chakra in the afternoon. On the first day of today, you can't practice too much, or you will not be able to adapt physically." "Really?" Yahiko asked in surprise. "Of course." "Yeah, long live." Yahiko cheered. But well before Yan finished cheering, Wang Ran poured cold water on him. "From tomorrow on, you will practice all day. And after you are fully used to it, I will slowly put more weight on you." Yahiko's face collapsed in an instant, and even the faces of Xiao Nan who had just returned and the unspoken Nagato's faces became stiff. Master, are you serious? Of course, would I still lie to you? Wang Ran shrugged and directly cut off the hope of the three. Oh my god, don't. A cry of grief came from the cabin, and after hearing it, people wept 3 points. Unfortunately, this did not win Wang Ran's sympathy. The following days of the third elementary school are just such a boring day. Every day, Xiao Nan is in charge of breakfast for the 4 of them, while Wang Ran is in charge of lunch and dinner. Every day is high-intensity training, endless chakra practice, and after 3 naps, Wang Ran quietly uses medical ninjutsu to relieve 3 minor fatigued links. The only change is estimated to be the heavier and heavier weight, the higher and higher size of the 3 small and the growing strength and physical strength. Chapter 19 The Sorrow of a Small Country. 2 months later, Sanxiao has faded away from the original weakness. The height of the head has been raised, so that Sanxiao seems to be unable to hook up with thinness. Well, your physical training for these 2 months is over. Over the past 2 months, Wang Ran was very satisfied with the 3 minor improvements and performance. But after receiving Wang Ran's praise, the 3 juniors did not show their initial excitement. 2 months of cultivation has made their temperament calmer. However, although the excitement of the 3 of them did not show on their faces, the excitement of the 3 of them was indeed not at all. Master, can we start the next stage of training? The 3 juniors looked at Wang Ran expectantly. They were already infatuated with the feeling of watching themselves become stronger little by little. When I thought that I was about to enter the next stage of cultivation, Sanxiao couldn't help but look forward to it. Anyway, physical cultivation has been so painful, and they have persisted, and the next stage, it is impossible to be more bitter than this. It should be. Wang Ran nodded. Yes, you are going to the next stage of cultivation. It's just. As Wang Ran's voice changed, Sanxiao pricked his ears and listened carefully to Wang Ran's next sentence. But, we don't have much food. Now we need to go to the nearby town to buy something. The eyes of the 3rd child lit up instantly. Want to go shopping in the town? It's great. Wang Ran couldn't help but laugh as he watched the joyful 3 children. After all, that is, 3 children who have been practicing desperately for 2 months. Maybe they don't yearn for the prosperity outside. Master, when shall we leave? Xionan's eyes were full of expectation, and Yahiko and Nagato also looked at Wang Ran eagerly. Leave now, just to spend a day in the city. Wang Ran had a small smile on his face. Yeah, great. Master, wait a minute, I'll take off the load, and let's set off. Yahiko shouted excitedly, trying to run to the cabin. Wang Ran's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he grabbed his neck directly. Take off some load. I forgot to tell you. From now on, as long as it's not fighting, you must cultivate and live with a heavy burden. Of course, you can take it off when you sleep. Wang Ran's eyes narrowed, but now it was 3 small angles, which was simply a devil's smile. Of course Wang Ran wouldn't let the 3 small battles carry a heavy load. With a high offensive and low defense job like a ninja, it is possible to get a box of lunch if he is not careful. It's not a problem with your mind to fight against others with the weight to restrain your strength. Master, are you serious? You know the burden is. Before Sanxiao's complaint was finished, Wang Ran interrupted him. Of course, it's normal physical training. Seeing Wang Ran's unkindness, the 3 juniors were helpless to accept this fact. Anyway, it is impossible to resist, because that would only make oneself suffer more. Sanxiao still has a lot of understanding about this. The main reason is that Yahiko is always a little bit like that, which makes Sanxiao have experience. Wang Ran looked at the 3 well-behaved people and nodded in satisfaction. This is the majesty of the master. Okay, then let's set off and try to get to town before noon. Hearing Wang Ran's words, the Sanxiao, who was still in a low state, instantly resurrected with blood. They are still very satisfied. After a slap, just give a sweet date. Go, master, I'm going to the hot spring. I haven't soaked in the hot spring yet. Yahiko changed his crying face and ran away excitedly. Wang Ran looked at Yayan helplessly. This guy really brought him a lot of joy. Yahiko, it's okay to take a hot spring, but you are running backwards. Crunch. Yahiko's figure stopped directly in the distance. His back looked so embarrassing. However, the strong psychological quality did not make Yahiko ashamed, but returned to Wang Ran to urge him to lead the way. Nagato and Xiaonan, who were watching, both chuckled. Wang Ran looked at Yayan helplessly, didn't speak much, and walked directly towards the town. Not to mention that he knows everything about the country of rain now, but he still knows where there are towns in half of the country of rain. When Wang Ran moved, Sanxiao hurriedly followed. The 4 were running fast in the forest. Far away, The four masters and apprentices saw the outline of a city. This city named Drizzle City is one of the few relatively large cities in the land of rain. Although still not going to the small cities of big countries, it can still meet the needs of Wang Ran and the four. Wow, Master, I haven't been to the city for a long time. I don't know what it looks like now. Yahiko yelled excitedly before entering the city. Conan and Nagato are no exception and are looking forward to this trip. Naturally, Wang Ran didn't know the situation in the city. But just looking at the popularity outside the city, it might not be too good. Sure enough, what Wang Ran felt when he first entered the city was not the hustle and bustle, but a touch of depression. There are few pedestrians on the road, and most of them are in a hurry. This makes Sang Xiao very uncomfortable. It's been a long time since I have been to town. Why is it different from what I thought? Wang Ran didn't feel too surprised, or that the scene was already in his expectation. The four walked forward slowly. None of them spoke. Big brother, please, I really don't have any money in my family anymore. You see, the child is so young and has been hungry for a day, so please help. Suddenly, a cry of pleading came into the ears of the four. Looking intently, a woman with a 5 or 6-year-old child stood in front of a shop pleadingly. Whether it was a woman or a child, her face was pale, and she was obviously thin, especially women, as if it would be blown by a gust of wind. Madam, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm just a small vendor, and the food has long been sold out. Now the food at home is my own food. Don't say you have no money. Even if you have more money, I can't sell it to you. The middle-aged man opposite the woman was also helpless. It was not that he didn't want to help her. The fact is that his family doesn't have a lot of food, and the whole family can't just ignore it just because they do good things. Hearing what the man said, the sadness on the woman's face increased a little. She didn't stalk her, thanked her, and took the child to the next house. The middle-aged man obviously felt a little ashamed, and quickly closed the door. Sang Xiao looked at this scene, obviously remembering his own past, and clenched his fists with both hands. Wasn't they that kid before, the same weak and helpless? The sentimental three young men showed sadness in their eyes, and Xiao Nan was even more tearful. Holding Wang Ran's arm, Xiao Nan asked timidly, Master, can you help them? Chapter 23 Little kindness. Xiao Nan dare not call the shots without authorization, and she has no ability to help the mother and son. Wang Ran looked down at Xiao Nan, who was holding his arm, and then at the other two young men who looked at him with expectant eyes. With the other free arm, he rubbed Xiao Nan's head. You should understand that we can help them for a while, but we can't help them for the rest of their lives. Xiao Nan nodded and said, I understand, Master. But if we don't help them even for a while, they really have no hope. Wang Ran looked at the other two children. Do you think so too? Yeah. Yahiko and Nagato nodded solemnly. Master, they are really pitiful. If we don't help them, they will really not survive. Wang Ran was also very pleased to see that the attitude of the three juniors was like this. He didn't mean cold-blooded. When he saw such a poor person, he naturally wanted to help. Just don't listen. It was Xiao Nan who first brought up this matter, and Wang Ran took the opportunity to cultivate their sense of supervisor. Zhao San Xiao nodded. Yes, since you have made a decision, do it. Really? The three small all looked at Wang Ran in surprise. Of course, I would lie to you three little ghosts. Wang Ran shrugged. Master, you are so kind. I'll call them here. Xiao Nan yelled in excitement and ran towards the mother and son. When Yahiko and Nagato saw each other, they ran over. Wang Ran stood there, looking helplessly at the third elementary school running away. With Chakra's support, within a few seconds, they ran to the mother and son in 3 hours. When the woman saw Sang Xiao suddenly appeared in front of her, she suddenly became vigilant. The world cannot tolerate her to look down on anyone, although the three little ones seem to be young. But young ninjas abound in this world, and every village has a large number of young ninjas who have participated in war since they were young. What's more, with Sang Xiao's speed just now, it doesn't look like an ordinary person. Pulling the child behind her, the woman looked at Sang Xiao warily. I don't know what's the matter with the three ninja adults. Looking at the vigilant woman, the three small faces glanced at each other. It suddenly occurred to them that they were completely different from the woman. At the beginning, I seemed to be so defensive against ninjas, for fear that they would take their lives. In the end, Yahiko smiled heartily. Ha ha, sister, don't be afraid, we are not bad guys. Look, that's our master, we want to help you. With that said, Yahiko also pointed to Wang Ran. The woman looked in the direction Yahiko was pointing, and she saw a young man in his early 20s, whose appearance and temperament were all the best choices, far beyond what ordinary people could compare. Wang Ran naturally heard the conversation between Yahiko and the woman. As for Yahiko using himself as a guarantee, He has no opinion at all. A joke. Wang, is the most reliable person. What's wrong with the mere guarantee? With a chuckle at the woman, Wang Ran did not go over. Although he likes teaching apprentices very much, Wang Ran doesn't like to communicate with people very much. If it's not necessary, he still likes to be alone. After seeing Wang Ran smiling at herself, the woman blushed inexplicably, and the anxiety in her heart disappeared unconsciously. Turning his head to Yahiko said, I thank you for your kindness in advance. But the woman didn't know how to refuse, although she was absolutely not malicious in Wang Ran's group. But they are ninjas after all, and the world of ninjas has always been dangerous. He didn't want to take his children to participate. Xiaonan looked a little anxious when she saw the woman hesitating to talk. Sister, we really don't have any bad intentions. Don't worry. We helped you because we also came here. Seeing Xiaonan said so, Yahiko also quickly spoke. Yes, eldest sister. Don't you know that we were still lost a few months ago? If it weren't for the master to accept us as apprentices, maybe we would have been dead in the wilderness. We think you are very similar to us, so we want to help you. Don't think too much. Yes, we really didn't have any bad intentions. Nagato, who hadn't spoken much, said at this time. The woman was obviously moved by the sincere words of the three minors, and said with some embarrassment, that's too much trouble for everyone. It's all right. You can go to see the master with me. It just so happens that we are also here to buy things. Sang Xiao was very happy to be trusted by the woman and walked towards Wang Ran with her. Master, we are back. Sang Xiao greeted Wang Ran happily, and Wang Ran nodded, then turned his attention to the woman and her son. The little boy was obviously very afraid of life, and kept hiding behind the woman timidly. On the contrary, it was a woman with beautiful long eyebrows, and she met Wang Ran's eyes. Seeing Wang Ran looking at herself, the woman's face turned red unconsciously, and she didn't know what to think again. Master Ninja, thank you very much for your help. After straightening her thoughts, the woman directly knelt down to Wang Ran, and also took the child with her. It's not that Wang Ran can't stop her, it's mainly because this action directly stunned Wang Ran. When did he see him kneeling at every turn? He didn't react for a while. But in fact, this is the general knowledge of ninja world at this time. In order to survive, ordinary people in war-torn countries will almost kneel when they see a ninja. Compared with life, face is really not worth mentioning. Wang Ran reacted quickly, and hurriedly winked at the three little ones, and lifted up the mother and son. You don't have to be like this. We just came here. If you are unfamiliar in life, you will be our guide and help us purchase things. The reward is that we will prepare a copy for you. Wang Ran said lightly. He did not advocate giving charity to the two of them. You and I have no cause and effect. If I give you alms, it will become cause and effect. Although Wang Ran didn't believe in the law of cause and effect, he had believed in the myths and stories since he got the system and inherited Zangman. Therefore, he should avoid unnecessary cause and effect. What's more, compared to charity, the reward you get is easier for women to accept. Sure enough, when the woman heard Wang Ran's words, her heart became clear in an instant. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to me, the woman said gratefully. Wang Ran nodded and said to Sang Xiao, it's not too early, and the purchase is not in a hurry. Let's go find a hotel for dinner first. Good master, it happens that we are also hungry. Sang Xiao said in agreement. It's just that the woman is obviously a little embarrassed. She thinks she will go back to purchase immediately and get the food. As a result, now Wang Ran said to eat first, so she didn't know what to do next. Chapter 21 Birds in the Sky. Let's go to dinner. She has no money. But if you don't follow along, why would you suggest Wang Ran to master and apprentice the four? Wang Ran saw the woman's entanglement, and pretended not to care. Well, let's take a little time for you. If you come with us and invite you to have a meal, it will be regarded as compensation. How about? Upon hearing this, the woman was overjoyed, although he also knew that Wang Ran was giving alms to himself. He couldn't bear to speak. The owner said that this was a compensation to himself, so that he would not seem so humble to accept it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. With that, the woman knelt down again subconsciously, causing Wang Ran to collapse. Fortunately, he left early this time on precautions and dragged her in time without letting her kneel down. As a celestial person, the other party will kneel down for you at every turn. Wang Ran said that he is really not used to it. Okay. Go quickly. You lead the way and take us to the best hotel in town. Being supported by Wang Ran, the woman blushed and said quickly, yes, please come with me, sir. Wang Ran gave her a strange look, but didn't understand her blush. But he didn't care too much, saying the way the woman said. The group walked towards the hotel. Boss, give me 3 rooms, and prepare some more meals for delivery. Go, my lord, come with me. udon. Looking at the table full of food, the mother and son couldn't hold back, and swallowed together. They haven't had a full meal for a long time, not to mention this big meal. Wang Ran looked at the stiffened two and said with a smile, "Don't be polite, eat quickly, and take us to buy food after eating." The little boy was still a little cautious and didn't dare to say a word. He looked at Wang Ran timidly at the four masters and apprentices. His mother was too embarrassed to move the chopsticks first. Xiao Nan looked at the timid little guy and took the initiative to give him some food. "Hurry up and eat, you are welcome." Maybe girls are more dominant, and the little guy timidly said thank you sister to Xiao Nan. This made Xiao Nan laugh, and even Yahiko clamored for the little boy to call him his brother, which scared the children very much. Looking at Yahiko and Xiaonan who were playing around, Wang Ran smiled helplessly. This little thing can be jokes, it's really lively. Wang Ran shook his head helplessly, ignoring them, and started eating on his own. Yahiko and Xiaonan didn't quarrel for long, and everyone ate quietly. The woman ate very finely, as if she was afraid that she would not taste it. But she ate quickly, as if she hadn't eaten enough. Such contradictory manifestations appear on a person, but it feels very natural. Moreover, while eating, she also feeds the child from time to time. With one mind and two uses, the speed of eating is inferior to those who think they are foodies. After eating and drinking enough, under the leadership of the woman, the four of them quickly purchased enough supplies. After leaving enough supplies for the mother and son, under the reluctant gaze of the two, Wang Ran went back to the hotel. Everyone has their own life. Wang Ran and the others can't spare all their energy to help the two of them. How they will live in the future depends on their own. As soon as I returned to the hotel, the third elementary school was clamoring to go to the hot springs, but when I asked, I found out that this hotel has no hot springs. In other words, there are no hotels with hot springs in the country of rain. This can't help making the three small disappointments, and they are constantly depressed. To be honest, Wang Ran was also quite disappointed. He hadn't been in a hot spring for a long time, and the hot springs in Ninja World seem to be formed naturally. I don't know what it feels like to soak. Helpless. In order to appease the third elementary school, Wang Ran had to agree to go shopping with them. Wang Ran felt that his master seemed to have no majesty on weekdays. I was afraid of the teacher when I was a child. I didn't dare to talk to the teacher when I was a kid. Why is it my turn to be a teacher? The students are not afraid of the teacher anymore. But he didn't resist this kind of thing. After all, he felt pretty good, very warm. Walking on the streets of the city, although there are few pedestrians on the road, there are still many shops coming. It may be that the atmosphere of the war has become more and more sluggish recently, and ordinary people have begun to live normally one after another. Except for some permanent ninjas, there is no atmosphere of war in the city. Wang Ran felt very satisfied, and the tense atmosphere every day was not what he wanted. Wandering around the city, exclaiming from time to time for 3 hours. Although the market is not very good because of the war, there are still some weird gadgets. In addition, at this time, it is seldom able to sell. The bosses are bored and do a lot on weekdays, which makes these handicraft products more and more. There are a lot of all kinds of weird things, which evokes little childhood excitement. Wang Ran followed Sang Xiao quietly, not feeling bored, but rather interesting. The four people who had nothing to do were just wandering in the street. All three bought a mask, and Xiao Nan also specially picked a fox face mask for Wang Ran. Wang Ran, who didn't want to take it, didn't resist Xiao Nan's teary eyes and was defeated. Helplessly put on the fox face mask, not to mention it's pretty handsome, adding a lot of mystery out of thin air. This made Xiao Nan three people praised, and put on their own masks. As a result, 4 weird masks appeared on the road. The 4 were talking and laughing, and they were completely out of harmony with the surrounding environment. Pedestrians passing by from time to time are constantly looking, but dare not say anything. While the 4 of them were hanging out, Wang Ranmin felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that in the geographical environment of the Land of Rain, there are not many birds flying in the sky on weekdays. As a result, in just a while, Wang Ran realized that many birds had already flown in the sky. They are flying in all directions, which is very abnormal. Is there something going to happen? Wang Ran raised his head and looked at the sky, thinking silently in his heart. The 3 juniors all noticed Wang Ran's pause, but turned around to find that Wang Ran was actually looking up at the sky. Not knowing what he was thinking, Xiao Nan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with the master? Is there anything wrong?" Wang Ran nodded, but didn't say much. Yahiko also followed Wang Ran's appearance, looking up at the sky, but didn't notice anything. On the contrary, Nagato also raised his head, looking at the sky, trying to find something wrong. No, the birds in the sky are wrong. Suddenly, Nagato exclaimed, causing both Xion and Yahiko to raise their heads in confusion. What's wrong with Nagato? What's wrong? As a result, neither of them noticed anything unusual. Chapter 22 The war is over. Look at those birds. Nagato explained to the two. What's wrong with the bird? Isn't it normal to fly in the sky? Wait. Yahiko originally asked a question in confusion, but as soon as he said something, he realized that something was wrong. He also lived in the country of rain since he was a child. Although he was a little careless for a while, he suddenly woke up under Nagato's reminder. Why are there so many birds in the land of rain? This is not normal. Yahiko shouted in surprise. Xion also frowned, thinking about the reason. Master, you must know the reason. After thinking for a long time, the third elementary school couldn't figure out why, so I had to ask Wang Ran for help. Wang Ran also didn't pretend to be mysterious, and explained. Most of these flying in the sky are ninja eagles, and there are chakras in them. Such flying psychic beasts generally do not appear on a large scale. Their main function is to transmit information. Flying so frequently in the sky now, there are only 3 situations that will appear. First, a large-scale war is about to break out, and the front line is calling for ninjas. Second, there is a crisis in Ninja Village. Ninja Village has recalled going out ninja. However, combined with the current situation, neither of these 2 possibilities is very great. Following Wang Ran's words, the attention of the 3 miners was completely attracted, looking forward to his next sentence. Looking at the serious 3, Wang Ran's originally serious face suddenly leaked a smile. So, now the third scenario is the most likely. In other words, the war may be over. As Wang Ran's voice fell, San Xiao opened his eyes with excitement. Master, are you telling me the truth? The war is really coming to an end? Wang Ran smiled and nodded. This is not his guessing, but the result of reasoning. Of course, this reasoning is reversed. It is now Konoha's 38th year, and it will soon be Konoha's 39th year. Wang Ran, who is proficient in the original, naturally knew that the end of World War II was around 39 Konoha. With such a reverse reasoning, the mystery of the flying birds in the sky was naturally solved. After getting an affirmative answer, 3 small moments screamed excitedly. It's great, peace can finally be made. The 3 children are very excited. They have lived under the flames of war since childhood, and their desire to end the war is not weaker than anyone else. Wang Ran looked at the excited San Xiao and shook his head silently. Where can war end so easily? Hatred is not so easy to eliminate. You know, there was no peace for long between World War II and World War III. And during this false peace period, small-scale conflicts between countries have been uninterrupted. Rather than saying that World War II is over, it is better to say that the consumption of various countries has reached a peak, and the war is temporarily truce, and the training is good. However, despite the facts, Wang Ran did not interrupt the cheers of the 3 miners, telling them the facts. Children, it is better to have more fun. Next, after receiving the news that the war was about to end, the interest became more and more high. They were talking and laughing along the way, bringing a hint of prosperity to this deserted city. When the 3 returned to the hotel, it was already dark. After a simple dinner, when the 4 masters and apprentices wanted to practice, cheers suddenly came from the street. This made San Xiao very curious and hurried out to see what was going on. As soon as he left the house, San Xiao saw that all the houses in the street were lit up, illuminating the night. The road was also crowded with people. Everyone came to the street and cheered, and the whole city was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. The whole city is like a modern bustling city, brightly lit. San Xiao felt that the atmosphere here was completely changed from the daytime, although they had already guessed. At this time, the owner of the inn also found out the 3rd child, and ran over with a smile, and said, "The 3 guests don't know yet, I'm telling you, there was news from the ninja adults saying that the war is over. Now everyone is very happy, and they are ready to party all night to celebrate." Although San Xiao had known the news of the end of the war long ago, he still felt extremely happy at this time. There was a smile on his face, and he couldn't wait to join the carnival crowd. The innkeeper joined the crowd after 3 hours, venting his excitement. At this time, Wang Ran stood quietly in front of the window, watching the cheering people. For the first time, he felt the preciousness of peace, allowing countless people to dance all night because of the news. It allows people to let go of the barriers temporarily and laugh together. He didn't join in, he didn't really like the excitement. However, looking at the crowd downstairs quietly in the room now, he already felt the relaxed atmosphere. Wang Ran did not have the mind of being a savior, but if he cultivated a savior, it would be very good. At the very least, peace in the world has its own contribution. As for the dangerous obstacles on the way forward for the disciples, I will help them to remove them. Wang Ran thought secretly in his heart. At this point, Wang Ran turned and sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing peace of mind. Although he had plenty of time, his strength was still too low, and he couldn't rank in the ninja world at all. No matter what plans you have in the future, you still need strong strength as support. The excitement of the outside world was blocked by Wang Ran, and when he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear. Wang Ran originally wanted to call the third elementary school to return to the cabin, but found that the third elementary school was exhausted. Don't guess. Wang Ran also knows that Sang Xiao didn't sleep all night last night. Reluctantly, Wang Ran had to let Sang Xiao continue to sleep and take to the streets to feel the atmosphere of peacetime. As soon as he left the house, Wang Ran felt the difference. Without the desertedness, the whole city seemed to come to life in an instant. Wang Ran walked on the road with a familiar sense of prosperity. After a long absence from modern cities, Wang Ran realized that he was not used to it at all. Isn't he too strict with the third elementary school? Why is there not a trace of boredom? After wandering for a while, Wang Ran returned to the inn again, and the Sang Xiao had already got up. Looking at the still listless third child, Wang Ran shook his head helplessly. Master, you are back. Let me tell you, yesterday was so lively. It's a shame you didn't come. Although still listless, when talking about the lively scene last night, Yahiko's voice instantly became energetic. Wang Ran reluctantly gave Yan a violent shudder. I told you that you can't afford it in the morning. You still have reason. Master, it hurts. Can you lighten it next time? Yahiko rubbed his head, complaining helplessly. Chapter 23 Iron Fist of Love. Okay, stop complaining. Hurry up and pack up things. We go back, and then we will start the second phase of cultivation. Wang Ran didn't care about Yan's grievances. He is now addicted to knocking Yan on the head. And Yahiko's physical fitness is good, so there is no need to worry about knocking it out. Oh, I know, Yahiko murmured in reply. Not only was Wang Ran used to it, but he himself was used to it. Since I became a teacher, Wang Ran's horror has not been uncommon. Nagato and Xionan still cover their mouths and laugh secretly as usual. It is said to pack things, but there is nothing to pack. Although there were many things purchased, they were all received in the space in the sleeve by Wang Ran using the magic of the universe in the sleeve. What the third elementary school needs to clean up is just the masks that I bought yesterday when I was shopping. Soon, the four masters and apprentices packed up their things and rushed to the cabin. Different from the time when they came, the three little ones all carried a small burden on their backs. Because of the late waking up at 3 hours, when Wang Ran and the four returned to the cabin, it was already past noon. Wang Ran was okay, and bought some food on the street in the morning. Sang Xiao was uncomfortable. I didn't have a good rest last night, and I didn't eat in the morning. At this time, my hungry chest stuck to my back. Ah, Nagato, Xionan, I feel like I'm going to starve to death. As soon as he put down his luggage, Yahiko complained to Nagato and Konan. Xionan and Nagato also clutched their stomachs, and said, we are hungry too, let's cook and eat quickly. Coincidentally, as soon as Wang Ran put out the supplies, he heard the conversation of the three. Suddenly a little speechless. You didn't eat in the morning? Didn't you leave a lot of money for you? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Sang Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. Yahiko was afraid that Wang Ran's iron fist would be hit again, so he dared not speak. Needless to say, Nagato was still an innocent boy at this time, and she didn't even mean to explain. Helpless, Xionan blushed and said, Master, we just got up when you came back, and we didn't have time to eat. Wang Ran looked at Sang Xiao silently. He had been walking outside for at least 3 hours, but he had been sleeping. However, it was Xionan who spoke. Wang Ran, who succeeded in having the mentality of an old father, was not willing to blame her, so he said helplessly, then if you are hungry on the road, don't you tell me that it's time to eat. After a short rest, you have to be hungry. Don't you know that this is bad for your health? Xionan grabbed her two hands together and said coquettishly towards Wang Ran, oh, master, I'm afraid of wasting time. I know it's wrong. Yes. As soon as Xionan acted like a baby, the old father Wang Ran broke his skills in an instant. Okay, don't act like a baby, hurry up and cook something. Okay, I'm going to cook now. After talking, Xionan came hopping around. Yahiko and Nagato looked at each other, and quietly left Wang Ran's sight. Nagato, let me just say it. Master's eccentricity is too obvious. If it were me, I would have been violent. After leaving Wang Ran's sight, Yahiko joked toward Nagato. He naturally didn't think Wang Ran was partial, but the way of expressing the three of them was different. He still understood. Xiao Nan is a girl. I don't think it's a problem to be gentle with her. And I think going to be beaten again. With that, Nagato took a step back silently. Yahiko was still a little confused at first why Nagato said that, but before he could even ask, he felt a cool breeze blowing behind him. Gudong. Yahiko swallowed fiercely, and turned his head stiffly. As soon as he turned his head, Yahiko saw Wang Ran's sordid smile. Yahiko felt that his teeth were trembling now, and he regretted why he was joking with Nagato. Isn't it all right? Ha ha. Master. Master, have you heard everything? Yahiko leaked a smile that was uglier than crying, and asked the stiff Zhao Wang. Hee. What do you say? Wang Ran gave Yan a playful look, and immediately made Yan's face cry in mourning. However, he still wanted to justify himself and see if he could just die in the world. Master, if I told you that I was joking just now, would you believe it? Yan looked at Wang Ran expectantly, and Wang Ran raised his eyebrows and said, I believe. Of course I believe. Yahiko took a sigh of strength, but fortunately, the master believed it. He didn't have to be beaten, and his life was saved. But, however, Yahiko's nerves collapsed again. However, although I believe it, I think we still need to communicate our feelings. Moreover, I also need to educate you. You know, it's not right to say bad things about the teacher behind your back, even if it's a joke. Yahiko's smile was really uglier than crying at this time. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't speak ill of you. However, I think our relationship is deep enough, and there is no need to communicate anymore. No. Wang Ran shook his head. It won't work if I don't exchange feelings. If one day later, do you think impartial? Master, who won't? I definitely don't think you are partial. I think. Yahiko wanted to remedy it, but Wang Ran interrupted him directly. I don't want you to think. I just want to think. Disciple. What do you think of the Iron Fist of Love as a teacher? Master, I was wrong. Don't. It hurts to hit the master lightly. A sorrowful cry came, and Nagata closed his eyes helplessly, not looking at Yahiko's miserable appearance. You said why you have to die from time to time? Even if you want to make a joke about the master, you should find a safe place. You are under the eyes of the master and his old man, and you still do this to death. You are afraid that life is not too moist. On the other side, Xiao Nan, who was cooking, heard Yahiko's miserable cry and immediately held his forehead silently. Although she didn't know exactly what happened, based on past experience, it is estimated that it was under the eyes of the master again. Really? Why don't you keep your memory? Now Yahiko receives Wang Ran's meal from time to time. August 1 Chinese website www.zdu8.me, which has become a common meal in the small wooden house. Xiaonan sometimes wonders if Yahiko is accustomed to being beaten by his master, and he feels uncomfortable without being beaten for a day. Why do you always die? I don't understand. Although very helpless, Xiaonan was not worried. At first, she was afraid that Yahiko would be beaten severely, but then slowly discovered that the master still had a great deal of action, so there was no need to worry. Chapter 24. The second stage of training begins. In the end, under the pitying eyes of Nagato and Conan, Yahiko grinned and ate the meal. I don't know if it was because of the hunger, or the grief in his heart, Yahiko still ate a bowl of rice more than usual. Outside the wooden house, Wang Ran, who had had lunch, leaned against a tree and looked at the serious three in front of him. Next, you will enter the second stage of cultivation. This stage can be said to be a link between the previous and the next. The more solid the foundation, the easier and stronger your ninjutsu learning and combat abilities will be in the future. Wang Ran was serious about the three novels, and the three little ones were also prepared, and replied seriously, Master, don't worry, we must work hard to cultivate and will not be lazy. Yeah? Wang Ran nodded. Very well, this is the attitude you want. The second stage of cultivation will be very boring, so you have to be prepared. Don't worry, Master. We are not afraid of being boring. Xiao Nan said crisply. They can survive the chaos of war by avoiding, so boredom is just commonplace for them. Very well, in the second stage, you have to practice chakras control and physical skills. As we all know, a person's chakras are limited and cannot be endless. When you play against an opponent whose strength is not much different, the benefits of chakras strong control are reflected. Consuming the same chakra, a person with weak control may only be able to release one ninjutsu. However, someone with strong control of chakra, he may be able to release two ninjutsu of the same level. Moreover, it's more powerful. It's naturally easy to win this way. As for physical training, it is to prevent you from being helpless when chakra is insufficient. Furthermore, physique has been cultivated to the strongest point. without losing to the top ninjutsu. The most important thing is that the super strong chakra control ability, coupled with strong physical skills, can easily develop ninjutsu. Speaking of this, what flashed in Wang Ran's mind was the battle between Kai and Uchiha Madara during the finale of the original book. Met Kai, who opened 8 doors, almost stepped into the 6th-level threshold with 1 foot. In other words, if the 8th door is too restrictive, Kai is completely at the 6th level. You know, that is the man who almost kicked the finale. After listening to Wang Ran's explanation, the 3rd elementary school immediately took the 2nd stage of cultivation more seriously. Although they don't know how terrifying the top ninjutsu and physical skills are, they believe in Wang Ran. With such a strong cultivation base, and so serious treatment, one can imagine how strong the top combat effectiveness is. Sang Xiao has already begun to think of the picture of himself becoming a top powerhouse in the future. Yahiko couldn't wait to ask, "Master, how should we practice?" Wang Ran smiled indifferently. "Climb the tree first." "Climbing a tree?" Exclamation mark. Don't blame the 3 little surprises. What kind of training method is to climb a tree? You can jump up to the top of the tree easily. What Wang Ran said is naturally the practice method of Konoha Ninja in the original book. Although I don't know when this method was summarized, I have to say that that set of cultivation methods is still very useful. After all, it was the largest village in the ninja world, accumulated with countless experience, and Wang Ran naturally requisitioned it unceremoniously. Of course, it's not simply climbing trees. You have to be like this, and you can walk freely on trees without leaving a trace of footprints. With that said, Wang Ran stepped on the tree with his feet, as if he had broken away from gravity, perpendicular to the tree, and walked to the top of the tree trunk. It's also because this is not a modern city. Otherwise, Newton would not be able to stay underground, so he would have to come up and talk with Wang Ran. As for the 3rd miner, he was already stunned. They never expected that there would be such an operation, which is too incredible. "Master, how did you do it?" Xiao Nan asked in surprise. Wang Ran jumped down from the tree. "It's very simple. Wrap the soles of your shoes with chakras and attach yourself to the trunk. Of course, you have to control this chakra amount. If it is too much, you will put a footprint on the trunk. But if it is less, you will snap and fall from the tree." Friendly reminder, I didn't prepare protective measures for you. In other words, if you fall, it will hurt. Wang Ran said with a smile, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with not preparing protective measures. After all, where the talents of the 3 are, it is estimated that a few more attempts will be enough. To Wang Ran's reminder, although Xionan and Nagato were a little nervous, they still prepared firmly. On the contrary, it was Yahiko, who was not nervous at all, and laughed loudly. "Haha, master, this is too simple, look at me." With that, Yahiko stepped on the trunk. With just a click, a big footprint appeared on the trunk, making Yahiko really embarrassed. Touching his head embarrassedly, Yahiko stepped on it again. Although there are shallow shoe prints, they are all standing on it. This made Yahiko's confidence greatly increased and took 2 tentative steps. "Before he could hit me, he snapped and fell to the ground." For unprepared reasons, Yahiko rubbed his painfully, causing Nagato and Conan, who were still nervous next to them, to laugh. "What a laugh. Come here if you have the ability. You will definitely fall down too." Yahiko spoke to Nagato and Conan somewhat unconvinced. Hearing that, the 2 really stepped on the tree trunk tentatively. Nagato felt a little strange at this time. Although he seemed to use a lot of chakras for the first time, he quickly adjusted it. He felt that he could now walk to the top of the tree in one breath. But this is a bit wrong. Ming Ming Yan has failed several times. After taking 2 tentative steps, Nagato found himself standing firmly on the tree trunk without leaving a trace. After 2 more steps, he walked to the top of the tree smoothly, and Yahiko under the tree looked confused. Seeing Nagato's success, Xionan pretended to take 2 steps with courage. Although it didn't go well at first, she soon mastered the trick and easily reached the top of the tree. This made Yahiko, who was still trying to climb to the middle of the tree, fell into deep self-doubt. Is this swollen yourself? Is the gap so big? However, Yahiko is not so easy to be hit, and Nagato and Xionan wouldn't make fun of him. Instead, they always encouraged him. Wang Ran didn't mean to let them train separately, so he watched quietly. Finally, under Yahiko's unremitting efforts, this man successfully stood at the top of the trunk. Chapter 25 Puppet Masters Practice. Very good. Your talent is still very good. When Yahiko successfully mastered the tree climbing skills, Wang Ran stood under the tree and praised him with satisfaction. It turned out that he didn't praise him. Yahiko instantly forgot about being left behind by his 2 companions. Hanging upside down on the tree, he started to laugh, and he fell off again inadvertently, making Wang Ran's face black instantly. Rubbing his butt, Yahiko smirked at the three of them embarrassedly. Well, don't play tricks. This is just the beginning. Wang Ran rubbed his forehead helplessly, and said to San Xiao. Seeing Wang Ran's appearance, San Xiao immediately became serious. Yahiko is not funny anymore. Xiaonan and Nagato also stopped laughing. Next, the difficulty will be upgraded a bit. You have to run smoothly on the water. After a pause, Wang Ran gave his next training goal. With the experience of climbing trees, there is no doubt that the three juniors quietly waited for Wang Ran's next sentence. Like climbing a tree, it condenses chakras under your feet. But unlike trees, the water surface changes all the time, so you must always change the amount of chakras on the soles of your shoes. Have you understood? Understood. San Xiao nodded solemnly. Okay, then go. With that said, Wang Ran separated a shadow clone and walked along the river with San Xiaobian. One shadow clone is enough to teach the basic training of the three minors. On the other hand, Wang Ran's ontology has entered the cultivation state, and under the strong advantage of Dao Fa, he has recently faintly felt the bottleneck of breakthrough. The three little boys by the river, under the gaze of the shadow clone, had already begun the practice of treading water. But unlike climbing a tree, the three of them fell into the water when they stepped on the water again. Even Nagato, the most talented person, successfully appeared on the water after falling into the water frequently. As for Yahiko, it was even more terrible, and the whole person was soaked. It took 2 days to complete the 3 small exercises. As for running freely on the water, it took half a day to adapt. Of course, there is a reason why Yahiko is holding back. Therefore, after San Xiao completed the training task of treading water, it was 3 days later. In these 3 days, the only thing worth mentioning was that Wang Ran successfully broke through to the upper endurance level. He was suddenly a gathering of natural energy. Even the 3 minors were aware of it. Wang Ran was still in a very good mood after successfully breaking through the upper ninja level. You know, this is because of my continuous practice for more than 2 months to break through, and it feels no different from the rewards of the system. Although there is still a long time to go before the next breakthrough, Wang Ran is already somewhat emboldened at this time. This era is not a time when there are many shadow levels like dogs. Shangren is already a high-end combat power, not to mention that Wang Ran is much stronger than ordinary ninjas of the same level. Very well, then the next step is the next stage of your chakra-controlled cultivation. The joy of a successful breakthrough has not yet receded, and Wang Ran is a bit less strict with the 3 minor training. You all know Sand Ninja Village, right? Wang Ran didn't say the content of the next stage of cultivation, but instead asked 3 small questions. Although San Xiao did not understand Wang Ran's intentions, he answered honestly, I know, Sand Ninja Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages in the Wind Country, and one of the 5 great ninja villages. Wang Ran nodded, yes, since you know Sand Ninja Village, then you must also know the Puppet Master, a ninja unique to Sand Ninja Village. Hearing the words Puppet Master, San Xiao frowned and recalled something. Xiao Nan suddenly clapped his hands and said, I remember. I've heard from adults before that the Puppet Master of Sand Ninja Village can top several ninjas. Yahiko and Nagato also remembered that when they were wandering before, they did hear a few people discussing ninjas from various countries. One of them admired San Shinobu's Puppet Master, saying that they could top a team alone. Wang Ran nodded first, then shook his head again. This sentence is right or wrong. The Puppet Master is indeed very strong. A ninja can control multiple puppets and complete the siege of the enemy. However, his shortcomings are also great. Most puppets lack powerful attack capabilities and rely on poison. However, if there is an antidote to those poisons, then they're basically half abolished. In addition, most of the puppet masters say that they have very weak melee attack capabilities. Once they are approached by the enemy, they basically say goodbye to the battlefield. Wang Yu explained that these words made 3 small moments feel that the mystery of the profession of the puppet master had disappeared. However, these have nothing to do with you for the time being. What you have to do is to learn the control skills of the puppet master. You know, every puppet master is in existence with extremely strong control ability and chakra. With that said, Wang Ran suddenly took out a bunch of Q-Wu without kafing, threw it to the 3rd elementary school, and said, now, you imitate the puppet master, condense my chakra into a thin thread, and control the use of kunai. When you can easily use more than 10 kunai, you will be finished at this stage. After taking over Q-Wu, San Xiao found that there was no difference in the usual use of Q-Wu except for the absence of kafing. You know, it is much harder to buy the Q-Wu without kafing than the Q-Wu without kafing. Wang Ran specially went to the weapon shop to find someone to do this small amount of suffering. Don't worry, Master, we won't let you wait long. Yahiko smiled heartily, and even Nagato and Xionan leaked confident smiles. They took just a few days to complete the first 2 stages. Even if this is a lot more difficult, it shouldn't take long. Seeing Sanxio's self-confidence, Wang Ran shook his head helplessly. Don't underestimate it, it's not the same as climbing a tree and stepping on the water, you'll know if you try. The practice of climbing trees and treading water can be said to be a single-minded one. But controlling the karma with the chakra line is not so simple. You know, even if you use ordinary steel wire to control kunai, it takes a long time to practice, let alone the use of chakra wire. Maintaining the chakra line itself requires a lot of concentration, and coupled with the difficulty of controlling kunai, it is tantamount to 2 tasks. If there is not much to control, the chakra line will naturally increase. This is not as simple as 1 mind and 2 uses. Under this circumstance, it is impossible to successfully complete the training goal without experiencing a long period of practice. But once done, the controllability of the 3 small chakras can be said to have reached a very high level. Chapter 26. 1.5 years later. Hearing that, the 3 juniors are serious. Try to condense a chakra line out, and connect to kunai. As a result, the 3 of them knew the difficulties as soon as they experimented. It was difficult enough to maintain the stability of chakra, but as a result, he had to be distracted to control the suffering. As soon as Sanxio tried, it ended in failure. Seeing that Sanxio was suffering, Wang Ran just smiled, and didn't say much. The 3 minors who refuse to admit defeat are naturally unable to give up and try again and again. After a long time of cultivation, the 3 small chakras are naturally not enough. Therefore, the training plan that Wang Ran gave them was to practice chakra control in the morning, and after the chakra was consumed, they began to refine and restore the chakra. In the afternoon, physical training was carried out. After the 3 of them practiced, they took turns to compete. Every day, the 3 small hours are spent in this monotonous life. From the very beginning, the 3 elementary school couldn't control a Kunwu, too often hit himself, and then could easily control a Kunwu, then start to increase the amount and repeat the previous experience again. The 3rd elementary school of physical training is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Among the massive low-level physical skills rewarded by the system, the 3rd elementary school has been tortured by various moves. Wang Ran didn't teach anyone nor a certain middle physical technique to the 3 minors. Instead, let Sanxio practice a lot of physical skills. Although the proficiency is the same, it is reasonable to say that it is better than 1,000 moves, but this will only limit the 3 minor talents. Wang Ran himself didn't intend to let Sanxio take the path of pure physical art. He gave Sanxio, or his own disciples, the designated cultivation routes were all omnipotent. Ninjutsu, illusion, physique, seal, and even fairy. If possible, it is best to be proficient in all. Although the almighty ninja has the slowest training speed, it can be said that it is not strong in all aspects at the beginning. However, they are also the most invincible existence at the same level. Being proficient in all aspects means that there is no shortcoming and the enemy cannot specifically target. What's more, although there are many physical skills to learn, all kinds of physical skills are still interoperable. After the 3rd elementary school learned part of it, they also found that the next learning was extremely simple. They keep in mind all the power-ups, the difference is nothing more than the timing of the move. A year and a half later, the 3 small schools next to the river had grown a lot taller, and the shortest Xiaonan was already close to 1.5 meters. At this time, they had faded from the childishness they had when they first met Wang Ran. Although they are still young, the faces of the 3 have begun to show maturity. 10 fingers of the 3 people suddenly stretched out 10 light blue chakra lines, connecting them to the distant kunai. At first, I still felt the unhappiness of movement, and instantly flew up, floating beside the 3 of them. As the 3 fingers kept shaking, all kunai quickly collided in the air. Sparks appeared in the sky from time to time, accompanied by the clanging sound of Q-Wu collision. Although the 3% control of Q-Wu did not open the front, it was still a fatal danger for ordinary people and a high-speed movement. However, the corners of Sanxio's mouth still had a smile at this time, as if it were unusually relaxed at this time. That's right, the battle situation at this time did not reach the upper limit acceptable to the 3. Because they had been cultivating together all the time, the 3 of them knew exactly where each other's limits were. Nagato let out a chuckle. The shaking speed of his hands instantly increased, and the speed of kunai increased again. Not to be outdone, Conan and Yahiko accelerated their speed to resist Nagato. It's just that as time passed slowly, drops of sweat began to leak from Yahiko's face. It can be seen that Yahiko has reached the limit. Not only him, Xiaonan's brows also frowned tightly. Although the limit has not been reached, The limit is not far away. Only Nagato, although his face is serious, can still handle it. This makes Yohiko and Xiaonan very helpless, but there is no way. Nagato's talent is really good. It takes a month or even 2 months to master the progress. Nagato can master it in half a month. This made the two very helpless, but they were not out of jealousy, but worried that they could not keep up with Nagato's progress. All they had for Nagato was blessing. Feeling that he couldn't hold on anymore, Yohiko didn't force it, smiled freely, and instantly took back kunai, and said to the two, "Haha, I lost, but don't be happy too soon." With that, Yohiko accelerated instantly and left the place. In the next second, Yohiko rushed directly in front of Nagato, and a punch hit his face. Nagato didn't panic at all. An attack from Yohiko, who had taken more steps, instantly raised his leg and went straight to Yohiko's waist. Upon seeing this, Yohiko quickly withdrew and escaped a blow. Nagato originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to chase after him, but before he changed his move, Xiaonan was by his side, kicking over. In desperation, Nagato had no choice but to block Xiaonan's attack. But Xiaonan was right and unforgiving, and then turned around to accumulate energy, and then raised it with one leg. Zen's Nagato stepped back frequently. Yohiko, upon seeing this, followed quickly and attacked Nagato. In the face of the joint attack of the two, Nagato was only blocking and coping with the first few styles. As a result, at the next moment, Nagato dodges Yohiko's fist in an instant, and then grabbed the calf raised by Conan. With a force on his waist, Xiaonan was thrown out instantly. This time did not cause any harm to Xiaonan, and Xiaonan easily resolved the impact with one step. However, now Xiaonan is far away from Nagato, and it is not realistic to want to catch him in an instant. At this time there is a blank period, and Yohiko will face Nagato alone. Yohiko grinned. Although Nagato's talent is indeed high, he didn't pull down too much. In terms of physical skills alone, although he does not go to Nagato, Xiaonan is much better. Want to solve yourself in a short time? This is impossible. It's too late to say, then fast. Nagato didn't turn around either. An elbow was instantly pushed, and he attacked Yohiko behind him. And Yohiko didn't eat dry food either. He turned his waist and avoided the blow at an extremely tricky angle. Immediately afterwards, Yohiko put his hands on his chest. Sure enough, Nagato couldn't make a hit, and Nagato instantly changed his move, whipping his arm to Yohiko's chest. As a result, it happened to be blocked by Yohiko. And following the impact of Nagato's attack, Yohiko immediately jumped away from Nagato. Upon seeing this, Nagato was helpless. Although he is stronger than the two of them, the three of them are too familiar with each other, and there is no way to win by surprise. The most important thing is that although he is strong, if Yohiko and Xiaonan join forces, he is really not an opponent. No, Yohiko, who had just jumped away from him, instantly reunited with Xiaonan, ready to join forces to launch an attack. Chapter 27 3 Small Chakra Property Test Happiness. Just when Yohiko and Conan were about to launch an attack, there was a sudden applause from the empty field. Wang Ran clapped his hands and walked over from a distance. Seeing this, San Xiao quickly stopped his movements. As early as when the three of them were competing, Wang Ran was already watching from a distance. Wang Ran also caught sight of all the passing of the third elementary school just now. To be honest, the performance of the three minors made Wang Ran very satisfied. Although it didn't look thrilling just now, it was because the three of them were too familiar. Each of the trio's tricks just now had a lot of back, but because the trio were too familiar with the reasons, it was resolved in advance. If the opponents of the three were others, it would certainly not be that simple. As long as there is a slight negligence, there will be a blow. It can be said that although the three juniors have not yet learned ninjutsu, they can already be on the same level as Zongren by virtue of their uncontrollable skills and extraordinary physical skills. It's not bad. You have all completed the tasks at this stage. Stopping his clapping hands, Wang Ran nodded with satisfaction. Hearing this, three small moments were overjoyed. Although their strength has indeed risen, they have lived the same life every day for a year and a half. As early as 2 months ago, the three of them had completed all the tasks assigned by Wang Ran. However, after watching it, Wang Ran felt that the foundation of the three was not solid enough, and let the three of them practice for 2 more months. Helpless, the three little ones had to repeat the same day after day. Although the third elementary school has good tolerance for boring life, how can they be unhappy if they can end the boring life? Really, Master? Are we ready for the next stage of cultivation? Xiaonan asked in surprise. They had already known that the next stage of cultivation was the cultivation of ninjutsu. For all kinds of ninjutsu, Sang Xiao is not looking forward to a day or two. Compared with the cookie cutter physique, obviously all kinds of bells and whistles of ninjutsu have 3 small hearts. Facing the look of Sang Xiao's expectation, Wang Ran didn't disappoint Sang Xiao, smiled and nodded, and said, "Yes, from now on, you can learn ninjutsu." "Yeah, long live." The 3 little ones shouted in unison. "Stop." Close. Wang Ran stretched out his right hand and clenched it in the air. The cheers of the 3 little ones died down instantly, and Wang Ran took out 3 pieces of paper from his pocket. Before you formally practice ninjutsu, you have to test your chakra attributes and choose the ninjutsu that suits you. What I have in my hand is a test paper for testing chakra's attributes. After speaking, Wang Ran divided the 3 pieces of paper into the 3 small. Don't ask him why he has chakra paper, he asked Yuran-kun to borrow it. As for why this step is taken, it is not for keeping a low profile. Although Wang Ran had known what the talents of the 3 were for a long time, he still had to go with the form. This is called a sense of ritual. As we all know, the basic attributes of chakra are water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, yin, and yang. Of course, other chakras with different attributes are fused. For example, Bing Dun, etc. But that is already within the limits of blood inheritance. Now, by inputting your chakras on the chakra paper, you can know your attributes. After listening to Wang Ran's words, Yahiko was the first to test his chakra attributes. As soon as Yahiko entered the chakra paper in his hand was instantly soaked with water, and at a point in the corner, there was also a crack. Yahiko looked at Wang Ran with a puzzled look. Wang Ran nodded and said, "Not bad. Chakra with water attributes. And the intensity is very high, so that you will get twice the result with half the effort if you practice water escape in the future." "Oh yeah," Yahiko cheered. Wang Ran ignored him and looked at Nagato, who was testing the same process. The difference is Nagato's chakra paper instantly appeared in several forms. First tore from the middle, then partly wrinkled, partly wet, partly burned, and partly broken. This made Xiao Nan, who was preparing for the test next to Nagato, stunned. "Master, look at the test paper of Nagato." Wang Ran had known this kind of consequence a long time ago, but smiled indifferently. "It's okay, Nagato's talent is very good. The 5 attributes are complete, and the intensity is high." "Yes, Nagato." As soon as Wang Ran's voice fell, Yahiko hugged Nagato's shoulder and blessed him. "Your talent is so good, you will definitely cultivate in the future." "Congratulations, Nagato." Xiao Nan also squinted her eyes happily, sending her blessings happily. "Xiao Nan, don't wait anymore, and quickly test your chakra attributes." Yahiko loosened his arm around Nagato's shoulder and urged Conan. Nagato also looked at Xiao Nan expectantly. "Yes, Xiao Nan, you should test it quickly." The two are looking forward to Xiao Nan's chakra attributes and hope that Xiao Nan can have a good talent. "Yeah?" Xiao Nan said heavily. She herself was looking forward to her chakra attributes. With the input of chakra, the test paper slowly changed. Just like Nagato's, the test paper was first separated from the middle, and then it shattered while being soaked in water. "Wow! The 3 attributes of water, soil and wind!" Yahiko yelled in an instant. Although he only had a single water attribute, the multiple attributes of his companions still made him very excited. Nagato's eyes also flashed with surprises, and Xiao Nan's talent also made him relieved. As for Xiao Nan, there is no need for a majority, and she was also surprised at this time. Only Wang Ran shook his head silently in his heart. Although Xiao Nan has 3 basic attributes, how could he not see that the strength of the 3 attributes is not too high? But it doesn't matter. Xiao Nan's talent itself is not a 5-element escape technique. The origin of the name of Xiao Nan's angel in the original book does not rely on the 5-element escape technique, but the paper dance that is born and transformed with one hand. Wang Ran didn't want Xiao Nan's talent for paper escape to be so buried. Don't be happy too early. Although Xiao Nan has many attributes of chakra, but the intensity is not very strong. Sometimes, chakra has more attributes, which doesn't mean it's a good thing. Wang Ran broke a basin of cold water for the happy 3. Sang Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and Yahiko asked anxiously, "Master, what should I do?" "You must think of a way." "Yes, Master, think of a way to help Xiao Nan." Nagato's surprise also disappeared, looking at Wang Ran with worry on his face. Xiao Nan looked at Wang Ran pitifully. She knew Wang Ran's expression, indicating that he must have a way. In other words, she had never encountered something that Wang Ran could not solve. Chapter 28 Paper Dance. Well, Wang Ran stretched out his voice, and said meaningfully to Sang Xiao, "Of course there is." "Come, Xiao Nan, release chakra, let me feel it." Hearing that, Xiaonan obediently condensed chakra on his hands. Wang Ran pretended to feel it a bit. In fact, he knew it without feeling, but he still had to do it. Well, although the strength of the three attributes of water, soil, and wind is not very high, your yang attribute chakra is very strong. Master, what ninjutsu can Xiaonan learn? Yahiko and Nagato both widened their glasses and asked, their eyes filled with expectations. When Xiaonan heard Wang Ran saying that her yang attribute is strong, her eyes sparkled. In the ninja world, chakras with yang attributes generally develop in the direction of medical ninjas. Medical ninja? San Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Wang Ran nodded, yes, act on chakra, release medical ninjutsu, and then through a lot of learning, achieve the effect of quickly curing the injury. Wang Ran briefly explained what a medical ninja is, and then he said, however, most medical ninjas require a long time of learning and accumulation. I didn't teach you medical ninjutsu for that long. Moreover, most medical ninjas have limited initial combat effectiveness. Hearing this, the three small brows frowned. Those who survived the war naturally knew the importance of combat effectiveness. Although Xiaonan is willing to learn medical ninjutsu for Yahiko and Nagato, what should I do when Xiaonan orders? They are not the ninjas of the big village. They are usually safe. They are drifting outside and have to guard against various dangers every day. What's more, Wang Ran said that there is no time to teach Xiaonan to become a medical ninja. Master, what should Xiaonan do? Yahiko asked suspiciously. My suggestion is to create your own ninjutsu system. Wang Ran said to the third elementary school solemnly. Create your own ninjutsu system. Sang Xiao said he was shocked. What is meant by creating his own ninjutsu system? Master, have you misunderstood something? We have not even studied before, so you teach us to create. However, no matter how shocked the Sang Xiao, Wang Ran nodded calmly. Yes. The greatest feature of yang attributes is vitality. This greatly increases the possibility of creating ninjutsu through yang attributes. You all know Konoha village. There is a famous combination in their village called pig, deer and butterfly. The three people in the group are from the Akudo clan, the Mountain clan and the Nara clan. Their tribes are the best in the yin and yang attribute chakra secret technique. Although Wang Ran said with confidence, Xiaonan was still very worried, and some asked without confidence, Master, can I really create my own ninjutsu system? Wang Ran shrugged and said to Xiaonan confidently, of course, I believe you. You have a talent that no one else does not have, and you are not creating completely alone. I already have an idea about your ninjutsu learning. Encouraged by Wang Ran, Xiaonan's confidence instantly increased. Don't worry, Master, I will definitely succeed and I will never disappoint you. Xiaonan's strong self-confidence. Even Nagato and Yahiko were infected. Looking at the confident three people, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. Two shadow clones were separated, and Yahiko and Nagato were led away for ninjutsu training. In place, only Wang Ran and Xiaonan were left. Both of them are very simple in learning. The only thing that is somewhat difficult is you. Now, according to your characteristics, I am going to teach you some special ninjutsu. When Wang Ran said that he was about to start studying, Xiaonan became serious in an instant. It was no longer the posture of the little girl who just relied on the master, but a fearless image of a mustache. Xiaonan, you like origami? I have some very interesting ninjutsu, which is achieved through origami. That's right, Wang Ran was talking about the dance of paper. The ninjutsu mastery rewarded by the previous system includes all ninjutsu below the level in the ninja world. Even some of the original works that do not exist yet, and later created ninjutsu. Wang Ran's system rewards are included. However, these ninjutsu is the greatest wealth of Wang Ran's current teaching disciples, because he can choose the most suitable ninjutsu teaching for his disciple according to his disciple's characteristics. For example, Xiaonan, he can teach her the paper dance directly, instead of starting from scratch. Of course, because Wang Ran's rewards are currently only level and below ninjutsu, and most of the ninjutsu in the later stage of Xiaonan are a level upwards, so Wang Ran does not have a lot of skills. But this is the case, and it can also save Xiaonan a lot of time. Moreover, although Wang Ran didn't know much about the principles, he knew the performance effects of those ninjutsu in the later stage. Conversely, Xiaonan's progress will also improve a lot. At this time, Xiaonan, who heard Wang Ran's words, looked at Wang Ran in surprise. Really, Master? Then teach me quickly. She really likes origami, but since apprenticeship, because she spends a lot of time practicing every day, she rarely has time to origami again. But even so, when she is free, she can do origami. Originally, she thought it would be difficult to waste any more time on origami, but Wang Ran told her that there is ninjutsu that needs to be achieved through origami. Moreover, this was what Wang Ran was about to teach her, which was beyond Xiaonan's expectation, and he was immediately pleased. Seeing Xiaonan's surprised look, Wang Ran's eyes narrowed with laughter. The author complains, he really looks more and more like an old father. Then you can be optimistic. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Ran took out a piece of origami from his arms, and slowly knotted his hands. Ugly, ninfa, paper shuriken. With chakra's input, the origami in Wang Ran's hand instantly turned into a shuriken, and it shot away quickly. With a bang, it was deeply inserted into the distant tree trunk. When Xiaonan was watching from the side, his eyes were glimmering, just like seeing the gluttonous food. She likes this ninjutsu too much. It is interesting and powerful. But Wang Ran's movements were not over yet. After the paper shuriken shot, another piece of origami appeared instantly, floating beside Wang Ran. Zixu, ninfa, the technique of paper clone. The origami instantly deformed, and the volume quickly increased, turning into a clone that was exactly the same as Wang Ran. Standing next to Wang Ran, the naked eye could not distinguish the difference between the clone and the body. Xiaonan's eyes brightened, and she decided to learn this type of ninjutsu in the future. Chapter 29 Ninjutsu Practice. Before leaving the mountain, however, Wang Ran released 2 ninjutsu in a row. Although this consumption was not a big deal, he still stopped. Nothing else, just because this is teaching students, not your own talent show stage. The 2 ninjutsu has been enough for Xiaonan to learn for a while, and no amount of Xiaonan can accept it. That's right. Do you still like these 2 ninjutsu? Wang Ran asked Xiaonan with a smile. Xiaonan nodded happily. Well, I like it very much. You remembered all the gestures I made just now, right? Remember, master. Very good. Let me tell you something to pay attention to when practicing these 2 ninjutsu. First of all, you have to use the super chakra control to fold the origami into the shape you need in the shortest time. Moreover, in the process of origami, you have to attach the chakra to the surface of the origami according to a certain rule. In this way, the strength of origami can be ensured, and the impact of the environment can be guaranteed. For example, on rainy days, origami will not get wet due to the protection of the attached chakra. The attachment law of this chakra is adjusted according to different ninjutsu. You'd better find it out by yourself, so that it will be of great benefit to both the speed of your surgery and the development of ninjutsu in the future. After saying so much in one breath, Wang Ran also paused a little. Looking at Xiaonan, he found that Xiaonan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, master, I understand what you mean. Very good. Here, origami prepared for you. With that, Wang Ran flicked his sleeves, and a large amount of origami appeared in his hand instantly, and Xiaonan was taken aback. She really didn't expect Wang Ran to prepare so many origami. After all, teaching her own ninjutsu should be a temporary decision, right? Right? Xiaonan thought of Wang Ran's calm expression when she tested chakra's attributes just now. Although Wang Ran looked seamless, the problem was here. According to the usual care of the master for himself, how could he be so calm after knowing that his chakra attributes are not strong? Therefore, there is only one truth. Master, did you know that my chakra attribute strength is not high, and you planned to teach me this kind of origami ninjutsu? Xiaonan stared at Wang Ran tightly, trying to see something in his eyes. Unfortunately, as the so-called Jiang is still hot, after Wang Ran was dismantled, there was no trace of embarrassment at all. Instead, he narrowed his eyes with a smile. That's right, Xiaonan. I was discovered by you. I really planned it a long time ago. If I don't know where your talents are for so long, I will be a master. You actually admitted it generously. Master, you are really going too far, making people worry about nothing. Feeling Wang Ran's humorous eyes, Xiaonan shouted towards Wang Ran in an aura. Wang Ran didn't care at all. Instead, Xiaonan, who was ashamed and angry, was extremely funny. So, don't you want to learn this type of ninjutsu? Then I will change it for you. Wang Ran raised his eyebrows, and his smile was slightly naughty. Xiaonan was taken aback for a moment, and his face instantly became ruddy, not knowing whether he was angry or shy. No, I mean it's better to learn this. I think it's pretty good. So I won't bother you, master, old man. Wang Ran shrugged. It doesn't matter, I have a lot of ninjutsu, it's not troublesome at all. I really don't need a master. I like this type of ninjutsu. By the way, master, is there a name for this type of ninjutsu? In order to prevent Wang Ran from mentioning the practice of ninjutsu again, Xiaonan hurriedly interrupted. Wang Ran naturally saw Xiaonan's small abacus, but he was also willing to follow the flow, not wanting Xiaonan to be embarrassed. Name: What do you think of shishi paper dance? Shishi dance? Xiaonan murmured in a low voice, recalling the charm of this name. The more she thinks about it, the more she feels that the name is better, which is in line with her appetite. And it matches well with the form of ninjutsu, beautiful and vivid. Master, this name is so nice. Xiaonan nodded with satisfaction. Does it sound good? Of course you think it sounds good when you name it yourself. Wang Ran thought with trepidation in his heart. He didn't look like a teacher at all. However, he naturally would not show it. In reality, he just nodded faintly, and then said, since you like it, how about this series of ninjutsu from now on called Shizizu? Xiaonan nodded in surprise. Really, master? That's great. Well, don't waste time, try it quickly, and I will correct it for you. Feeling the chakra wave from a distance, Wang Ran knew that Yahiko and Nagato had already started to practice, and stopped chatting, urging Xiaonan to start practicing. Good master. Xiaonan responded, unambiguously, and immediately put the extra origami into the ninja bag. Only one is left, and the chakra is used to control the floating in the air. Then, Xiaonan knotted the seal with both hands again, while distractingly controlled the origami, folding it like a shuriken. I have to say that Xiaonan's chakra control and origami skills are very strong. With ease, Xiaonan folds the paper shuriken out. However, just after he completed the seal with both hands, although chakra swarmed into the paper shuriken in his body, the paper shuriken did not shoot into the trunk like Wang Ran did. But the moment it hit the tree trunk, it was squeezed and deformed by huge pressure. Pay attention to the law of adhesion of chakras to the paper. It does not mean that it is uniform. Wang Ran reminded faintly. Xiaonan said softly and continued to try. Once, twice. It took 3 days for Xiaonan to find out the chakra branch of the paper shuriken. At this time, Yahiko had also successfully learned a cleaver water escape ninjutsu. Nagato, who has the strongest talent, can use multiple ninjutsu skillfully. In the following days, Xiaonan put his main experience in the study and development of Shizi dance. Wang Ran silently put forward suggestions to help Xiaonan grow rapidly. Yahiko and Nagato are constantly learning a lot of ninjutsu. Keep improving the speed of your own seal, so that you can quickly perform ninjutsu. The two shadow clones that Wang Ran separated, together with the ontology, were steadily improving their strengths while teaching the 3 minor cultivation practices. The 4 masters and apprentices, in this rare period of peace, in a remote corner of the Kingdom of Rain, you are quietly improving your strength, quietly waiting for the next time you come out, shocking the world. Chapter 33 Small Trial. Damn. Where did I provoke you? Why do I have to stare at me? Can't I surrender? In the depths of the forest in the country of Rain, a ninja wearing the forehead of Iwainin village stared at the 4 people in front of him. There was a deep scratch in the middle of his forehead, revealing his identity of Yanin village's traitor. At this moment, Yanin village rebelled, dripping water dripping down his forehead. It was the result of sweat and rain mixed. His ferocious eyes kept flashing in the surrounding environment, trying to find a way out. He didn't think about fighting to the death with the 4 people opposite, because he felt threatened the moment the opposite appeared. It was not the 4 of them that brought him together, but the 3 teenagers, each of whom brought him a sense of danger. And the person who was obviously the leader of the team unexpectedly made him feel no threat. This is not a good thing. It shows that the opponent's strength is completely beyond his own cognition, and he is completely unable to perceive it. As a ninja who can survive the 2 ninja battles, he knows better than anyone who can provoke and who cannot provoke. Therefore, after the 4 appeared, he fled the scene immediately. Unfortunately, what he didn't expect was that the 4 of them had kept up with him, and they had no intention of not violating the river. But this is the case. He still hopes not to do anything with the other party. Surrender or something. Really nothing. But, will the other party make him wish? Naturally it will not. Because those 4 people were the 4 masters and apprentices of Wang Ran, and that Rinran was a prop for the last cultivation stage of the 3 minors. That's right. More than a year has passed since Wang Ran started teaching the 3 little ninjutsu. Sang Xiao also completely cast aside his childishness, and had already caught up with Wang Ran. Just now, the strength of the 3 has been successfully promoted to Shangren. Therefore, they also ended the 3rd stage of cultivation. However, even if the 3 of them had reached the upper endurance level, they still could not be regarded as upper endurance. As for the reason, because Sang Xiao hasn't seen blood yet. In the ninja realm, even if your strength is strong, but if you don't have the consciousness to kill the opponent, you are still a weak one. Therefore, the final training of the 3 people began. Because he has understood this truth a long time ago, Wang Ran has been taking over tasks on the black market to improve his level in recent years. One is because Wang Ran himself needs to adapt to the life of the ninja world, and the other is to prepare for today. Through Wang Ran's level in the black market, they successfully took over 3 bounty missions at the ninja level, and the betrayal in front of him was the first mission goal of the 4. King, a member of the former blasting force of Iwainin village, with a level of strength, because in the Second Ninja World War, he killed his teammates and sentenced to the village and was wanted by Iwainin village. During the wandering process, hundreds of civilians died in order to avoid the hunt of Yanin village. I am right. Wang Ran looked at the collar indifferently. In his eyes, the collar was already dead. For nothing else, just for the hundreds of civilians who died because of him, he would die more than guilty. The Sanxiao watched the collar viciously from the side. It was because of the ninja-like collar that their family was ruined. He didn't feel surprised to hear his message being read by Wang Ran word by word. These are the messages circulated in the shinobi world, and he actually did more. I see. Did you take the task of the underground black market? Let me go. My bounty is only 8 million kls, which is not worth your hands. If you need money, I can give you 10 million. Bing stared at the 4 people and asked. He didn't know how much he had used this trick to prevaricate to kill his bounty hunter. As long as the other party agreed, he would fled to the town on the grounds of preparing money. At that time, as long as the opponent is not a lunatic, it will be impossible to do it yourself in the town. After all, once you do it, with your own ninjutsu, you can instantly kill a large number of civilians. At that time, even if he is dead, the other party will be wanted by the joint efforts of Hayden Ninja Village. Otherwise, for so many years, I would have been killed to receive a bounty. Speaking of it, I was unlucky. I would stay in the town on weekdays, but today I had a whim and wanted to come out to relax. But Wang Ran was blocked by the 4 bar. Who cares about your stinky money? Let me tell you, we are here today to help the heavens. Yahiko took a mouthful of disdain when he heard that he said to give himself money. Xionan and Nagato were also catering to the side. That is, do you think anyone loves money? Seeing the 3 teenagers filled with indignation, they shook their heads in disdain. What a passionate young man with a sense of justice. At first glance, he grew up in a big village and has not received the actual beating. This kind of passionate kid, he had seen a lot in the village at the beginning. However, didn't everyone still obediently bow their heads afterwards? What to do for the sky, in the shinobi world? Only things that are good for oneself are worth doing. Little ghosts, your captain hasn't spoken yet. What do you say? Let's listen to your captain. You. Sanxiao stared at him angrily with wide eyes. Wang Ran chuckled slightly. This collar, he really didn't want to give up. Wang he. I think my apprentices are right. After listening to the 3 small one, he immediately said to the collar proudly, have you heard? You are finished today. But when he heard Wang Ran's words, his brows frowned tightly. This person is different from the people he met before. If he doesn't ask for money, what does he ask for? Sir, I don't know what you want. Trust me, no matter what you want, I can satisfy you. Collar was still making his final struggle, and wanted Wang Ran to let him go. This time, he was really bleeding. No matter what Wang Ran wanted, as long as he gave it, he decided to give it to him. If it is someone else, it may be loose. Unfortunately, it was Wang Ran he met. Wang Ran shook his head, and said to Ting coldly, it's useless to say more. It's impossible for me to let you off easily today. But as soon as he heard Wang Ran's words loose, he quickly asked, but what? As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Oh, but I can give you a chance to survive. Have you seen my 3 apprentices? Choose one, defeat him or kill him, and I will let you survive. Hearing the master mentioning himself, he straightened his chest in 3 small moments and looked provocatively at the opposite collar. Chapter 31 Xionan's first battle 1. How dare you do this? After listening to Wang Ran's words, Ding was completely angry at this moment. He thought that Wang Ran and his party had only come to kill him for money or the so-called sense of justice. However, he never expected that Wang Ran would actually use him to train his disciples. Who is he? He is a genius from Iwainin village. Even in the upper ninja of the blasting troops in Iwainin village, he is also a leader. Since he was promoted to Shinobu, who would dare to despise him? Now, he is actually a disciple's sharpening stone with Wang Ran. How can this make him bear it? Wang Ran glanced at him impatiently. Whether you choose or not? If you don't choose, I will let them take the shot together. Good. I laughed in a hurry. Aren't you crazy? Today I will let you experience what it feels like to be a disciple. Yes, he really couldn't beat Wang Ran. However, a little devil, he hasn't paid attention to it yet. I will choose this little girl. Looking at Xiao Nan with a grin, little devil, Don't blame me when you die. If you want to blame, you blame your teacher. Yes, even though he was very angry, he still followed his heart and chose the softest persimmon in the three small schools Xiaonan. But, is Xiaonan really a soft persimmon? You bastard, you don't know who will kill you. Xiaonan said that he was not used to the bad smell, so he went back directly. Seeing that Ting had made a choice, Wang Ran said to Xiaonan to behave well, and he took Yahiko and Nagato back for a certain distance, and made the space for the two of them. Yahiko was still yelling at him, asking why he didn't choose himself. Was he afraid? As a result, it has long been the collar of the old fritters, and it is gorgeously ignored. This made Yahiko very uncomfortable, as if he had hit the cotton with a punch. On the field, Wang Ran, Yahiko, and Nagato had already retreated, leaving only Xiaonan and Yanin village to be rebellious. The two looked at each other, their aura rising continuously. However, the two did not move. The duel between the masters was to find the weakness of the opponent, and a fatal blow. For the battle tested collar and Xiaonan, who has experienced boring practice, it is no problem to hold his mind and look for flaws. The two looked at each other coldly, but it was a pity that Jiang was still old and spicy after all. The young and energetic Xiaonan can't hold back the old-fashioned spirit at all. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and Yahiko and Nagato squeezed sweat in their hearts. Can't wait any longer, the momentum will be completely defeated in a while. Xiaonan thought faintly in her heart. Reluctantly, Xiaonan quickly printed with both hands, Shizuwu, paper shuriken. A piece of origami instantly turned into a shuriken, flying towards the collar. The corner of his mouth chuckled. Oh, the young man was a young man, and he couldn't hold his breath at all. However, although King was smiling, his movements were not slow at all. Just a little sideways, Xiaonan's ninjutsu was easily avoided by him. Xiaonan naturally knew that it was impossible to hurt the collar with a paper shuriken alone. Therefore, after the blow, Xiaonan's hands instantly formed seals. Sure enough, the next second, the collar instantly appeared beside Xiaonan. Blast escape, Mine Fist. I saw the iron fist of the collar, and instantly attacked Xiaonan's abdomen. Boom! Exclamation mark. An explosion sounded, and Xiaonan, who was hit by the collar, instantly exploded. However, Ling's face was not half happy, but he looked around seriously. It turned out that the exploded Xiaonan instantly turned into pieces of paper. Paper clone? Interesting. Was it the ninjutsu that I used while I was sideways? He murmured. At this time, his attention to Xiaonan sharply increased. Nothing else. Just because of Xiaonan's fighting consciousness. Suddenly, King looked up fiercely and found that Xiaonan was actually floating in the air. A pair of huge paper wings flapped behind Xiaonan. Flying ninjutsu. Ling was a little panicked at this moment. In the world of ninja, a ninja with flying ability can be said to be almost invincible. What's more, I can say that I am extremely lacking in air combat capability. What kind of luck is this? I thought it was a soft persimmon, but I actually ran into a nemesis. Ling now only hopes that Xiaonan will not have too strong offensive capabilities, otherwise, he will have to work hard. At this time, Xiaonan was also sweating out of thin air. The master had already told him about the information about the collar, but she never expected that the power of the explosion would be so strong. If you hadn't been cautious, even if you just suffered a bit, you would be seriously injured even if you were not dead. It seems that you must not fight him in close combat. Xiaonan thought silently in her heart. Hey, kid, are you so courageous? Have the ability to come down and fight me? Collar provoked Xiaonan on the ground, trying to anger her and make her give up her flying advantage. It is a pity that Xiaonan was not angry because of the mere words. Floating in the air, Xiaonan's hands quickly formed seals. Shishi paper dance, paper shuriken shadow avatar. In an instant, countless shurikens flew towards the collar on the ground. This ninjutsu, born out of the 3 generations of Naruto's shuriken shadow avatar, instantly made the collar on the ground nowhere to escape. As soon as he saw Xiaonan's ninjutsu momentum, he couldn't neglect. His hands quickly formed seals. To escape, Tilubai. Following the press of the collar's hands on the ground, a wall of earth rose instantly, covering his whole body. The paper shurikens flying in the air all shot onto the earth wall without causing any damage to the collar. In contrast, Xiaonan didn't panic at all. Continue to seal with both hands. Paper dance, paper spear. In an instant, a spear flew out. At this time, the collar, who was hiding under the earth wall, couldn't see the paper spear flying towards him. As a result, this Xiaonan has not yet mastered the proficient, unable to easily hit the enemy's powerful ninjutsu. It was directly because of Ting's wrong choice that he was forced to take it down. The penetrating spear penetrated the soil wall almost instantly. The immense power did not diminish in the slightest, but fortunately, it was blocked by the earth wall, which made the collar aware, doing his best to avoid a deadly attack. But this is the case. The paper spear still left a long wound on his arm, and the blood kept flowing down. Enduring the severe pain, gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaonan in the sky. At this moment he really felt abnormally aggrieved. Most of his strength was above the burst. On weekdays, as long as he is punched by him, the opponent will bloom instantly, and there is no need to learn other ninjutsu at all. However, now his explosion cannot pose any threat to Xiaonan in the sky. This directly caused his strength to go by 6 points. Can only rely on Tadun and Ildun, who are not too proficient to attack Xiaonan, and the restriction is greatly increased. Of course, this is also a common problem for most ninjas who rely on powerful ninjas. Once they are restrained by their opponents, their threat will be greatly reduced. Chapter 32 Xiaonan's First Battle. 2 Boy. Don't deceive people too much. Gritting his teeth, Xinbeach www.speech.vip viciously said towards Xiaonan. His voice was like being struck by a knife, stern and sharp, full of resentment. Xiaonan glanced at the collar that looked like a trapped beast, looked at his bleeding arm, a trace of unbearable flashes in his eyes. However, thinking of the civilians who were killed, Xiaonan made up his mind again. Give up. Today you are already in a disaster. Think about the people you killed. Have you ever thought that there will be today? Xiaonan's voice reached Ling's ears, and his last hope was shattered. He knew that it was impossible for him to leave alive today. That being the case, you must be ready to bleed. Bing glanced viciously at Wang Ran and the others, enduring the severe pain. His hands began to form a quick seal. Tadun, Long Bomb. The soil on the ground trembled, and a dragon-shaped soil appeared in an instant, and high-speed mud bundles were continuously shot against Xiaonan. The dense soil bundles are not inferior to the paper shuriken shadow avatar technique Xiaonan used just now. Seeing this, Xiaonan quickly flapped the paper wings behind him, taking Xiaonan back and forth to avoid. However, the number of Long ammunition is too much. Even if Xiaonan dodged and passed by in the air, there were still many mud bundles that she couldn't escape. In this regard, Xiaonan must have expectations. As early as the moment the Earth Dragon bullet appeared, she had already sealed, and several paper shields were condensed around her. The mud bundles that she couldn't dodge all attacked the paper shield beside her. The bunch of soil that could easily break the big tree just left a light mark on the paper shield, and it fell down. Xiaonan calls this ninjutsu the paper dance, paper shield. As one of Xiaonan's signature ninjutsu in the future, although the strength of the paper shield is still insufficient due to Xiaonan's lack of strength, it has begun to show its powerful side. After casting the collar of ninjutsu, seeing that the Earth Dragon bullet did not cause any harm to Xiaonan, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. This ninjutsu is the most powerful long-range attack ninjutsu he has mastered, but it still has no effect. However, he is not so easily discouraged. Since it is not done once, then twice. The hands were sealed again, and the art of Earth Dragon bullets was displayed again. However, this time Xiaonan is no longer a pure defensive dodge. During the dodge time, Xiaonan's hands were sealed again. The paper shuriken shadow avatar technique is also displayed, and it is to attack on the collar. The brown soil bundle and the white paper shuriken are flying in the air. From time to time, the two collided, cancelling each other's power and dissipating in the sky together. Seeing the paper shuriken flying towards him, he had already prepared to escape. Tilubai. A wall of soil stood horizontally in front of the collar, and at the moment it blocked the paper shuriken, the collar quickly ejected behind him. Sure enough, in the next second, a paper spear plunged deeply into the ground there. The entire paper spear has been completely submerged in the earth, enough to see the power of this technique. However, Xiaonan, who originally wanted to make the same mistake, saw that his strategy had not succeeded, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. However, he immediately put the disappointment behind him. Now is not the time to think. Sure enough, to escape the blow, taking advantage of the moment when Xiaonan was distracted. Done. Pseudo-dark. This ninjutsu is one of the few thunder ninjutsu. It was still the spoils of the battle with the ninja in the country of thunder when he was still in the blasting force of Iwanin village. At that time, I just thought it was fun. I learned when I was boring, but I didn't expect it to come in handy today. This is the only trump card he hid in this battle, thinking about killing her unexpectedly while Xiaonan was unprepared. Ling's mouth opened, and a flash of lightning struck Xiao Nan in an instant. The speed was so fast that Xiao Nan couldn't fully react and was swallowed by thunder and lightning. Xiao Nan, Yahiko and Nagato outside the court shouted Xiao Nan's name loudly in panic. Without a word, the two were ready to rush to the battlefield. As a result, Wang Ran let out a low growl. What to panic? Look carefully. Xiao Nan's operation is very good. Sure enough, hearing Wang Ran's voice, the two instantly calmed down. Since Wang Ran said that Xiao Nan's performance was good, it at least showed that Xiao Nan was not in danger. The caller who was playing against Nan in the field naturally heard the exclamation of Yahiko and Nagato. Looking up at Xiao Nan who had been swallowed by thunder and lightning, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, kid, let you be mad again. See if you die this time. Ha ha ha. The voice of the caller stopped abruptly, because as the thunder light around Xiao Nan dissipated, Xiao Nan who fell on the ground was not as he imagined. It was a scorched corpse. On the contrary, as Gwen disappeared, Xiao Nan wrapped in paper wings leaked out. The paper wings quickly unfolded, and Xiao Nan appeared unscathed in front of everyone. Yahiko and Nagato laughed wildly outside the court. It turned out that just before the pseudo-darkness was about to attack him, Xiao Nan quickly wrapped himself in paper wings. Then he used chakra to isolate himself from the lightning damage. At the same time, Xiao Nan landed quickly because he lost his motivation. What is the paper made of? The paper is made of wood. In the drizzle and rainy weather at this time, Xiao Nan's paper wings made up of a large amount of origami are already close to wood in conductivity. As we all know, wood is conductive. As Xiao Nan landed, the lightning attached to the paper wing was instantly led underground. Although the paper wings were wrapped in chakras to isolate Dun's damage, Xiao Nan was extremely consumed. However, she eventually survived unscathed. Quickly flapping his wings, Xiao Nan quickly lifted off again. And with the lessons learned this time, he will definitely guard against the thunderess. It was too dangerous. As long as she was a little careless just now, she would go into the Pure Land to meet her parents. How could this be? Seeing Xiao Nan who was relifting into the air, he shouted in a collapsed voice. He never expected that Xiao Nan's ability to react on the spot would be so strong. Xiao Nan, who was floating in the air, looked a little pale, which was caused by the excessive consumption of chakra. Boy, don't think you will be fine if you hide this time. Next time you won't have such a good opportunity. With the failure of the last hole card, the chance of killing Xiao Nan is getting smaller and smaller. His life was threatened, and Ling could no longer remain calm. Shouting to Xiao Nan hysterically, venting his emotions. I won't give you another chance. Next, I will use the strongest attack method I have developed under the guidance of the master. Chapter 33 Xiao Nan first battle end. You know, even the master praises me for this ninjutsu. Xiao Nan said coldly to Ting. She almost died just now. Until now, she still has lingering fears and fears. Come on, kid. Let's see whoever's will die first. Shouted frantically, completely lost his initial calm. Shishi paper dance, paper shuriken shadow avatar. To escape, Tilubai. As soon as their voices fell, ninjutsu danced between them. Unlike before, this time Xiao Nan's paper shurikens did not all fly towards the collar. Therefore, the earth flow wall, which is very useful, only resists a small part of the paper shuriken. Most of the paper shurikens were shot toward the collar's body, and the density directly sealed the collar's dodge space. This time, in order to seal the way of retreat, Xiao Nan directly used paper shuriken shadow avatar twice. The density of paper shurikens is like drizzle in the sky. Seeing such a collar, he also realized Xiao Nan's intention. Although I don't know what Xiao Nan's next move is, but according to Xiao Nan's confident look, it should be much more powerful than the paper spear. Realizing his situation, King calmed down a lot at this moment. Quickly seal the seal with both hands, to escape, Tilubai. In an instant, several earth walls rose up, blocking in front of Ling. Ting is not a hesitating person. In this short moment, he decided to spend a lot of chakras to use a few dirt walls to enhance his defense capabilities. However, he still felt a little unsafe in it. The hands continued to seal, but this time it was more rusty. Earth escape, rock armor. This is his only purely defensive ninjutsu, but because of his usual fighting style, he has not used it several times. After all, he usually relies on his own blasting to fight, and after casting the rock armor, his blasting image is too big. When the collar had finished all ninjutsu, Xiao Nan in the sky had also successfully prepared. As the last seal fell, the pieces of paper on the paper wings behind Xiao Nan stood up like real feathers. Paper dance, paper rain. As Xiao Nan's voice sounded, the pieces of paper on the paper wings, like feather-like knives, flew towards the collar quickly. The power is far beyond the paper shuriken. The wall of the earth stream, which was used by the collar, was like straw in the gust of wind and rain, shaking. Seeing this momentum, my heart was tense. But seeing Sandow Julubai still resisting Xiaonan's attack with difficulty, his heart couldn't help but relax. He wanted to come and laugh at a few words. Before he could speak, he was like a pinched around his neck. His eyes widened and looked at the pieces of paper that had lost power because of the earth flow wall. At this moment, they all floated quickly behind Xiaonan, once turned into paper wings, and shot out at him again. This time, the earth flow wall that was used by the collar could no longer withstand Xiaonan's attack, and it shattered like a famous spin-curd dregs project in the world. Numerous attacks directly bombarded Ling's body. At this moment, he was wearing a rock armor, and the powerful impact still made him vomit blood. But is it just over? Of course not. The paper that had lost its power flew back to Xiaonan once again, recharged, and shot at the collar. Looking at the battlefield, Xiaonan kept retreating attacked, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth from time to time. Yahiko and Nagato both leaked reassuring smiles. Haha, Xiaonan's paper rain, theoretically can be said to be endless attacks. As long as Xiaonan's chakra is sufficient, if she doesn't want to stop, then this ninjutsu will never stop. So, as long as you are hit by Xiaonan's ninjutsu, you can just wait for the decision. This time, this collar can no longer fight back. Sure enough, just as Nagato and Yahiko said, after being hit by Xiaonan, under the mighty power of paper rain, he couldn't squeeze the energy to fight back. In the current situation, Ling can only concentrate all his experience to defend against Xiaonan's attack. If he slack off, it will be forever. However, Xiaonan's ninjutsu can be described as continuous. Looking from a distance, between Xiaonan and the collar, a white paper pillar appeared. However, this paper pillar can be described as extremely dangerous. Under this continuous attack, collar finally couldn't resist Xiaonan's attack. In an instant, cracks appeared in the rock armor on the collar. The mad output of chakra, wanting to maintain the stability of the armor. However, the cracks on the armor, like a burning fire, grew bigger and bigger, completely unstoppable. What? A scream came, and he fell heavily to the ground. Xiaonan also stopped his attack and watched as he was covered in blood and fell on the ground, knowing his life or death. There was a nausea in Xiaonan's stomach for no reason, and Xiaonan fell from the sky as he resisted the feeling of vomiting. She didn't vomit, she knew Wang Ran's intentions, she didn't want to disappoint Wang Ran. Therefore, although she was disgusting after the first murder, she still resisted and did not show it. The strong nausea, along with chakra's excessive consumption of weakness, made Xiaonan's steps look light and fluttering. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow this girl down. Yahiko and Nagato outside the court looked at Xiaonan, who was walking towards them, with a relaxed smile on their faces. The two of them walked 2 steps quickly, wanting to support the weak Xiaonan in the past. But when the two of them first acted, the collar that fell on the ground suddenly jumped up. Covered in blood, he looked like a ghost crawling out of hell. There was only a breath of collar left, and the remaining chakra was condensed on both fists. He has no hope of survival. Now, what he wants most is to kill the little girl who defeated him, so that Wang Ran and his party will feel pain. Haha, don't want to live anybody. Go to kid. Burst out. Burst punches. Filled with chakra's fists, he unstoppable bombarded Xiaonan, who was close at hand. At this time, Xiaonan, whose energy consumption had reached the upper limit, had no time to react. Xiaonan, Yahiko and Nagato yelled in horror. Yahiko's body instantly lost its strength. The foot that had just stepped out, as if received some invisible pull, stayed in the air. Nagato is the same. Looking at Xiaonan who is about to be hit, Nagato shouts Xiaonan's name in fear. A rich chakra burst out from Nagato, and Nagato's eyes shrank severely. An invisible wave broke out from Nagato's body. Chapter 34 Wang Ran. The strangeness of Nagato at this moment was naturally clearly transmitted into Wang Ran's perception. Can I start using the reincarnation eye? Wang Ran thought silently in his heart. In the original book, Nagato completely awakened the power of the reincarnation eye after Yahiko's death. But now, because of the practice of Taoism, although it is only the version, it has greatly improved the tolerance of Nagato's body, allowing him to start using the reincarnation eye a few years earlier. Moreover, if Nagato does not abuse the reincarnation eye in the future as in the original work, pay attention a little bit. With the superphysical constitution of Dao Fan, the Maelstrom family, the side effects of reincarnation eye can be completely ignored. However, although Nagato can already start using the reincarnation eye, but this is not the time for Wang Ran to think about this. In just an instant, Wang Ran disappeared in place. In the next moment, Wang Ran appeared between Xiao Nan and Ting. Seeing Wang Ran who suddenly appeared, the pupils of the collar shrank severely. That's right, Wang Ran had known for a long time that King hadn't died, but just pretended to be dead on the ground. Even his careful thinking, Wang Ran guessed it. However, he did not warn the third elementary school, in order to make them remember. The next moment, Wang Ran's hands directly grabbed Cole's fist. With a sharp punch, Wang Ran didn't explode like he had imagined. After he punched chakra into Wang Ran's body, chakra sank like a stone to the sea, without any waves. This is definitely not something Shangnan can do, even for elite Shangnan. Wang Ran absolutely succeeded in breaking through the level of Shangran, breaking through to the level of 5 shadows. Boom! It wasn't the imaginary Wang Ran exploding in place, but Wang Ran fiercely pressing the collar into the earth. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he was so weak that he couldn't live if he watched it. As if returning to the light, King raised his head unexpectedly. Looking at Wang Ran, he said with difficulty, "You said you don't interfere, and you you are the 5 shadows level don't." Before he finished speaking, Ling closed his eyes completely, and his raised head hit the ground severely. Now, he is really dead. Yeah, I breached the contract. But how could I watch my disciple die? But I want to thank you. Thank you for teaching my disciples the last lesson with your life. As for my level, yes, just like you think, I am already a shadow level. Looking at the collar that fell on the ground, the soul has ascended to the Pure Land. Wang Ran silently answered his last question in his heart. Hearing the roar, Xiao Nan, who closed his eyes in fear, did not feel the pain. Gently opening her closed eyes, Xiao Nan was pleasantly surprised to see the master right in front of her. And the collar that brought him death threats was deeply embedded in the earth at this time, and there was no life. Master! Xiaonan yelled out in surprise. Yahiko and Nagato in the distance saw that Xiaonan was okay. At this moment, they were also slumped on the ground as if they had been drawn from their whole body. Wang Ran turned his head. There was no concern Xiao Nan imagined on his face, but seriousness. This made Xiao Nan, who was still pleased, a drum in his heart instantly. She knew that she was negligent at the last moment. Did she know if the master was disappointed? Staring at Xiao Nan for a while, Wang Ran naturally saw the anxiety on Xiao Nan's face. Suddenly, a smile leaked from Wang Ran's face. Scared. Xiao Nan shook her head quickly, but she immediately nodded with a flushed face, thinking of her eyes closed just now. Overall the performance was pretty good, but you made one of the most fatal mistakes, you know. In the first half of the sentence, Wang Ran was still complimenting Xiao Nan, but in the second half of the sentence, the style of painting suddenly changed and his speech became severe. Xiao Nan lowered her head in shame. Master, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so careless in the end. Wang Ran looked at Xiao Nan helplessly, and reluctantly taught him too harshly. It's good to know, you know, caution is the most important quality a ninja needs to possess. Before the matter is completely determined, you must report a skeptical attitude, and you must not lose your life because of carelessness. Listening to Wang Ran's teaching, Xiao Nan quickly raised his hands and promised, Master, I know, I promise that there will be no next time. Yeah? Wang Ran nodded, and then he said to Nagato and Yahiko who slowly moved here, trying to escape Wang Ran's long-winded voice, and you? What are you doing? Xiaonan's problem is what I want to tell you. I know you are kind-hearted. But even if you are kind-hearted, you must be cautious enough in the shinobi realm. Hear you. The moment Wang Ran spoke, Yahiko and Nagato straightened up instantly. Yes, Master. We understand. After speaking, the two hurried to Xiaonan's side, performing various checks, for fear that Xiaonan was injured. After some inspections, Yahiko and Nagato determined that Xiaonan was not injured. Yahiko hurried to the dead collar, thinking that he almost killed Xiaonan just now. Yahiko couldn't feel sympathy. He glanced angrily, originally wanted to make a comment, but was stopped by Wang Ran's sentence. He took out a scroll and sealed the body of the collar in preparation for the bounty. This matter is also over. However, at this moment, Xiaonan also remembered the dead collar again. When he thought that he was basically killed by himself, and then thought of the death horror of the collar that he had just seen, Xiaonan couldn't help retching. Yahiko and Nagaman looked at each other. It's not that they haven't seen dead people, Yahiko and Nagato, who didn't have hands and hands. In this fashion, they couldn't understand why Xiaonan reacted so strongly. Wang Ran walked to Xiaonan's side, patted Xiaonan's back lightly, and comforted, think about you killing him, You can save a lot of innocent people. Is it more comfortable? Yeah, Xiao Nan. This person is so bad, and he can be a killer with his companions. Just look at it. Yan also hid beside Xiao Nan, comforting carelessly. Nagato looked at Xiao Nan quietly. Although he didn't speak, it was obvious that he also agreed with Yahiko's ideas. Xiao Nan's face was very pale at this time, but she didn't want everyone to worry, wiped the corners of her mouth, and gave a strong smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Looking at Xiaonan, who was pale, Yahiko and Nagato obviously didn't believe Xiaonan's words. However, they didn't know what to say, so they could only look at Xiaonan in a jealousy. Standing up, Xiaonan said bravely, Master, let's follow the next target quickly. Looking at Xiaonan, who was crumbling, Wang Ran naturally couldn't agree to his request. He shook his head. No, we still have plenty of time. Let's go back to the cabin to rest for a while. Okay, let's go back quickly. After speaking, Wang Ran took a deep look at Yahiko and Nagato, then turned and walked away slowly. My dear disciples, it seems that you still need experience. Have not experienced it and will never adapt. The three little ones looked at each other and didn't say much. Yahiko and Nagato helped Xion and hurriedly followed. Chapter 35. Yahiko and Musa. A week later, somewhere deep in the mountains of Bear Country, Yahiko was staring at the ninja wearing a ninja guard from an unknown village in front of him with a serious face. The deep scratches on his forehead clearly revealed his traitorous identity. At this time, Musa felt very speechless. He had just come out of the mountain and hadn't made his name in the shinobi world, and he was actually blocked by someone. Where do you go to reason? Hey, I said kid, why do you have to have trouble with this uncle? I'm a little ninja from a small ninja village, who has no money and no power. Where is it worth your fight? Don't lose your life up. Musa did not want to participate in this unprovoked battle. Although he is confident of his own strength, there is obviously no benefit to playing against the kid in front of him. Looking at Yahiko's thin luggage, he really didn't think there was anything good in it. And judging from Yahiko's age, he should have no name in the ninja world. Yahiko glanced at Myoza with disdain. Stop talking nonsense. You are Myoza, the beast who killed 36 people in the same village for the purpose of forbidden technique and then escaped. Musa heard Yahiko's scolding and leaked a dangerous smile. Hee, kid, you know a lot. Since you know the fame of Uncle Myoza, you dare to come and die? Also fame, what kind of notoriety is? I tell you, you have been offered a reward by the underground black market, and I came today to take your life. Hearing Myoza's arrogance, Yahiko sighed with disdain. A reward? Myoza was visibly taken aback, but then he laughed. Ha ha, Uncle Myoza has been offered a reward. It seems that I am already very famous, kid. For the sake of you telling me this good news, I will spare your life today. Quick, give it to Uncle Myoza. Tell me, what is my bounty? 100 million or 80 million? Yahiko looked at Myoza dumbfounded. He really didn't expect Myoza to be such a character, so he was really curious about how he lived until now. Are you an idiot? 100 million, 80 million? Tell you, your bounty is only 300,000. Hearing Yahiko's words, Myoza's laughter stopped abruptly. Immediately, he furiously said, what? This uncle only has a reward of 300,000 yuan? Yahiko drew out his ears and differently. Yes, it's because the village chief of Drizzle Village paid for the reward out of his own pocket. Otherwise, you are not even worth 300,000. Obviously, Yahiko has clearly seen Musa's character and wants to irritate him and make him lose his mind. In this way, the next battle will make him a lot easier. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Musa instantly became furious. Damn old man. Does he look down on me like that? 300,000 kills. I was the number one strong in the village at that time. Yahiko was obviously not interested in Musa's fury, and continued to stimulate him. Hey, I said, are you annoying? If it wasn't for the little master, I was short of money. Where would I pick up a bounty mission for a small character like you? Small, horn, erotic. Myoza gritted his teeth fiercely. The three words were spoken in his mouth one by one, and when he looked carefully, he could even see the blue veins on his forehead violently jumping. Very well, kid. You succeeded in angering me. Today I will let you know how terrifying Uncle Myoza, who has mastered the forbidden technique, is. Wait for death, kid. After speaking, Musa instantly rushed out, like a sharp arrow that came off the string, and went straight to Yahiko. Looking at the rushing Myoza, although the speed is very fast, it is obviously not at the same level as Sang Xiao. Easily blocked Myoza's brutal attack, Yahiko knocked him out with a single kick. After knocking Myoza into the air, Yahiko frowned. The master said that he has the strength of Shinin. This is also called Shinin. When was Shangnin so weak? However, although there are some doubts in my heart, Yahiko's prudent quality is always in mind. He didn't want to overturn the boat in the gutter. Moza, who was kicked by Yahiko, had no retreat at all. He has experimented with how horrible he is after using the forbidden technique. If he used the forbidden technique, hitting himself just now would be no different from his father beating his son. Little devil, no wonder you dare to hit my idea. It turns out that you are strong and confident. However, I'm going to be serious next. Let you see the master's tricks. Forbidden technique. Burn blood. With the rapid imprinting of Musa's hands, his skin quickly turned red as if soaked in hot water. The heat kept rising above his head, his eyes were round and he looked abnormally hideous. Obviously, Musa was suffering unbearably at this time. But he didn't care. Feeling the power that kept pouring out of his body, he felt that everything was worth it. Soil escape. Hardening technique. Illusory. Lost. Quickly cast two ninjutsu, one to strengthen himself and the other to confuse Yahiko. Then Moza quickly attacked Yahiko. The speed was obviously not the same level as before. Even Yahiko didn't have much time to react. After quickly cracking the illusion of Musa, Yahiko found that Musa had already attacked him. Looking at the fist close at hand, it is already difficult for normal people to dodge. However, Yahiko is different. He has encountered this kind of danger more than once or twice under Wang Ran's 3 years of teaching, especially after a year and a half of physical training. Yahiko's waist was instantly folded down, and then he supported the ground with both hands, and his feet slammed towards Miyoza instantly. As soon as he hit Miyoza, Yahiko felt the muscles on Miyoza's body beating abnormally. Boom! Moza, kicked by Yahiko, slammed his fist on the ground. In an instant, a deep pit appeared on the spot, and its power was no less than Tsunade's strange power fist. Although Yahiko didn't know the strange power, this power still caused a drop of cold sweat on his head. Fortunately, I didn't choose to hardwire just now, otherwise, I might not be able to stand it. The master is right, this person really has the strength of Shinobu, although it is somewhat restrictive. But in terms of his destructive power alone, Musa could be regarded as reaching the level of Shinin. However, although Musa's offensive power is very strong, Yahiko is not afraid. After a few moves in the fight just now, Yahiko has already understood the number of attacks by Miyoza. Good at melee attacks, and powerful. But there is also a common problem with small country ninjas, that is, the extreme lack of ninjutsu attacks. Although Musa had used 2 ninjutsu just now, they were all very common things. In addition, most of Musa's melee combat abilities are derived from forbidden techniques. As long as it is a forbidden technique, its side effects cannot be ignored regardless of the effect. Chapter 36 The Defeat of Musa. Therefore, now Yahiko wants to defeat Miyoza. He has 2 options. One is to perform ninjutsu on a large scale, leaving Musa with nowhere to hide, directly blasting him to death with firepower. Second, it was delaying time, delaying until the side effects of Musa's forbidden technique broke out, and then killing him effortlessly. Cut. Moza, who was kicked into the air by Yahiko again, gave a fierce sip, spits out the blood in his mouth. Miyoza looked at Yahiko with a grin. Little devil, there is such a strength at such a young age, right? What I hate the most is you geniuses from Darren Village. So, you go to die for me, kid. Boom. Miyoza stomped the ground fiercely, and his whole body instantly disappeared in place, leaving only a deep collapse on the ground. Naturally, Yahiko was always alert to Musa. The moment he disappeared in place, Yahiko immediately jumped behind him. Sure enough, the next moment Miyoza appeared where Yahiko had just stood, and hit the ground with a punch. Without a single blow, Miyoza disappeared in place once, so fast that he could not see it with the naked eye. Yahiko was also in a passive state at this moment, although he wanted to use ninjutsu to blast this enemy into scum. However, Musa's continuous offensive left him no time for the seal, so he could only dodge and resist. However, once the defensive time is too long, flaws will inevitably leak. Under Miyoza's tireless attack, Yahiko was accidentally beaten and flew out by Miyoza. Flying horizontally in the air, Yahiko, a mouthful of blood spurted out in the end. At that moment, the body that had been treated by Wang Ran for a long time had already suffered serious injuries. At the moment when he was attacked, Yahiko endured the pain and quickly Jai-in. Seeing that his attack hit Yahiko, Moza did not delay, and flew up to keep up, preparing a set of moves to take Yahiko away. He felt that he was not far from the limit and he must solve Yahiko as soon as possible, otherwise he might not be able to persist. Boom, bang. Just as Misa hit Yahiko with a punch, Yahiko, who was still in the air, instantly turned into a cloud of white mist, and the body that had just been hit by Musa turned into a piece of wood and shattered. In the distance, Yahiko, who performed the substitute technique, rubbed his chest, looking at Miyoza in the distance with some lingering fears. He knew that now was the best opportunity to attack Musa. In with both hands quickly, one by one, ninjutsu flew towards Myoza. Substitute. Seeing Yahiko turned into a piece of wood, Musa instantly looked around with vigilance to prevent Yahiko's sneak attack. Sure enough, in the next second, a water escape ninjutsu attacked Myoza. Water escape, water chaos. A stream of water rushed towards Myoza, and Myoza smiled disdainfully. Boy, do you underestimate me, or do you only have this ability? After turning around, Musa easily avoided Yahiko's ninjutsu. But then, before Myoza would fight back, one after another ninjutsu was as if he didn't need money, madly impacting Myoza. Water escape, water bullet, water escape, the technique of water bombing, water escape, bursting into the water. Shui done, get the original from the water. In just a few tens of seconds, the four ninjutsu frantically rushed towards Myoza. Myoza, who was still showing a relaxed face, is now dodge anxiously. However, the scope of ninjutsu is too big. Although due to time constraints, several ninjutsu are not complete versions. But this is the case, and Myoza can't hide it at all. And Musa is not very lucky, or he has too little knowledge. His idea was that since he couldn't hide, he would choose the lightest ninjutsu to resist the past and attack Yahiko directly. As a result, Musa slammed into Yahiko's Suigun middle. Says Yunahara. Originally, if the four ninjutsu were all attacking ninjutsu, it would be fine to choose Mizunohara, the only cleaval ninjutsu. However, the worst is that ninjutsu is a controlling skill. Myoza, who ran into Shui Ying from the front, felt that his body was extremely heavy and could not move at all. Yahiko was instantly overjoyed when he saw that Myoza was controlled by Shui Yan. Although because of the realization of a large number of ninjutsu, his face was a little pale. But he still didn't want to drag Myoza's strength and put his destiny in the hands of others. So Yahiko continued to seal. Water escape, water dragon whip. What? Musa was attacked a lot in an instant and shouted out in pain. However, Musa's voice soon disappeared, and Yahiko clearly saw Musa, who was trapped in the water, lowered his head feebly. Moreover, at this time, the effect of Musa's forbidden technique also faded. The skin that was still red just now turned pale as paper. At this moment, Myoza was like a terminally ill patient who hadn't seen the sun for a long time, showing a sickly pale feeling. But Yahiko still didn't dare to be careless, and his state was not very good. Coupled with the example of Xiaonan a few days ago, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Finally, after some observations, Yahiko determined that Musa could no longer pose a threat to himself, and stop the ninjutsu that always conveyed chakra. In an instant, Musa, who had lost ninjutsu control, fell directly to the ground. At this time, his whole body wounds, but not much blood came out. Lying on the ground, Myoza looked pale, looking at the sky feebly. He already felt his physical state and knew that he would definitely not live. Hateful. Obviously he has the strength to control his own destiny. But forget it. In fact, death is not bad. He should have died long ago. It's great, the sky is still so blue and so pure. Yahiko slowly approached Myoza, trying to give him the final blow. It may be that he felt that Yahiko was approaching. Myoza turned his head hard. Looking at Yahiko, who was only a little over 1.6 meters tall, Myoza even leaked a smile. Yahiko was taken aback for a moment and didn't know what to do. Boy, you know what, I really envy you ninjas from the big village. Every day you only need to practice and study. You don't have to worry about anything. Once you have completed your practice, you can go to the battlefield and become famous. Musa said with difficulty to Yahiko. The appearance of Myoza made Yahiko, who wanted to make up the knife, instantly lost the thought of making up the knife. Cut. I am not from a big village. Since I was a child, I have lost my family and wandered alone, but later I met friends and masters, otherwise I would have died in the war. Without the thought of making up the knife, Yahiko, who had consumed too much chakra, slumped directly on the ground. Anyway, Musa is now a useless person, and he is not afraid of accidents. Chapter 37 The story of Musa. Portrait of a supporting role. You can skip it. Watch carefully. Hearing Yahiko's words, Myoza was obviously taken aback. He thought that Yahiko was a genius ninja in Dainin village, but he didn't expect that he was also a hardworking man. However, immediately seeing Yahiko's undefended look, Myoza smiled helplessly. He has been abandoned, and even threats cannot be caused to the other party. It seems that he is really a failure in his life. Ahem. Boy, I really envy your luck. Hearing Myoza's words, Yahiko also showed a hearty smile. Yeah, my luck is really not so good. First time at Nagato and Xiaonan, and we depended on each other together. Later, I met the master again and was accepted by the master to teach cultivation. Myoza lay on the ground, tilted his head to look at Yahiko's hearty smile, and couldn't help being a little dazed. This smile is really warm and familiar. Remember when she had it on her face, right? Haha. Cough. Your friends are called Nagato and Xionan. It seems that your relationship is very good, Myoza said weakly. Hearing this, Yahiko's smile became warmer. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of the friendship between the three. Haha, yeah? They also have a master, who can be said to be the closest person to me in this world. The closest person, Musa murmured. Then you must cherish them. Some things, after you lose them, you realize that without him the whole person will go crazy. Don't worry, they are the ones I have to protect for my life. Yahiko's hearty voice passed into Musa's ears. Myoza's eyes were a little lost. At the last moment of this life, he seemed to be lost in memory. Between the two, there was a sudden silence. No one spoke, just waited quietly. Suddenly, Musa's voice came to Yahiko's ears. Boy, do you want to learn my forbidden technique? I can teach it to you. Yahiko was stunned, that the ninjutsu that Musa had just learned with such great effort would be handed over to his murderous enemy. Although I don't know what Myoza thinks, Yahiko still shook his head. He had enough ninjutsu and didn't want to learn this forbidden technique. Thank you for your kindness, but no need. I have enough ninjutsu. Musa was taken aback, but he didn't expect that the ninjutsu that was delivered to the door would be rejected by others. But then he laughed at himself and laughed, too. Not everyone is the same as himself, with a bad background, and any ninjutsu has to be exchanged. Well, seeing you doesn't look like a person lacking ninjutsu. The side effects of this forbidden technique are too great, whether you don't learn or don't learn. There was another silence. Boy, do you want to hear my story? Yahiko was silent. Although Myoza's behavior at first made him disgusted, but seeing Myoza who was about to die, he could not feel a trace of disgust. Say it, I'll listen. In the end, Yahiko chose to be a listener to satisfy the last wish of the dying man, Musa. After Yahiko finished speaking, the two fell silent. Myoza straightened his head, looked at the sky, recalled the past, brewed words. I was born into a very small ninja. When I was a child, I was in the warring states period. Suddenly, one day our country established Ninja Village. But it doesn't matter. After the establishment of Shinobu Village, Mom and Dad stopped going out. They had a lot of time to accompany me. I think this feeling is pretty good. At least a lot less difference. And there are a lot more playmates around. But the good times don't last long. Why is the life just a few years better and there is another war? And this time, the scale of the war is so big, so ninjas from the whole village participated. I waited in the village year after year. Finally, the war was over, but there were not many ninjas in the village. My parents also died in this war, and since then, like you, I have become an orphan. I'm just such a person, growing up lonely. Every day I wonder about the next meal. Helpless. Fortunately, with my family legacy, I became a ninja and can support myself. After becoming a ninja, I encountered two major events. First, we learned that we were helping Ren village in the war, and my parents also died for Ren village. But, why didn't my parents even have a word of comfort after they died? It's okay, it's been so long, I've already let go. I think my life back then was actually okay, because I know her. A generous girl. Ahem. She is a member of another little ninja. After becoming a ninja, we are in a small team. We experience each task together. We grow and progress together. My talent is very good. Almost every task can improve a little. But she can't. She is not very talented. She progresses very slowly, and can't keep up with me at all. But it doesn't matter. I am willing to accompany her to do low-level tasks. I am willing to accompany her, because I like him and her hearty smile. You know what, I think her smile is the most beautiful thing in the world. Every time she smiles, I think the whole world is bright. Later, we fell in love and got married. I vowed to protect her with my life and let him have that pure smile forever. But, I missed the appointment. Because once war came, it's Ren village. Our village has once again become one of the pioneer troops of Ren village. No, it should not be called the vanguard unit. It should be called the cannon fodder unit. I don't understand. Why should we fight for Ren village? Isn't it okay to live your life with peace of mind? But, there is no way. The village has already given me a task. I must join the war, and so does her. We were still in a small team, and I was fortunate at the time because I felt that with my strength, I could completely protect her. I was wrong. I was so wrong. How can I have any strength? It's just a frog at the bottom of the well. Ahem. Originally, Musa's voice was still very stable. even with a touch of gentleness in his tone. But the more he said it, the more excited Musa's voice became, and he couldn't help coughing twice. Following the flow, Musa continued, "In the first battle, we were beaten up and down. The whole army was like a paper man, and it shattered with the touch. My so-called strength can't even be compared to an ordinary Zonin opposite. I just watched her and died in front of me. I hate it. I hate that I have no strength. I hate that I can't protect her." Musa's voice became more and more excited, and even a blush appeared on his pale face. "Do you know, when she sacrificed, she was less than 5 meters away from me. She looked at me with such a sad look, and exhausted her last strength to shout to me, 'Let me live.'" Chapter 38. The Pain of War. The wound of the bottom ninja. "But how can I survive without her?" Ahem. Musa's voice was filled with despair, and his body coughed involuntarily. Excited, Musa's injury worsened again, and he calmed down for a long time before he spoke again. "I thought I would die on the battlefield too, but unfortunately I didn't die. I managed to survive." With her last wish, there was no trace of excitement on Musa's face, as if he wanted to die at the time instead of surviving the war. Then, anger appeared on Musa's face. "You know, when the war is over, the village will be desolate again." One by one, the ninjas who died, the family members only have a few hundredls of pension. A few hundredls. How does this make ordinary people live? We fought our lives just for his pension of several hundredls. I'm not reconciled. I want to ask them clearly. But what greeted me was not the courtesy of the hero, but the merciless mockery. Miasa's expression became more and more excited. "I remember it so clearly that I will never forget it for a lifetime. The faces of those people in Dainen village. They said that giving us a few hundredls is too much. Weak people like us are worthless to live." I rebelled. I want to beat them up violently. But I can't beat them. I can only get their merciless beating. Ridicule. Ahem. I can't be mad. I'm not reconciled. It's clear that we are the ones who help them free of charge. But in the end we only get this result. I want revenge. I want to let these Dainen villages know the taste of pain. But I am too weak to pose a threat to them at all. So I want to become stronger, stronger than anyone else. Musa's eyes lit up, as if becoming stronger had become his greatest obsession in his life. "So, I tried my best to learn ninjutsu to increase my strength. However, there are too few ninjutsu that I have access to for an ordinary cleaver ninjutsu. I will desperately complete the task. It's too slow. The improvement of strength is really too slow." Finally, one day I learned that there is an access control technique in the village that can quickly improve my strength. My heart is moved. I know that forbidden surgery has great side effects. But, what about it? Is there anything I can't give up? Musa's voice became weaker and weaker, so weak that Yahiko had to listen carefully to distinguish what he was talking about. "So I asked the village to apply to learn this ninjutsu, but they didn't give it to me, saying that this is the most precious thing in the village and cannot be given to anyone casually. But I was already the strongest ninja in the village at the time. It's because I belonged to the little ninja clan and there are no more people in the clan, so I can't learn advanced ninjutsu. Why? Why should people be arranged according to their origin? Why is this world so unfair? Why can people in Daran village, a large ethnic group, live so easily?" They told me to wait, saying that I could learn the forbidden techniques someday. But I can't wait any longer. Without her, I feel a pain to live without her. So, I broke into the forbidden surgery room. They wanted to stop me. I killed them all. I grabbed the forbidden technique and escaped. I succeeded. I successfully learned the forbidden technique. Unfortunately, I happened to meet such a kid like you. But also, I should have died long ago. I really envy you. You have resources, friends, and masters. This uncle seems to have had everything in this life, but it seems that there is nothing. Musa's voice was getting weaker and weaker, but his eyes were getting brighter. Yahiko also realized something when he saw Miasa's appearance. After listening to the story of Miasa, Yahiko, who was in a complicated mood, became even more silent at this time. Looking at the sky, Musa felt his consciousness more and more clear. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. His parents returned to him again to accompany him. The difference is that this time there was no war, and a family of 3 passed his teenage years in peace. He became a ninja again and met her again. The two met smoothly, knew each other, and fell in love. Under the witness of their parents, the two got married and had their own children. That pure smile has never disappeared on her face. Everything is so ordinary, but it is full of happiness. "Father, mother, Yazi, I'm here. I'm sorry, I made you wait." Anxious. Slowly, Miasa's eyes lost their luster, and his eyelids slowly closed. Yahiko looked at Miasa quietly, and a tear ran across his face. Yahiko seemed unaware. He was pitying this hateful and sad man. The sky was also gloomy, and a light train slowly started to cover up the traces of Yahiko's cry. "I'm sorry. Your desire for revenge was ended by me." War, really it? There is no feeling of nausea, but what Yahiko has at this time is the extremely complicated mood. After dug a pit and buried Miyozu in it, Yahiko stayed in front of his tomb for a while, then turned and left. Outside the mountains, Xion and Nagato looked up at the drizzling sky. "Master, it's raining. When will Yahiko solve the enemy? If we are not here, will there be any danger?" Wang Ran raised his head and looked into the depths of the mountain range. Don't worry, it won't happen, it's over." Oh, sure enough, it didn't take long for Yahiko to walk out of the mountains. "Yahiko, rout. How about it? Is the enemy powerful?" Xion shouted at Yahiko excitedly. Although the mood is very complicated, Yahiko still does not want to pass on the negative emotions to everyone. After tidying up his heavy feelings, Yahiko showed a familiar smile from the past. "He is really not an average strong, he is a respectable opponent." Hearing that, both Xion and Nagato curiously asked Yahiko the process of fighting, but Yahiko did not hide it, and told them in detail about the dangers of the battle. Yan didn't bring out Mayasu's body. Wang Ran naturally knew it. He didn't ask why. Although he didn't know the story of Miyozu, Yahiko's approach naturally had his own intentions. Some people, even if they are dead, will receive the mercy and respect of their opponents and will not choose to use his corpse for profit. Looking at Yahiko, who was acting swiftly and freely, without seeing anything unusual, Wang Ran nodded. Wang Ran's performance, as well as the fleeting complexities in his eyes when he first came out, naturally came from the bottom of his heart. Yahiko has grown a lot too. Wang Ran thought silently in his heart. Chapter 39 Strong Nagato. It was 3 more days. 3 days had passed since the battle between Yahiko and Miyozu. In these 3 days, Wang Ran, the 4 masters and apprentices, have been looking for the last goal. Yahiko has adjusted his mentality after 3 days of adjustment. Although he had already remembered the character of Miyozu in his heart, he no longer had the heavy mood at that time. Today, it is their last mission before leaving the division. So Sanxiao was very serious at this time, especially Nagato. The goal of the mission this time was his opponent, and he didn't want to leave Wang Ran disappointed. So he played with the spirit of 12 points and wanted to win his opponent in one fell swoop. And he believes that he also has this strength. The scene was still familiar. The ninja who was blocked by Nagato frowned and looked at him. He glanced at the 3 Wang Ran in the distance again, his brow furrowed deeper. Looking at the few people who were clearly in the same group, Tuyaking was a little cautious. Suddenly the combative factor in the heart has risen, but Netomani is obviously unwise. He is aggressive, but he is not stupid. He doesn't like fighting in vain. "Boy, why are you blocking my way?" Nagato stared at Huii City solemnly with his eyes covered by red hair. Shangren of the Huii clan in Uran village. Huii City. Right? Hearing Nagato call out his name, Huii knew that the other party was here for him. Since the battle is unavoidable, let's start with the best and have a good time. As for talking about reconciliation, it does not fit the brain circuit of Night City. For him, as long as he is stronger than the opponent, whether it is to kill or maim the opponent, it is the best result. Bone veins, willow dance. Tuyaking quickly approached Nagato, and the bones of the limbs broke out instantly, forming a strong bone knife, and quickly attacked Nagato. Nagato, who had collected information on the Night City, naturally knew the personality of the other party, and was not surprised. A simple double technique left the place, standing in the distance, preparing to use ninjutsu to attack the Night City. While Nagato's hands quickly formed seals, Huii also discovered that Nagato had left the place with a substitute technique. He didn't back up, he just lifted himself up, and flew towards Nagato. Tuo done. Yanbo. A group of flames instantly flooded the rushing Huii City, and it seemed that he had already taken care of him. However, Nagato still did not relax, and continued to make fingerprints with both hands, preparing for the next ninjutsu. Sure enough, the Night City hit by the flame bomb did not receive any damage. At this moment, he was surrounded by hard bones, and he was coming towards Nagato at an unabated speed. While Kaguya City was still on the way, Nagato's second ninjutsu attack was also ready. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Once again, Nagato's ninjutsu successfully attacked Kaguya City. Although it still didn't cause him any harm, because of the heating of the skeletal armor outside of Huii City just now, it was attacked by the water dragon bomb, and there was already a crack. And because of the impact of the water dragon bomb, the speed of Night City was also reduced a lot. But Huii didn't care at all. because he was about to approach Nagato. The bones, the dance of the chung. When there was still a short distance from Nagato, Bright Knight City quickly pulled out his spine. Holding it in his hand, like a sharp sword, he slashed towards Nagato. Upon seeing this, Nagato also quickly sealed the seal, to escape. Tilubai. An earth wall appeared in front of Nagato in an instant, resisting the attack of Bright Knight City. It's a pity that Tilubai only blocked Huey City for a second. In the next second, the originally solid earth flow wall shattered instantly. Tuyeking took the bone knife and slashed towards Nagato unstoppably. Bang! The Nagato that was hit instantly turned into a cloud of white smoke. It turned out that just in that second, Nagato successfully used the shadow clone, and the body was successfully hidden. Looking at the shadow clone that was cut by himself and turned into smoke, Tuyeking split the corners of his mouth unhappily. His smile looked a little sick. Little devil, you can really hide. Can you get through with the uncle? Nagato was unmoved, still implementing his own strategy to escape. The technique of beheading in my heart. As a Shangren, especially the Shangren of a combative clan like Huai, Tuyeking instantly noticed the danger coming, and without even thinking about it, he subconsciously hit his own foot directly. Bang! Sure enough, a cloud of smoke rose, and as soon as Nagato prepared the shadow clone of the decapitation in his heart, it was directly broken up by Huai. Nagato, whose figure was hidden in the distance, remained unmoved, and continued to wait for the next opportunity. After seeing Nagato's blow, Huai City was a little impatient. Wielding a bone knife, he kept attacking the surrounding ground and trees, trying to force Nagato out. Unfortunately, it didn't work at all. Nagato was still hidden in the dark, using the shadow clone to perform one or two ninjutsu from time to time, harassing Kaguya City. Although it did not cause any substantial damage to the Night City, it still annoyed the Night City. He really couldn't stand a flea attack like Nagato. Not only made him irritable, but more importantly, he couldn't play well. His strong desire to fight was completely unsatisfied. As time passed, Huai felt more and more irritable. The whole person has a feeling of going crazy. When Nagato saw this, his eyes lit up. The opportunity is here. As the Night City continued to attack the surrounding environment, Nagato's hands quickly sealed. The moment Huai looked at him, Nagato revealed his figure in an instant. Illusion. Fox's heart trick. Huai City, who was still attacking in a rage just now, stopped in an instant. Although the level of the illusion technique of the Fox's heart technique is not high, it is difficult for him to calm down because of the violent mentality of Night City. Therefore, such a simple illusion technique, under the most critical conditions of humanity, also exerted great power on the Night City, preventing him from breaking away from the illusion technique for a moment and waking up. Seeing that Huyeking was controlled by the illusion he had cast, Nagato quickly separated 3 shadow clones. With the addition of the body, there are a total of 4 people. Both hands are quickly knotting the fingerprints. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Tuo done, fire dragon flame bomb. To done, long bomb. In an instant, the 3 shadow avatars performed 3 different ninjutsu. The 3 dragon-shaped ninjutsu, as if alive, rushed towards the Night City. Staged a 3-dragon theater. 1 fire and 1 water continuously hit the skeletal armor outside Huai City, causing it to have many cracks. Then, under the constant attack of the Earth Dragon bombs, the cracks became more and more bigger and bigger. Pop. Finally, with a crisp sound, the bones outside Huai City completely shattered. The Earth Dragon bullets that still had its prestige ruthlessly hit Huai's body. The intense pain also made Huyeking wake up in an instant. It is a pity that what he will usher next is not the road of Kaguya City's counterattack, but Nagato's ruthless ninjutsu attack. Done. False Darkness. Chapter 40. The Third Elementary School. Parting what? The severe pain caused Huyeking to cry out miserably. However, less than a second later, the screams of Huai City disappeared. As the thunder light slowly dissipated, Huai City fell directly to the ground, and the whole person lost his breath. Nagato looked at the fallen Night City, and a feeling of nausea rose in his heart. However, seeing Nagato, who was accustomed to life and death, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Quickly walked to the body of Huai City. Nagato sealed his hands with both hands, and sealed the body into the seal scroll. Pop pop. Wang Ran clapped his hands and slowly approached Nagato. Yan and Xionan both followed Wang Ran silently. They both knew that it was time to separate. Nagato, it's pretty good. Hearing Wang Ran's praise, Nagato's face also showed an embarrassed smile. However, smiling, a tear fell from the corner of Nagato's eyes. Immediately, Yahiko and Conan seemed to be infected. and tears could not stop flowing down. Yahiko even strongly said that today's wind and sand are too big, and it has blown into his eyes. But, where is the sand? Wang Ran smiled reluctantly as he looked at the choking third child. After 3 years of getting along with each other, he couldn't bear to have 3 children. What are you crying for? Starting today, you are officially out of the school. Ding! As Wang Ran's voice fell, the system that had been silent for 3 years rang again. Ding! Xiaonan, Nagato, Yahiko successfully promoted to the upper level of ninjutsu, successfully passed the teacher, and rewarded the host with A-level ninjutsu mastery. The sound of the system did not affect Wang Ran's mood. To be honest, ninjutsu had little effect on Wang Ran's improvement. With his strength at the beginning of the shadow level at this time, coupled with the support of Xianzu chakra, and Dao Fa, he could be at ease before the Fourth World War. The ninjutsu rewarded by the system is actually the most useful place to teach his disciples. Wang Ran took a deep look at Sun Xiao and said to Sun Xiao, I have finished the last lesson for you. The next journey in life depends on how you go. At the age of 13, he is already considered a little adult in the ninja world. The way forward is to explore on your own. The last thing the master can pass on to you is the last practice method of immortality. With that, Wang Ran paused. He took out a booklet from his arms. This is his own Tao Fa practice experience. Of course, this is the complete version of Taoism. With the current strength of the Sun Xiao, coupled with the characteristics of integrity and peace in Taoism, the Sun Xiao can already practice immortality. This is the cultivation experience I have compiled, and this is also the most important cultivation method of my Zangman. After you read it, destroy it. Wang Ran handed the pamphlet to the third elementary school. From the outside, no one would have thought that the strongest cultivation method in the ninja world would be recorded in such a shameless little book. Master, we know. After receiving the manual, the 3 little ones were very silent. Although it recorded the most important cultivation method of the sect, they still couldn't let the 3 little ones let go of their feelings about to be separated. Okay. The last things are also taught to you. I have already told you the cultivation methods of the 2 Taoisms. You can try to practice once you have become immortal techniques. As for ninjutsu, I believe you can find a ninjutsu that suits you even if you don't rely on me. Take this as my last assignment for you. Don't let me down. Wow! Xiaonan couldn't help it anymore and cried out, Master, you. Don't worry, we won't let you down. Rubbing Xiaonan's head, Xiaonan, you are the most attentive one. You must be careful in the future, and be optimistic about the 2 of them. Don't let them cause big trouble and put yourself in. If there is something that can't be solved, remember to come to the master. I believe you can find me. Xiaonan threw directly into Wang Ran's arms. Master, don't worry, I will definitely remember your instructions. Looking at Xiaonan crying in his arms, Wang Ran helplessly patted her on the back, comforting her. After Xiaonan slowed down, he reluctantly left Wang Ran's arms, his eyes still red. Wang Ran looked at Nagato again. Nagato, you are the best gifted. You must protect them in the future, and although the eyes of reincarnation are powerful, you must control the intensity of use. When the strength is not up to the point, don't use it forcefully, otherwise it will cause irreversible harm to the body. Also, remember, you must be careful. When you become stronger, you will find something strange. Wang Ran didn't tell Nagato completely, because he was still too weak and it would not be good to know. When he can detect the abnormality by himself later, he can deal with the danger. Nagato nodded solemnly. Although Wang Ran's last sentence made him a little confused, he would remember Wang Ran's words firmly. I believe he will understand Wang Ran's intentions in the future. Finally, Wang Ran turned his gaze to Yahiko, who was rubbing his eyes vigorously, smiled and scolded. Smelly boy, you can escape from my clutches in the future, and you don't need to be beaten while practicing. Hearing the familiar laughter and curse, Yahiko's tears couldn't help streaming down again. After 3 years, he was too familiar with Wang Ran's laughter and scolding. He was very kind to himself and started a small stove for himself, but he still did not let himself know. Yes, Wang Ran beats him often, but can he not feel the reason? His talent is the worst among the 3. He could hardly keep up with Xiaonan and Nagato. However, Wang Ran was afraid that he would feel inferior. Every day, in the name of beating him, he sorted out his meridians so that he could keep up with the progress of cultivation. He knew all of this, although he didn't say it clearly. All he had for Wang Ran was respect and love. How could he be dissatisfied with him? Tears couldn't help but flow down, and Yahiko, who clearly boasted that he had crossed the same mouth, said that even if he was sad, he would not shed tears. At this time, He was like a child who lost his candy. With a snap, Yahiko knelt on the ground fiercely. Master, thank you. Nagato and Xiaonan also knelt on the ground, and the three of them banged their heads at Wang Ran 3 times. Wang Ran didn't stop him. He could bear the ceremony. After the 3 small kowtows finished, Wang Ran walked towards the distance without looking back. Let's go. There is always a banquet in the world, don't lose the face of my Zangman in the future. As Wang Ran walked farther and farther, San Xiao still knelt down on the ground, and no one noticed a tear from the corner of Wang Ran's eyes. Chapter 41 Konoha Ninja Village in Konoha has 42 years. Wang Ran has been in this world for nearly 4 years. After bidding farewell to the 3 miners, he has traveled for a long time. After seeing the local customs, today he came to the most familiar and strange place in this world. The gate several meters high made Wang Ran look sideways. When watching anime before, Wang Ran just thought Konoha's door was big enough. As a result, he waited until he stood in front of the gate of Konoha village before he understood what magnificence is. As Konoha village, the largest ninja village in the ninja world, it is naturally impossible to lose to any organization. The thick wooden door invisibly shows the strength of Konoha Shinobu. Standing in front of the door, a sense of simplicity and weight rushed to his face. Of course, Wang Ran only has a sense of simplicity, and people in the shinobi world look at Konoha's gate with a sense of prosperity. He sighed with emotion at Konoha's door, and Wang Ran was about to enter the village to take a look. It just so happened that I haven't seen Sanin for years, so I happened to take a look at them by the way. Stop, who are you? If you want to enter the village, come and register first to confirm your identity. As soon as he approached the gate, 2 ninjas in Konoha ninja uniforms immediately walked over and shouted to Wang Ran. Their handsome faces, arrogant expressions, and the emblem of the group fan on their clothes all show their identity as the Uchiha clan. Wang Ran was stunned. He didn't expect to meet the Uchiha clan at the door to check the post. The background in the animation was that the Uchiha clan was annihilated, so Wang Ran's attention was not focused on this clan too much. Although Naruto can also be called an I-war, the appearance rate of the entire Uchiha group is really low. They are all outrageous for a certain person. The audience's attention was attracted by this person. After thinking about it, the Uchiha clan still lives in Konoha, and most of the Uchiha ninjas are strong. As the main members of the Konoha garrison, it is understandable for the Uchiha clan to be on duty at the gate. After all, the shinobi world has become chaotic again recently. Although there hasn't been a big fight, the tension has begun to slowly appear. He shook his head helplessly. I came to Konoha for fun. Upon hearing this, the 2 Uchiha tribes frowned. Now the world of ninja is not peaceful. How come out a person traveling everywhere suddenly feels strange? Are you a ninja? One person asked Wang Ran. Yes. From that village? There is no village. Wandering ninja. The 2 frowned. You. Okay. Jai Lai is in the village too. He knows me. Wang Ran didn't want to waste time on such meaningless conversations, and said directly to the 2 of them. The 2 members of Uchiha's clan looked respectful instantly when they heard Wang Ran talk about Jiraiya. The Uchiha clan is indeed confident, but they also recognize the real powerhouse in their hearts. Who is Jai Lai? The disciple of the 3 generations of Naruto, known as one of the powerhouses of the 3 ninjas, the real and village top combat power. Jai Lai also deserves their respect, and friends of Jiraiya can't be the generals. It turned out to be a friend of Lord Jiraiya. I don't know what you call it, so we can let you know. The 2 Uchiha tribes both bowed their hands to Wang Ran. Sure enough, this is much simpler. If you honestly cooperate with you, I don't know how long you have to wait. Wang Ran thought with satisfaction, without stopping, and said to the 2 of them, King of Zangman Bench www.spitch.go. Of course, you can tell Jiraiya or Tsunade, or Shamaru, they all know. Come on, it's not a matter of selfishness. The other 2 in Sanin knew each other, and it really wasn't a simple character. Yes, sir, please wait a moment, I will pass the message to the 3 ninjas. Well, go ahead. To be honest, although Wang Ran was waiting at the entrance of the village, he was not boring at all. Because Konoha, the number 1 in ninja world, the village is still very prosperous. Even if it is near the entrance of the village, there are still many shops, and a large number of pedestrians are walking around. With Wang Ran's strength, they can easily hear their discussions. It's not that Wang Ran has a perverted hobby of voyeurism, but mainly because he wants to know Konoha's recent information. Hey, have you heard? There are so many big people in the group of students preparing to graduate from ninja school recently, Lurengia said to his companions with some bragging rights. Really? I don't have an adult ninja in my family, it's not very clear. Quickly tell, Who is there? Pao Hui was already very curious and couldn't wait to ask. Ninjas are all human beings, and their status are absolutely not comparable to civilians like them. Although the subject of discussion is still a student of the ninja school, they are also ninjas. What's more, that is a student from the ninja family. Can he be like ordinary students? Seeing Pao Hui's already curious appearance, Laurentia's vanity was greatly satisfied. After a glance left and right, he mysteriously said to Pao Hui, I tell you secretly, don't tell others that if you let people from outside the village listen, those geniuses would be dangerous. Well, don't worry, my mouth is the strictest. Pao Hui promised excitedly. Laurentia nodded in satisfaction. That's good. I tell you, this is what I heard from a drunk ninja adult. That ninja is from the Yuri clan. He said that the patriarch of the Xiri clan graduated this year. You know that the Yuri clan is not a big clan in the ninja family, but their patriarch is Konoha's famous illusionist master. You said, her daughter, can the future be worse? Pao Hui was already very excited after eating such a melon suddenly. I know the Xiri clan. Their eyes are all red and they look very noble. The daughter of their patriarch graduated this year. This is big news. Laurentia glanced at Pao Hui with disdain. Cut. I don't know. This is nothing. Let me tell you something bigger. Pao Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there more news? Laurentia smiled complacently. Of course, my Konoha PHS nickname is not for nothing. Do you know how many children Naruto-sama has? I heard that Master Naruto has 2 sons. What's the matter? What's the problem? Pao Hui scratched his head in doubt. As long as you know, Naruto-sama's youngest son, Asuma Sarutobi, also graduated this year. Laurentia's expression was quite contented, as if he could know what a great thing about Hokage's family affairs. Nani, even Hokage-sama's youngest son is going to graduate. Are there any geniuses from the Uchiha and Hyuga clan? Pao Hui's tone was filled with expectation and awe in the shock. Uchiha, Hyuga. Even in the entire ninja world, this is a famous giant, who can't be curious about their news. However, it was obvious that Pao Hui was going to be disappointed, because Laurentia scratched his head in embarrassment. He really didn't know about this. I don't know if there is a genius, but I heard that the Uchiha clan has produced a crane tail and graduated this year. Chapter 42 Konoha 3 harmed the tail of the crane. Pao Hui's voice rose several degrees in an instant, and Laurentia hurriedly looked down and glanced around. Seeing no one was paying attention to them, Laurentia felt relieved. Pao Hui glared at him. You keep your voice down. What if someone else hears it? Pao Hui had also smiled awkwardly, and he realized that his reaction really shouldn't be. However, that is the tale of the Uchiha family's crane, who has lived for so many years, not to mention having seen it, or even hearing it. What is the most abundant product of the Uchiha clan? It's a genius. Suddenly someone tells you that the Uchiha clan has a crane tail. Who is not surprised? This is even more surprising than the news that Naruto's son is about to graduate. Ahem, sorry, I was so surprised. But, are you sure it is the tale of the Uchiha clan? Pao Hui lowered his voice and asked Laurentia suspiciously. Laurentia nodded with a certain voice. Of course I'm sure. I heard that the kid was regarded as shame by Uchiha. It seems that he was called Uchiha. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Pao Hui couldn't wait to ask, but Laurentia didn't speak, but rubbed his stomach instead. Hey, look at my mind. Go to dinner. I will treat, and talk while eating. With that, Pao Hui pulled Laurentia and walked away. The conversations between the two were all caught in the ears of Wang Ran and another Uchiha who were not far away. Hearing the words of the 2 Konoha villagers, the face of Uchiha's tribe quickly turned black. It's really embarrassing. The Uchiha clan will actually give birth to this kind of character. Shame! Exclamation mark. However, the other party is just an ordinary villager. Even if he gets angry, he can only endure it. What's more, what people said is right. I don't have the ability. Who is blamed? Although the ninjas of the Uchiha clan had a bad face, Wang Ran's performance was quite ordinary. Through the words of 2 passers-by, and then integrating the information he knew, Wang Ran had already figured out what he wanted to know. Red Sunset, Asuma Uanf, Uchiha brings soil. They are all old acquaintances. The old ninjas in the text of Naruto after the 3 world wars. No matter which one, the original book has its own rich and colorful space. As for the tale of the crane, Wang Ran didn't care. The Uchiha clan is a ninja who eats blood and continues to eat, and Daito is one of the best. To say that the talent for bringing soil is poor, his performance in his youth was really unsatisfactory. It can only be said that the talent of the earth itself is average. But who told him to be born into the Uchiha clan? This neuropathy and red eye clan, whose strength will skyrocket once he loses his love, is really suitable for bringing soil. Looking at the original work, bringing soil directly is a big disaster. But Wang Ran didn't care, and he didn't want to get rid of the soil. You said that bringing soil to the ninja world has nothing to do with his Tibetan gate. This is the historical trajectory of this world. Besides, taking soil is also a pitiful person. Although things are not doing well, Wang Ran is quite satisfied and approving of the forced whitewashing of soil. If you have the opportunity, it's actually good to get the soil under your own hands for some training. Now that the three of them are about to graduate, Sabui, Lin, Mute and others in the same period will graduate this year. As for Kai and Shiran Yui Genma, and Zula East peers, they were the last ones, and they should have graduated last year. Coupled with Kakashi Hokage who graduated long ago, these people have already included most of Konoha's main combat capabilities in the future. It can be said that they are Konoha's future in this period. With so many people, there are so many good seedlings, shouldn't we accept 2 more disciples? Just as Wang Ran was thinking about it, a figure in the distance was walking towards Wang Ran. The Uchiha ninja who had just reported to him was also following him honestly. Wang Ran felt it, put aside his cranky thoughts, and turned his head to look. With a ninja vest, his pale skin looked a little strange, with purple eyeshadows and jade-like earrings. Who else could it be if it wasn't a big snake pill? Wang Ran was taken aback. Why did Daishiwan come out to pick him up? In this case, even if it weren't for Sanin to come together, it should be the most outrageous Jiraiya and the most active, right? Hee, why did Senior Wang Ran come to my Konoha to play today? Daishimaru's attitude towards Wang Ran is still very friendly. After all, Wang Ran has saved the lives of 3 people and is quite powerful. When the 2 Uchiha ninjas heard this, question marks flashed across their heads. Dashimaru is always called senior. Have you never heard of Wang Ran among celebrities in the ninja world? Wang Ran laughed. I just let a few apprentices become a teacher a while ago, and when I am free, I will just walk around the ninja world. Oh, has the predecessor accepted a disciple? I don't know whose child it is. Luck is so good. Daishiwan was a little surprised. Wang Ran, a strong man, is not just taking a joke. To be Wang Ran's apprentice was a rare luck in 8 lifetimes. It's just 3 ordinary little ghosts. I saw them pleasing to the eye and taught them for 3 years. Wang Ran said indifferently, but thinking of Sang Xiao. The corners of his mouth still curled up. Daishiwan looked at the duplicity Wang Ran somewhat speechlessly. You are not sincere. Can ordinary little devil be liked by you? Also, when you say this, can you restrain your expression? The corners of your mouth are about to split. Ahem. Realizing that he was a little gaff, Wang Ran coughed slightly and looked straight. By the way, how about Jiraiya and Tsunade? Why didn't you see them? The Uchiha member who was in charge of the notification, stood up behind Oshimaru and lowered his head and said, Sorry, Lord Wang Ran, I didn't find Lord Jiraiya and Lord Tsunade just now, only Lord Osimaru who was working. Wang Ran raised his brows. Dashwin is working? Shouldn't he be studying some weird things? Feeling Wang Ran's surprised gaze, although I don't know what he meant, Dashimaru explained. Recently, I applied to 3 generations of adults for a research project, and I have been busy researching these days. That's right. Wang Ran felt relieved when he heard Dashwin's explanation. Is Dashwin that is not researched as Dashwin, the real Dashmaru, but a ninja scientist? Every day, am not studying this or that, or am preparing for research. If you want to see Tsunade, I can take you to find her. There are not many Konoha casinos, so just go and see them one by one. As for Jiraiya, if you really want to find him, you can go to various hot springs to try your luck. Maybe you can find him. Listening to Oshimaru's unabashed words, both Uchiha's faces looked at each other with weird faces. Indeed, Konoha is strong, but this character is better than Dashwin. Wang Ran also looked at Dashwin speechlessly. Yes, he forgot, plus the future anatomy of the crazy demon Dashwin. Sanin is a combination of ninja, gambling, poison, the whole one Konoha and 3 evils. Chapter 43 Yaraman no, just send someone to notify them. I'll go have a meal first. Wang Ran rejected Dashwin's proposal. He was joking. He didn't have any special hobbies. Going to such a place, what if he gets misunderstood? Alright, we Konoha have a lot of delicious restaurants. I don't know what Senior Wang Ran would like to eat. I will arrange it. Daishiwan smiled and said to Wang Ran, she didn't have the temperament of a cold gentleman in the future. Not surprisingly, even though Oshimaru had a cold personality, he still regarded Konoha very importantly now. A strong person like Wang Ran who is kind to Konoha and can help Konoha can still be distinguished how to behave. What to eat? Wang Ran scratched his chin. Although he was a little hungry, he really didn't have anything special to eat. I have it. Of course I have to eat the most famous food in Hokage when I come to Konoha. Let's eat ramen. I haven't had ramen for a long time, just to see how Konoha's ramen is different from outside. That's right. If you want to ask what is the most famous food in Hokage, it is naturally the famous Yale ramen. According to the gossip, the owner of Yale ramen handmade it, but it was a member of the famous Tatongma clan. It's just that he likes to make ramen, and he doesn't show any signs of it. Wang Ran is not only curious about Yale ramen, he is also curious about this handmade. Do you think he has 9 bowls of Tatongmu Yale behind him? Our seniors want to eat ramen. It happens that Konoha has a good ramen restaurant, and the apprentices of Jiraiya often eat it. Although it's not good to ask the guests to eat ramen, Wang Ran wanted to eat it, and Dashwin obeyed him. Jiraiya's apprentice, is it the Watergate of the Wave, the legendary 4th generation of Hokage? A thought flashed in Wang Ran's mind. Oh really? Then I'm going to taste it. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Oshimaru turned his head and said to both Uchiha, thank you too. Please ask the security team to help find Tsunade and Jiraiya. They said Senior Wang Ran is here and let them have a ramen. Yes, Lord Oshimaru. After speaking, the two of them flashed away and left where they were. When things went down, Daishiwan turned around and made a request to Wang Ran. Senior, please follow me, I will lead the way. Okay. Daishimaru took Wang Ran to Yale ramen, but the two of them didn't go fast. As he walked, Oshimaru introduced Konoha like Wang Ran. Konoha's spacious and clean streets are quite a metropolis, so Wang Ran, who is used to watching wars, can't help but nod his head. He deserves to be called the largest village. When the two arrived at Ikiraku Ramen, they found that Jiraiya and Tsunade had also arrived. This made Wang Ran couldn't help feeling the strength of the Uchiha clan, even if Tsunade, the hidden faction like Jiraiya, could find it so quickly. But, how come the atmosphere feels weird? Not for anything else, just for the slap marks on Jiraiya's face. Wang Ran glanced at Jiraiya in surprise, then at Tsunade next to him. Jiraiya was beaten by Tsunade. But why is the slap print not a fist? Feeling Wang Ran's gaze, Tsunade quickly clarified that he couldn't let his reputation be ruined, and he was not beaten by Jiraiya. Senior, don't look at me. Jiraiya's face was beaten by someone else. You said he did not do a good job. He insisted on peeping and was caught by the police. Although the guards didn't dare to catch him, those women don't care who he is. Hey, he was beaten in the face by those little girls. Hearing Tsunade said that he was peeping, Jiraiya was suddenly embarrassed. You said that Uchiha's people don't know how to work around. Wouldn't it be okay for you to remind me secretly? Have to call me blatantly. However, Lord Jiraiya's face can't be lost, so he forcibly argued. Nonsense. Who is peeping? The ninja thing? Can it be called peeping? I was investigating intelligence. Boom. Before the voice fell, Jiraiya was directly punched out by Tsunade, who couldn't bear it. Seeing cracks in the wall hit by Jiraiya, Wang Ran's heart tightened unconsciously. Tsunade is really heavy, just like in the manga. The owner of the wall, who was unfortunately hit by Jiraiya, ran out of the house in shock. When I came out, I saw that it was the legendary Sannin, and he let out a sigh of relief. Wang Ran thought it was because of Sannin's high reputation. As a result, the next sentence of the host's family directly taught Wang Ran a lesson, letting him know many behind Theson's stories. It turned out to be Jiraiya-sama again. Tsunade-sama, this time is still the same. The host bowed to Tsunade and asked. Tsunade nodded, and the man stretched out his hand towards Jiraiya. At this time, Jiraiya also started to relax, got up from the ground, took out his wallet from his arms with a bitter expression, and took out a few sheets to the man. As soon as he got the money, the owner of the wall house immediately turned and went back happily, leaving only Jiraiya with a face. On the one hand, the body hurts, on the other hand it is distressed. This operation directly stunned Wang Ran. This is not the first time to Kortha, and why do you still lose money when Tsunade beat you? Jiraiya, I didn't say, your status is not good. Feeling Wang Ran's surprised gaze, Tsunade directly explained, I can't help it. Who told me that I have no money? And in the final analysis, the fault is still at home. Let him spend money to buy a lesson without losing money. Yes, what you said makes sense. Jiraiya was full of black lines at this time, but he did not dare to refute it. Tsunade has no money. Wang Ran knows that it's good to gamble so well and still lose all the time. However, this reason made Wang Ran realize that women are all the same, and this situation can give you a reason. Daishiwan looked at it, and it felt a bit embarrassing. He felt that he had to save the scene, otherwise Sanin's face would be lost. How about we go to eat first? Cough cough. Don't say so much, Senior Wang Ran should be hungry. Let's go eat first, and talk while eating. Jai Lai was also eager to dismiss this topic quickly, and quickly replied to meet-1. Naturally, Wang Ran wouldn't refuse. It was all at the door of Ya Ramen, and his curiosity was really overwhelming. Welcome. How many would you like to eat? As soon as the four of them entered the door, they greeted them as the boss hands. Their voices were unusually loud. Tsunade and Julia had been making noise outside just now, and they naturally heard the hand punch. However, because I was still in business hours, although it was not a meal and there were no customers in the shop, the hand playing still restrained my curiosity and did not go out to watch. But to be honest, there is nothing to be curious about. Julia has to get Tsunade's punches every month in Konoha village. It's just that the fist is light or heavy. It's all Konoha's secret. As for being outside the village, it is estimated that more beatings will be suffered. Chapter 44 Wave Wind Watergate and Whirlpool Kushina. Wang Ran's attention was directly attracted by the hand beat. There is no loose skin like that in anime, and the skin of young hands is very tight. The eyes are not the squinted eyes in the anime, although they are not big, they can be clearly distinguished. I have to say that he was handsome when he was young. No wonder the Calamus is so good looking. Cough cough. Boss. A bowl of super large pork bone ramen. As soon as the four of them sat down, Jai Lai looked at Ya Ramen's menu today and shouted loudly, completely forgetting the face he had just lost. A bowl of seafood ramen, thank you. Diashiwan also ordered his own. Then I want tonkatsu ramen. What do you eat, Senior? Tsunade asked Wang Ran after ordering the meal. Well, me, just like you. Wang Ran didn't care what he was eating. At this time, his attention was all used to observe the hand beating. Well, a bowl of super large pork bone ramen, a bowl of seafood ramen, and 2 bowls of ordinary pork bone ramen. The boss remembers to add more meat. Come treat yourself too. Tsunade was not polite at all. Hearing Tsunade's words, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his hand hitting. It was natural to get used to it. Tatsumi said that Tsunade was already used to his operations. Okay, a bowl of super large pork bone ramen, a bowl of seafood ramen, 2 bowls of regular pork bone ramen, with more meat. The customers will wait a moment, and the ramen will be ready soon. With that said, he got up and went to the back kitchen to make ramen, completely disregarding Jilai's face that turned black again. Not to mention, the handmade ramen is quite beautiful, and the movements are incredibly skilled. While waiting, the 4 people chatted very pleasantly. Sanin introduced some daily tasks to Wang Ran, and Wang Ran also talked about what they did not know about and the daily life of teaching his apprentices. Of course, most of these observations are modern, and Wang Ran has chosen something that can be said to satisfy the curiosity of the 3. Listening to Wang Ran talking freely, some seemingly profound topics kept coming out of Wang Ran's mouth. It's like a battery that stores solar energy and turns into thunder and lightning. And what biology? One by one, the fresh terms made Oshimaru's eyes light up, and even Tsunade was interested in these topics. Although Zilei is not interested in these, Wang Ran's teaching philosophy makes him very interested. Also as a teacher, he is also burdened with the mission of finding the Son of Destiny. Hearing Wang Ran's training on the 3rd elementary school made him feel quite beneficial. However, although the 4 of them had been chatting, Wang Ran still allocated a part of his energy to observe the handmade ramen. Unfortunately, letting Wang Ran observe it, he didn't notice any difference in hand hitting. This person looks like an ordinary person without chakra. Even Wang Ran used the system to test his talent, and he was worth a level, and he was not recommended to accept him as a disciple. Of course, even if he could, Wang Ran couldn't stop beating him as a disciple. Not to mention what people think, is to accept him as an apprentice and then give him Chinese food. Guest, the ramen is here, please take it easy. The ramen was held on a tray with hands, and bowls were placed in front of the 4. The share of Julia is particularly exaggerated. His bowl is simply more than the 2 bowls of others. The materials are also sufficient, worthy of its price. Smelling the scent coming over their faces, Wang Ran and the 4 couldn't help appetizing. Jailia put his hands together and set something in his mouth. I started to eat. I picked up the chopsticks and ate it without too much heat. The same is true for Tsunade and Oshimaru. I started to eat as soon as I said, but the image of eating is much better than that of Jai Lai. Although Wang Ran did not have the habit of talking before meals in island countries in modern times, after 4 years, he has adapted to life here. He put his hands together and said something like I started, and he couldn't wait to taste the ramen. Since the handmaid didn't surprise him, I hope Ya ramen can bring him a different feeling. Sure enough, The ramen is an entrance. Wang Ran felt the bomb of ya ramen, coupled with a mouthful of delicious soup. The taste was unexpectedly good. The ramen that Wang Ran ate in the past, although the taste was very good, but the taste was somewhat different from the one made by Yael. Although the taste of ramen is not too bad, there is still a big difference in tasting it carefully. After eating ramen that is so full of modern spices and enjoying it, Wang Ran instantly liked the freshness. After giving a thumbs up to his hands, Wang Ran started to enjoy his ramen. With Wang Ran's approval, he was very happy to play. He remembers everyone who has come to eat in the store, whether he likes his ramen or not. He can say with certainty that Wang Ran has come to his noodle restaurant for the first time. The first visitor was conquered by his own ramen and gave himself affirmation. This is undoubtedly a happy thing, not to mention the opponent who loves ramen as he loves life. Kushina, why do we have to go on a date with Yael ramen? It's not a meal. I finally came back with a task. What's wrong with the ramen dating, Yael? It's not about the meal. Isn't it a meal that you can't come to eat ramen? It's because you just came back from a task. We are here to eat a bowl of ramen and treat you well. Just as Wang Ran was eating the ramen, a voice suddenly heard from outside the door. Hearing the conversation between the two, Wang Ran instantly knew who was coming. Jiraiya and Tsunade also became interested in an instant, and their eyes moved to the door in an instant. Only the Orochimaru, without the slightest curiosity, still ate the ramen in the bowl without rush. It seems that the ramen in the bowl is more important than the people outside. Sure enough, as the curtain opened, a man and a woman walked in. The man's golden hair and azure blue eyes are extremely pure, and he exudes a warm breath. The female is just like Nagato, with bright red long hair. The difference is that she exudes a lively temperament. Unsurprisingly, those who came were Konoha Mika's Hokage and the current nine-tailed man Zulai Haifeng Mizuman and Uzumaki Kushina. Watergate and Jixinai also felt a sense of confusion and embarrassment. Originally in the village, the two of them were fine and would not release their perception indiscriminately and detect the surrounding situation. What's more, it's not a meal now. Who knows, someone is eating at the ramen restaurant. But these are not important, and it doesn't matter if you are a passerby. The point is that the people who eat are their own teachers and their teammates. This is very embarrassing. As soon as I entered the door, I saw several people staring at me, which made Watergate and Jixinai feel like they went out on a date secretly, and they were bumped into by their parents. Chapter 45 Bold Ideas. Mr. Jiraiya, Master Azamaru, Master Tsunade, you are here too. Although it was embarrassing, the courtesy was still there, and he greeted a few people he knew. Orochimaru simply responded, and Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at them playfully. Especially Jiraiya, also raised two little thumbs and leaned together in the air. Shuiman, you guys are. Hee. Haifeng Mizuman smiled awkwardly, but Kushina directly ignored Jiraiya, ran to Tsunade's voice, and directly took her arm. Sister Tsunade, why are you eating at this time? Tsunade didn't feel any discomfort for the intimacy shown by this lively girl. After Kushina came to Konoha in his childhood, he has been taken care of by Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. Therefore, Kushina has known Tsunade since childhood. Tsunade also took exceptional care of this distant sister. Although the gossip about Mizuman and Kushina, Tsunade wouldn't hold on to it. It's not a day or two for the two of them. Everyone knows it well, but they just happen to be hit by them today. Today, there is a big man. We are not here to accompany him to dinner, Tsunade said to Kushina with a smile. Big guy. Watergate and Jixinai both looked at Wang Ran. For the whole Ramen, Wang Ran is a raw face, and the big man Tsunade said is naturally him. They are very curious about what kind of character they are that can be called a big shot by Tsunade Princess Konoha. Jiraiya on the side saw that his apprentice and his apprentice's wife didn't pay attention to him, so he withdrew his finger in a jealousy. But when the topic turned to Wang Ran, Jiraiya instantly regained his spirit. He hugged the Watergate and began to introduce Wang Ran. Come, Shuiman, Jixinai, I will introduce you. This is Senior Wang Ran. He has saved our lives. He is a rare powerhouse. Senior, this is my apprentice Bofeng Shuiman and his young girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina. Upon hearing this, Watergate and Jixinai bowed to Wang Ran instantly. Just as Wang Ran looked at them as soon as they entered the door, they also carefully observed Wang Ran. At first, they just wondered who he was, but now that they heard what he said, they knew who Wang Ran was in an instant. 4 years ago, in the battle between Sannin and Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, the outsiders may not know the truth, thinking that Sannin was a tie with Hanzo. This battle was also a battle of fame for Sannin. However, As one of the closest people to Sanin, Mizumon and Kushina naturally knew the details of this battle. Knowing that there was a mysterious strong man who took action and suppressed Hanzo strongly, Sanin was able to retreat. At this time, Wang Ran, the legendary mysterious strong man, was right in front of his own eyes. For this kind of person who is kind to themselves, the two should bow down. Thank you very much, senior. Wang Ran stood up and held up the two bowing people. The two figures, Bo Feng Shui Men and Juxin, are both worthy of respect. You don't have to be polite, it's already a forbearance at such a young age. Konoha is really talented. Regarding Wang Ran's utterance of the strength of the two, no one felt confused. One is because Mizumon is still wearing Konoha Shinobus vest, and the other is because Wang Ran is strong enough. If this can't be seen, everyone will be puzzled. Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Ran's compliment to the two, Watergate and Juxinai hadn't showed it yet, and Zai Lai laughed first. Don't look at whose apprentice it is. Don't look at Watergate, who is only 18 years old now, but the strength is relatively strong in Shangnin. As for Juxinai, Jilei did not give much introduction. After all, her identity as a human's Yulai should not be easily revealed. Wang Ran looked at Jilei a little helplessly. You little white-haired, robbing the show is a bit serious. Dear Shimari looked at Jilei's appearance, and then remembered the way Wang Ran talked about his apprentice before, and always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. 18 years old, not a few years older than my apprentice. Wang Ran looked at Shuiman and Juxinai. Who would have thought that the two who were in their youth would die 6 years later, at the age of 24? Has the predecessor also accepted apprentices? Juxinai asked curiously. Yeah, I am in my 30s. I'm older than Jiraiya and Tsunade. I can't accept an apprentice, Wang Ran said with a smile. Hey, senior. Is my 30s very old? I'm still very young. Sure enough, a woman still cares about her own age. When Wang Ran touched her, Tsunade retorted instantly. Hey, compared with these young people, aren't we just so young? Wang Ran didn't care about Tsunade's thoughts. After a while, the angry Tsunade wanted to hammer him. But if he didn't worry that he could not beat Wang Ran, Tsunade felt that he must have done it. This person doesn't know how to pity and cherish Jade at all, and he doesn't know how to make girls. Seeing that the predecessors had stopped, Kushina said, No, senior, you are already in your 30s. But you look much younger than teacher Jilei. Indeed, because cultivating Taoism itself can delay aging, and Wang Ran doesn't have to worry about things in his daily life, which makes Wang Ran's face look unusually young. He was standing with Sanin, except that Tsunade, who had cultivated the Yin seal, looked about his age, both in their 20s. Both Jilei and Oshimari looked a little bigger, especially Jilei, who were a little worried and still had white hair. Hey, Sina 9, I'm usually good to you, right? Why are you hitting me so much? Jilei also clutched his chest, as if he had received 10,000 points of damage. Seeing Jilei, who was playing tricks, everyone was amused. Even Watergate smiled helplessly. Watergate said that he is really helpless to have such a master. Those who can't say, laugh and can't laugh, can only look at them with eyesight. Slightly. Juxinai made a funny face at Jilei strangely, and then completely ignored him. Seeing Jilei, who had repeatedly bumped into the wall here, looked bitter, Wang Ran almost laughed. The die cutting between Jilei and Juxin is also funny enough. It seems that Jilei's temper has already been grasped. Juxinai the little girl is a bit interesting, Wang Ran said with a smile. Looking at the weird Juxinai, Wang Ran suddenly had a bold idea. However, this idea seems a bit difficult to realize. System, help me explore Juxinai's talent. Ding Uzumaki Juxinai, talent, S grade, talent bias, sealing technique, physical technique. Chapter 46. The attention of Hokage 3. Hearing the results of the system probe, Wang Ran was a little startled. He thought that Juxinai's talent should be a grade, but he never expected that Juxinai's talent was actually sleeveful. You know, Nagato who gets the eyes of reincarnation is only sleeveful talent. And the natural tendency, in addition to the seal technique passed down by the Whirlpool family, there are actually physical techniques. However, after a little thought, Wang Ran understood. Kushina was able to accept the complete 9 tails at an early age, and she could slowly control it. Even when she was dying, she could still subdue 9 tails with a single-handed diamond blockade. Her talent for sealing skills is beyond doubt. Coupled with the super-strong physique of the Maelstrom family and the blessing of 9-tailed chakra, it is not difficult to understand that it seems to have talent in physical skills. Remember that when Juxinai was a child, he used his fists to get a reputation. At this moment, Wang Ran had made up his mind. he must bring Juxino under his sect. Such a good piece of uncut jade, if cultivated into Taoist magic and cooperated with nine-tailed chakra, Wang Ran felt that it would be possible to hang Naruto. As the saying goes, your mother is still your mother. Directly to the future Naruto, leaving a shadow of an unattainable mountain. You know, Kushina, who is proficient in sealing art, has no more attack methods than Naruto, who eats all over the sky. As for Bofing Shuiman, Wang Ran had no idea. There is another Hokage dream, and there is basically no hope following me. Besides, he has already worshipped and became a teacher, and he can't dig the wall so obviously. However, he was still quite curious about Watergate's talents. Although he had already guessed, he still had to confirm his thoughts. The system is helping me explore Watergate's talent. Ding Bo Feng Shuiman, Sleevel talent, talent bias, space. As expected, Wang Ran nodded secretly. But now is not the time to think about this, but my current goal is to take Jixinai as a disciple. Thinking of this, Wang Ran felt a headache. Although his ideas are firm, he has to say that things are difficult to handle. Jixinai's current strength has reached the upper end. Even if he grows slowly in the future, he is designated to reach the shadow level. Therefore, it is impossible for Wang Ran to use her strength to improve her. Besides, even if Kushina was persuaded, Konoha village would not easily agree. Who is Juxina? Konoha has 9-tailed Manzili, a strategic presence. You said that the village would let its own strategic figure worship an outsider. It's hard to think about things. At the same time, in the center of Konoha village, the Sarutobi Risen who was Naruto had also received a letter from Wang Ran early. In addition, Wang Ran knew every word he said when he came to Konoha. This was the strength of Darren village. At this time he sat quietly at his desk, thinking about how to treat Wang Ran. In front of him, there was all the information about Wang Ran that could be collected so far. This information cannot be collected in 1 or 2 days. In fact, after I found Yu Sunin and Hanzo, after returning, Sarutobi Hizen had already started to pay attention to Wang Ran. Through Sanin's description, Sarutobi Risen felt that even if it was him, it was probably not Wang Ran's opponent. No need to estimate. He specified that he is not an opponent. But no one knows. Although Wang Ran is not weak now, it is far from the strength of crushing Sarutobi. However, it is estimated that you should be able to fight back and forth. Although it is only the threshold for entering the shadow level. After all, our fairy mode is indefinite. It is simply ... no. Just open and hang ... Wang Ran is such a peerless powerhouse, anyone will pay more attention. Although Wang Ran seemed to be kind to Konoha at the time, but who can guarantee what will happen to him in the future? Konoha has nothing to do with him. Therefore, starting from that day, he tried his best to collect Wang Ran's information. Unfortunately, until now, he only knew that Wang Ran was the so-called Tibetan sect master. On the day Sanan left, I went to Urinen village and had a conversation with Hanzo. Hanzo treated this conversation directly as a secret in secrets and did not tell anyone at all. No matter how Sarutobi Hizaki sent someone to inquire, nothing was found. After that day, the entire shinobi world seemed to have lost news of Wang Ran, and no one knew where he was. He will only occasionally appear in a certain town in the Rain country, with 3 children. In addition, occasional news of Wang Ran appears in the underground black market. Wang Ran's whole person was like a cloud of mist, unable to search. Are those 3 children Wang Ran's apprentices? Sarutobi Risen muttered in a low voice. Shut your mouth. Sarutobi Risen yelled in a low voice, and a figure appeared in front of Sarutobi Risen instantly like lightning. Master Hokage, what's your order? The ninja who suddenly appeared was just like Jiraiya, with white hair. A short knife was carried behind his back. The most exaggerated thing was that on his arm, he was actually wearing a half-sleeved robe representing Hokage. This is the White Tooth of Konoha at the top of the name, the killer of the major Shinobu villages, and the frightened Tsukumo Hajiki. Of course, he also has another identity, the famous father of the famous Flagwood 55. Shut your mouth. I have worked hard for you, but only you are the most trustworthy in this matter. Sarutobi Risen said to Hatake Shumao in a wide voice. Since the news of Wang Ran's arrival came, he called Hatake Shumao over. 4 years ago, the task of Wang Ran was handled by Shumo Hajiki, and it is still left to him today. It's okay, Hokage-sama. It's been peaceful recently, and there's no need for me. Tsukumo Hagigi smiled lightly, without any sense of danger from Konoha's white teeth. Go and make the news of those 3 children top secret. Just like Wang Ran. Except you and me. Don't let anyone find out their relationship with Wang Ran. Sarutobi Risen solemnly commanded, and from his expression, you could also see how much he valued Wang Ran. In order to prevent outsiders from getting news of Wang Ran, something unfavorable to Konoha happened. Except for him and Shumao, the news that everyone can get is that Wang Ran teamed up with Sannin to fight against Hanzo 4 years ago to save Sannin's life, rather than being able to crush Hanzo's peerless existence. Even Sannin gave the password after reporting to Naruto. Although Jiraiya was quick to talk, he told Mizuno and Juxina before the report. But it doesn't matter, Mizuno and Juxina are also their own. Just ask the password again. So far, in Konoha, the news of Wang Ran has only been known by these few people. Chapter 47 Ninja's Darkness appears. Yes, Master Naruto. Tsukumo Hokage just said something briefly and walked out of the Hokage office. Not much nonsense, this is his usual style of behavior. Watching Haki Tsukumo leave, Sarutobi Risen felt quite settled. At least, other Shinobu villages will not be marked by Wang Ran's idea. As long as this is the case, no matter whether Wang Ran helps Konoha in the future, they will at least not face Wang Ran head. Putting his pipe on, Sarutobi Rizuan took a deep breath, standing at the window looking down at the village he loved. However, before he could say a few words with emotion, the office door suddenly knocked violently. Listening to the frequency of knocking on the door, Sarutobi Hizen shook his head helplessly. Don't guess, it must be his old buddy, Shimura Danzo. Come in, Danzo. After extinguishing the smoke, Sarutobi Risu tidied up the imperial robes on his body, and asked Shimura Dan to hide in. Danzo was not welcome, and directly opened the door of the Hokage office. The current Sarutobi Hizen was still in his prime of life, and he was still the decisive Konoha Hokage who was called Shinu in the ninja world. Although Danzo wanted to be Hokage and thought that he could do better than Sarutobi Hitoshi, he still didn't dare to be too obvious. If it was released in the future, it is estimated that Danzo would have opened the door and entered by himself without the consent of Sarutobi Hizen. As soon as he entered the door, Danzo smelled a strong smoke, which made him frown. Danzo, who deeply implements the ninja hiding rules, has always been dismissive of smoke, which can easily reveal his traces. Sure enough, not only did Naruto not only fail to do well, but even the ninja did not do well. Depressing his mind, Tuanzang asked in a harsh tone, Did you know that a strange, shadow-level powerhouse came to the village? In the first sentence, Danzo was questioning, which made Sarutobi Risen frown in discomfort. Although the two have a good relationship, in the Hokage office, his identity is the only one. However, for so many years, he has become accustomed to Shimura Danzo's temperament. Although he was a little unhappy, he did not show it. Instead, he said with a cheerful expression, I know, isn't it Wang Ran? Don't worry, he is a friend of Xylia and their friends. It is normal to come to Konoha for fun. Besides, there are Xylias and them. There won't be any trouble with it. Originally, being a human being, Sarutobi Hizaki would be grateful for treating him so harmoniously. However, now this person is Danzo. Seeing Sarutobi Rizchi's appearance, Danzo became more and more disgusted with him. I was so offended, and I could endure it. Where is the majesty of Hokage? Sure enough, since becoming Hokage, Rizan's character has become weaker and weaker. Sure enough, I am more suitable for Hokage's position than him. Then, do you know that Wang Ran has already been in contact with the nine-tailed man Zulai? Still suppressing his careful thoughts, Shimura Danzo put on an angry look again. Of course, he is not really angry. There is only Wang Ran, although the shadow rank powerhouse is strong. But Konoha is still not in the eyes. Danzo did this naturally to complete his long-standing plan. Take the Kyuubi people's pillar power and income route as Konoha's war machine. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi could not help frowning. Nine-tailed man Zili, is it Jixinai? Danzo, this is. The idea of turning Kushina into a war machine is coming out again. Danzo, I haven't received any news. How did you know? It seems that you have a lot of people. Sarutobi Hitoshi's tone was a bit bad. Danzo had been thinking too much recently. He didn't mind beating Danzo. Sure enough, Danzo's expression changed again. I am impatient. Next time, in any situation, you must first stabilize. Danzo warned himself. However, if you give up because of such a little difficulty, it is not his Danzo style. Hisaki, this was discovered by a member of the Root Ninja accidentally. Don't change the subject. Now I'm talking about the problem of the Kuki. As the shadow of the village, you should always be aware of Renzuli's dynamics. But now you are so slack with the problem of Kyuubi. Acknowledging that it is impossible to send someone to monitor Juxin AI, wouldn't seem as though's heart be known to everyone. In a word, admitting is impossible to admit. All this is a coincidence. Oh, Sarutobi Risen smiled and looked at Danzo's eyes. What do you think should be done with this matter? Of course it is to give the human pillar power to the roots and let the roots cultivate, Danzo said without hesitation, completely disregarding Juxina's thoughts. Cultivation? Do you want Juxinai to become a tool of war, or do you think that the training of the village is not as good as the roots? Sarutobi stared at Danzo stubbornly, leaving no face for this long-time companion. Of course, this is just a matter of position and nothing else. What happened to the war machine? This is the fate of Renzulai, Danzo yelled mercilessly. He really couldn't get used to Sarutobi Rikut, but he is Uzumaki Kushina first. Don't forget Danzo, before Mito-sama is dying, let us take good care of Kushina, so that she won't let her live the same life as Mito-sama. Sarutobi Hizen's tone was firm, and there was no room for negotiation at all. I respect Mito-sama very much, but first of all, she is Konoha's Nizulai. Enough. Danzo still wanted to argue, but Sarutobi Hizen didn't give him a chance at all and interrupted him directly. Danzo, go down. There is no need to talk about this. You. Well, one day you will regret it. Danzo waved his arm and turned to leave the Hokage office. And many more. Huh? Danzo turned around with some doubts. He was a little naive to think that Rizan had changed his mind. It turns out that he is indeed too naive. Remember to evacuate all the people you arranged with Juxinai. It is enough to have an Anbu around her to protect her. Okay, I get it. Danzo's anger rose by an octave in an instant, and he almost made himself angry. This time he didn't make any excuses. By now, all excuses are meaningless and will only make himself more embarrassing. Think about the idea just now, Emma is so fragrant. Boom. Seeing Danzo who slammed the door, Sarutobi Risen lit his pipe again, took a deep breath, and then sighed in a low voice, Danzo, you don't know how I know. Nine Tails is probably like that for Wang Ran. Wang Ran's strength may already be comparable to that of the first generation adults, but I hope that Kushina can build a bond with him. At the very least, this can also be used as Konoha's whole card. Chapter 48 Recruitment Breakthrough. Of course, it was impossible for Wang Ran to know Sarutobi's thoughts. He didn't feel that his face could be so great. After all, he was a fake tiger. In fact, the strength is not so strong that it cannot be added. Besides, Wang Ran is not a second-year boy. He looks like the second and the third. Why do people insist on giving you face? Therefore, you should think twice about dealing with people like Juxinai, who is the treasure of a village. However, in any case, Kushina had to agree to it himself, or it wouldn't make sense even if Konoha agreed. Where should we start? Wang Ran looked at Juxinai with a little entanglement in his mind. On the contrary, it was Juxinai. Hearing Wang Ran said that he was a little bit funny in the tone of an elder, and seeing Wang Ran's young face, he was really uncomfortable. No, senior. Juxina waved his hand and said embarrassedly. Looking at the red-haired Juxinai, Wang Ran suddenly thought of a breakthrough. Kushina is strong enough, but don't forget, she is still the strength of the nine-tailed person. It can be said that every one of Zelia has been deeply troubled by the tail beast problem. Naturally, Juxina is no exception, and Wang Ran is sure that Juxina can't easily suppress Kaiu till now. That guy in your body is honest, right? Thinking of the breakthrough, Wang Ran didn't hesitate to speak directly. Only when you show your strength can you successfully recruit students and get started. Wang Ran still understands this. As for how to solve Kyubai's problem, let alone Wang Ran's powerful sealing technique, that is, playing tricks. Wang Ran, who has a wealth of knowledge, is sure to convince Kyubai. Isn't it just too arrogant, big fox? Wang Ran said a little. As Wang Ran said what he said, the complexions of several people in Jilai changed instantly. Although several people had great goodwill towards Wang Ran, the nine tails in Juxinai's body were of great importance, and there was no room for sloppiness. I thought that Kyubai's seal was so tight that I could barely notice it on weekdays. In addition, Juxinai's identity was considered a secret, and it was a foolproof situation. But he never expected that Wang Ran could see it at a glance. At this time, Juxinai was also a little drumming in his heart, not sure what Wang Ran meant. Jilai also asked tentatively, Senior can perceive what is in Juxinai? I was concerned about Juxinai's Watergate, but also looked at Wang Ran, wanting to hear what he thought. Looking at the somewhat restrained people, Wang Ran gave a helpless smile. Isn't it just a fox? Why do you look like a thief? Interesting. Several people from Jilai laughed awkwardly. There was no more suspense now, and it was straightforward to confirm. Tsunade glanced at Wang Ran, thinking of Wang Ran's strength like a god. She didn't think Wang Ran would have any thoughts about Kyubai. Maybe, this is still a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, Tsunade said directly, Kushina, Senior Wang Ran asks you, you can just say it directly. Don't worry, Senior will not harm you. Pretty. Wang Ran silently gave Tsunade a compliment from the bottom of his heart. Kushina heard that Tsunade said so, and was no longer silent. She herself didn't shy away from such things. She was silent just now because she was really unfamiliar with Wang Ran and was not easy to talk about these more confidential things. But now that Tsunade has spoken, Kushina naturally has no worries. Thank you seniors for your concern. Kyuubi is still honest. Although I often want to fight for my body, I can still resist with the sealing technique. Juxinai did not shy away from it, and directly stated the actual situation. Hearing what Juxinai said, Wang Ran touched his chin. Sure enough, the relationship between Kushina and Kyuubi is really as shown in the comics, not very good. Well I need my help. I can help you solve the fox problem. Wang Ran asked with a smile. His strong self-confidence directly surprised several people. Wang Ran is saying to help Juxina solve the fox problem. They heard it right. However, that was not an ordinary fox, it was 9 tails. In order to seal 9 tails on Kushina, almost the whole village was dispatched. Wang Ran said it so lightly. Sure enough, he deserves to be senior, his realm is different. Tsunade's eyes lightened even more. This time he was right. Xiao Dai had already gone back to the kitchen after a few people were talking, so they don't need to hide anything at this time. Senior, are you serious? Can you really help Kushina solve the problem with Kyuubi? Bo Feng Shuiman said excitedly, but he knows how hard it is for Juxinai on weekdays. Now, Wang Ran actually said that he could help her solve this problem. How could he not be excited as the Watergate of Juxinai's boyfriend? At this moment, even Juxinai was a little confused. Am I just coming out to make an appointment? How could there be such a big gift bag on yourself? Is today your lucky day? As for whether Wang Ran could do it, Juxinai had no doubt. Since Wang Ran dared to open this mouth, he naturally had 2 brushes, at least it would make him feel better, right? Wang Ran glanced at the excited Bo Feng Shui Gate. Your spoiled wife's attributes are a bit serious. What's the point? You are so excited. Of course, I am not going to lie to you two just grown-up children. Hearing this, Bo Feng Shuiman instantly bowed to Wang Ran. Please, Senior Wang Ran, please help Juxina. Watergate. Looking at the bowing Watergate, Kushina exclaimed. Wang Ran silently looked at the 2 people who showed their affection. What are you doing? I have asked whether you need to help Juxinai. As long as you say to use it, isn't it over? As for this look, I acted like a villain who couldn't save me. Sure enough, the IQs of boys and girls who fall in love will drop to negative numbers. Now I can't understand even such simple words. I didn't say not to help. As long as Kushina needs help, just say it directly. Wang Ran shook his head speechlessly, causing Watergate to blush awkwardly. Watergate, who didn't know what to say, had to laugh twice. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Mizuman and Kushina more ambiguously, making Mizuman even more uncomfortable. It was Juxina, who blushed a little at this time. Be sure to punish Watergate severely for a while, making me so embarrassed. Just find him to carry me home. Kushina blushed, thinking viciously in his heart. Chapter 49. The appetite is amazing. That's really troublesome. Senior. Forcibly ignoring Jiraiya and Tsunade's mocking gaze, Kushina thanked Wang Ran. Although Kyuubi is not a big threat to him at the moment, it is also very annoying to spend a lot of thought to suppress Kyuubi every day. Since Senior Wang Ran can make himself a little more relaxed, and he is also trusted by Tsunade, Kushina is naturally happy. It's okay. Seeing Juxinai promised, everyone including Wang Ran let out a sigh of relief. Eliminating Wang Ran's careful thoughts, everyone hoped that Juxinai could live a little easier. Senior, what should we do next? Compared to Juxinai, Watergate seemed more anxious at this time. As for the jokes, let's go aside. Can I be more important than Josina? It's totally incomparable. Wang Ran felt that he wanted to smash the Watergate very much now. You really didn't know that you felt sorry for the elderly, so you gave me dog food so unscrupulously? Although Wang Ran doesn't care, you still have to be more restrained. How could it not stop one after another? I didn't expect you to be such a wave of wind and water. Don't worry, this is not a place. You still need to find a relatively empty place. Besides, the name is not bad for the hungry soldiers. You are not here to eat. You have to be busy after eating. Wang Ran waved his hand and sat on the stool again. Mizuno and Juxinai looked at each other. There was a hint of helplessness in Mizuno's eyes, but Juxinai was a little happy. I thought it would be impossible to eat ramen today, but she hasn't come to eat it for a long time, and she is already greedy. Unexpectedly, Wang Ran was so considerate, it was awesome. Big brother, 4 bowls of pork bone ramen. Duke Sinai excitedly shouted towards the back kitchen. When the Watergate heard it, he quickly grabbed Duke Sinai and said, "Kushina, I can eat 1 bowl, not so much." Kushina was taken aback, and stuck out his tongue. I'm sorry Ms. Human, I forgot your share when I was happy." "Big brother, come 5 bowls." "Okay, please wait, the ramen will be ready soon." When the voice fell, Duke Sinai didn't see it at all, and a black line appeared directly on Wang Ran's forehead, sitting on the stool. "4 bowls, are you sure?" "I think the portion of your ramen is quite sufficient, and I am full with a bowl of ramen." Could it be that eating a lot of ramen is a skill passed down by the Naruto family? Kushina eats a lot, so Naruto is also super edible. By the way, he married the more edible Hinata. Kushina, haven't you eaten before you go out? You still have so much more. Can you finish it? Watergate whispered to Duke Sinai. Although she is not surprised by the appetite of Duke Sinai, she has just finished eating soon. Watergate was really afraid of her eating and holding it. "Oh, I'm missing 2 bowls. It's a small point. It's been a long time since I had a happy ramen. I'm so greedy." Duke Sinai waved his hand and said indifferently. Seeing that Duke Sinai was doing this, Watergate had no choice but to sit down. Kushina also left other things behind and lay on the table looking forward to his ramen. Wang Ran didn't want to say anything anymore. He thought that eating a dozen bowls of ramen in the comics was just for exaggeration. Unexpectedly, these are true. Looking at Duke Sinai's posture, it is estimated that he can eat more than a dozen bowls if he let go on an empty stomach. I really don't know, where did Duke Sinai's small body eat so many things? Could it be that her stomach is connected to different spaces? Looking at the stack of bowls in front of Duke Sinai, Wang Ran stared at Duke Sinai's stomach like an idiot. Wang Ran had lived for more than 30 years, and it was the first time he met such an edible one. Duke Sinai's face was a little red when Wang Ran looked at him. He just didn't eat enough, and asked for 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 more bowls. "Why do you look at them with such a look?" "Let me tell you, if it wasn't for you to be a senior, and the 2 of us are not very familiar with each other, you would still be kind to me." Uzumaki Kushina definitely pulls your beard. Wrong. Pull your hair. Watergate, who is most familiar with Duke Sinai's character, sat next to Duke Sinai, and when she saw this picture of her trying to make a fuss, she couldn't help but laugh. An angry Duke Sinai hammered him severely, fulfilling Wang Ran's wish. As for Wang Ran's strange behavior of staring at Duke Sinai's stomach, pure Watergate didn't think much about it. Everyone who saw Duke Sinai's full appetite for the first time had this expression. It was no surprise that he saw a lot. I remember that when Duke Sinai let go of eating in front of him for the first time, his expression was even more exaggerated than Wang Ran. Wang Ran shook his head, throwing all the messy thoughts into his mind, and asked Duke Sinai, "Have you eaten?" "After eating, we will find a more open place to solve the problem of 9 tails, so that even if the chakra of 9 tails leaks, it will not cause the villagers to panic." "Good senior." Duke Sinai stood up and patted his stomach, indicating that he was satisfied with the meal. Wang Ran had to wait for Duke Sinai to finish eating, and Sanran was naturally accompanied here. Fortunately, when Duke Sinai was eating, Wang Ran and Sanin had always been talking about it, and Watergate would put in a few words from time to time. Otherwise, waiting for Kushina, Sanin and those who are not used to wasting time on waiting would probably die of boredom. But Duke Sinai's heart is really big. There are 6 people present. Count Wang Ran, 4 of her seniors. In the waiting of the 4 seniors, they can eat for so long with peace of mind, and their appetite is getting better and better, and they can continue the bowl. It just so happens, Senior Wang Ran, recently, I was awarded the entire 3rd training ground by Master Naruto for doing experiments. Now there is no one except a few researchers, and the place is big enough. How about where do we go? Daishiwan stood up and suggested to Wang Ran hoarsely. He is very interested in how Wang Ran will help Duke Sinai suppress Kyuubi, and maybe he can learn from it. When a few people heard it, their eyes lit up in an instant, and the place was here. Because Wang Ran didn't know Konoha's topography, he immediately agreed to Dashimaru's proposal. But everyone else knows that the 3rd training ground is a good place. It is located outside Konoha, and the place is not so big. Tsunade murmured, even more unconvinced. The old man is too partial. Why do you want people to give Oshmaru and the venue for the venue? I just asked him for a little bit of money, so he just pushed it around. In an instant, a black line appeared on everyone's forehead. People in Dashimaru need land and money, which can create greater wealth for Konoha. You, Tsunade, touch your chest and ask, as Princess Konoha, Where did all your money go? Chapter 50 entered the spiritual space. Also approve a little money. The money you owe the old man has not yet been paid. Jiraiya is also very brave, completely forgetting that he was hammered by Tsunade just now, and he glanced at Tsunade and said, thief fly. Jai too. Tsunade groaned in a low voice. She wanted to hammer him. I don't know why. I can easily make myself angry since I was young. But now is not the time to hammer him, and hold back his temper. Senior, let's go to the third training ground quickly. It is good. Naturally, Wang Ran would not object, and prepared to pay the bill after answering. As a result, when Tsunade saw that Wang Ran had to pay the bill himself, how could this be possible? Even without Kushina, Wang Ran is Konoha's distinguished guest. When you come, you can just ask someone to eat ramen, but let someone pay for it by themselves. Is that fair? If this is out, where will Senran's face be put away in the future? Where to put Konoha's face? Senior, when you come, Konoha is a guest. How can there be any reason to let the guest pay? With that, Tsunade directly pressed Wang Ran's hand that wanted to pay. Jiraiya and Oshamaru are also known for laughing. When Wang Ran saw this, he didn't shy away. Just a bowl of ramen, no need. Mizuman looked at the elders in a room, and silently took out his wallet to pay the bill, but was snatched by Tsunade, who was quick, and he did not look like an elder at all. Little Watergate, you can't help your master pay the bills. You still have to raise Xiaojixinai. If you have money, you can help me. You can also pay for this meal today. Mizuman looked at Tsunade innocently. What you said is too explicit. Is there any elder appearance? Hey, why? What happened to my apprentice who wanted to invite the master to dinner? Jiraiya also yelled loudly. Although it doesn't matter to Jiraiya to invite a meal, Tsunade said this, and he habitually wants to blunt words. It's a pity that Tsunade didn't eat him at all, and left with everyone. Even Oshamaru, a close comrade in arms, left without saying a word. When Jixina left, he even made a face at him. This made Jiraiya, who had just wanted to be hard-talking, suddenly heartbroken. Just about to argue with Tsunade, he was blocked by his outstretched hands with a smile. Jai had to take out the money and pay the bill before hurriedly following. As a result, when he followed, he calmed down. What is there to argue with Tsunade? Why is it that the clothes on your body are not easy to wear? Have to wrap a bandage. Konoha village is said to be a village. In fact, with the training ground, it is already much larger than an average town. In addition, the third training ground is on the outskirts of the village, so it is actually not close. Fortunately, the 6 of them are all ninjas, and they are still powerful ones. Although there was no full burst, the 6 quickly arrived at the so-called third training ground. There is a large forest, and then an empty training ground. Although there are many traces of ninjutsu caste, it is true that there is not a single person, as Oshimaru said. Wang Ran is very satisfied with this place. If Kyubai's temper comes up by that time, he has a place to display it, so he is not afraid to affect the residents of Konoha. Senior, what should I do? At a critical juncture, Kushina was still a little nervous. Kyubai had been sealed in her body for so many years, but she knew how terrible Kyubai was. Don't be nervous, just sit down and relax. I'll go in and see what's going on with the fox. Wang Ran naturally saw Jixinai's nervousness. In a word, I didn't say much, just a confident smile on his face. Looking at this smile, Jixinai relaxed a lot without consciously. On the contrary, it was the crowd onlookers, especially the nervousness on Watergate's face, for fear of some problems. Cross-legged, Jixinai said to Wang Ran, Senior, Honkai novel www.honkibook.com I'm ready. Yeah? Wang Ran nodded lightly, and sat down cross-legged. Looking at Jixinai's eyes, Wang Ran's body chakra moved, and his mental power instantly entered Jixinai's spiritual space. The two who were still in good spirits closed their eyes instantly. Sanin and Mizuno, in an instant defensive posture, protected the two. At the same time, they admired and moved Wang Ran in their hearts. Wang Ran actually trusted them so unfamiliarly. Yes, Wang Ran saved them, but are there still few ungrateful people in ninja? Does Wang Ran trust them not to hurt himself? Of course not. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Mizuman are okay, so they shouldn't have any other thoughts. But Daishiwan, Uncle Snake who mastered the core technology was not successful out of thin air. I don't know how many test items fell on his operating table, not to mention anything else. It was just that Wang Ran's unstoppable sassy and heroic appearance when he first appeared on the field, it was enough for Daishiwan to list him as the first experimental target. If you postpone it a few years later, and encounter Wang Ran who is to resist the ability, Daishiwan will try if it succeeds. It's a pity that although Daishimaru is also on the way to master the core technology, he will not take action because his mentality has not been fully invested. Although I really want to study Wang Ran's tissue cells, the reality is full of allure. So why did Wang Ran expose his weakness so boldly? There is only one reason: he didn't think so much. That's right, Arxion Wang Ran has never thought about whether someone will attack him at this time. All he was thinking about now was how to fool Ninetales to help Nashina, and Fudge Nina to be his disciple. How can I have the time to think about those that are not? Therefore, no matter what the outsiders thought, Wang Ran really simply ignored this matter at this time. It started so soon. Ninxina, who entered the spiritual space, exclaimed instantly. Wang Ran entered her mental space at the same speed as he entered. Although he didn't resist just now, it was because he had no chance to resist at all. Jai Lai also wanted to enter his spiritual space. He could detect it and resist it. But Wang Ran only came in an instant, and he had no room for resistance. It can only be said that it is the predecessor who does not lose. How about it? Wang Ran smiled. A joke. The practice of Taoism, coupled with so many years of rich life experience, makes Wang Ran's spiritual power stronger than a ninja of the same level. If even a low-level Juxinai can't be shocked, what face does Wang Ran have when he meets people? This is part of his plan to accept disciples. First let Juxina see her own strength and give her a head start.